My dad called it the MidnightPaper. It was exactly what it sounded like, a strange kind of newspaper that would show up at some homes at midnight, on the dot, every Wednesday and Friday for us, but on other nights for other houses. I loved hearing about it. We'd sit at his office late at night, late for me at that age, but that's all I did, hear about it. I never saw one. He never told me any of the stories that were supposedly printed on it, so after a while, I lost interest, grew out of it, until now. After the funeral, I decided to stay at my parents' for a while, see to their bills, think about what to do with the mountain of personal belongings that absolutely nobody would want. It was a Friday. Before I knew it, it was midnight. I'd stay up in the office, poring over a pile of unpaid hospital bills, when I heard it. 3 knocks at the front door. I looked at my watch. Midnight on the dot. Strange. I went to the front door, looked through the peephole. Nothing. No one. A series of likely scenarios ran through my mind. Maybe it was a kid playing ding-dong ditch, but then why didn't they ring the doorbell? I unlocked the front door and pulled it open slowly. There on the worn welcome mat was a newspaper. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Slowly, tentatively, I picked it up with 2 fingers like it was covered in something toxic. It was entirely black, both the paper and the strings binding it into a roll. Then, I made the worst mistake of my life. I took it inside. I sat at my dad's office desk with a knife from the kitchen. I used it to cut the knots in the black strings, and the newspaper unrolled itself slowly. It was thin, really only 1 page in length. There, on the only page, written in blocky white letters, were the words, "The Midnight Paper." This was the headline on the page and the story written below it. Living and dying on the ledge, urban legend or dangerous social media challenge. You may not have heard about it, but your kids have. There's a strange building on the edge of town. It's around 15 stories tall and its rooftop holds a terrifying secret. The tenants know the story all too well. Last December, a girl, whose name this publication has chosen not to publish, attempted to take her own life by jumping off the rooftop and into the cold asphalt, approximately 150 feet below. A tragic event, but unfortunately not too uncommon. But, if you believe the word in online forums and instant messages, this was no ordinary suicide attempt. Not because of the circumstances leading up to it, but because of what happened when the girl climbed over the railing, separating safe rooftop concrete and fatal plunge. As soon as the girl lifted 1 foot off the edge, something strange happened. A series of images bombarded her mind. It was her father crying in her bedroom, surrounded by his daughter's belongings. Then it was her funeral, all her friends in suits and dresses, with grief and pain racking their faces. Then it was her own body, what was left of it, twisted and broken and bloated and covered in stitches, yet still crammed into a dress. The girl put her foot back on the edge, shocked out of her fatal decision, but then, for some reason, maybe to check if the images were only part of her imagination, she lifted her foot once more. The images came back, but this time they were different. It was her wearing a graduation gown. It was her in a college dorm. It was her with a boy. She hopped back over the railing and took the stairs down, the long way down, the safe way down. She told a friend who, mockingly, told another friend. That friend told a few others. You know the rest. Someone posted it online and soon the internet ran with it. That building became a million others, in a million different towns. And for some reason, people started trying it out. They'd go out in groups to play what soon became known as the ledge game. If you stood on the edge of a rooftop, on the wrong side of the railing, and stuck 1 foot out, you could see your own future. One such group decided to try the game out, with disastrous consequences. One of the girls in the group chose to go first. She climbed over the railing, stuck 1 foot out, and soon regretted it. Her friends say she started screaming, her eyes wide and looking off into the distance, as if seeing something horrifying. Then those eyes turned to look at her group of friends. She tried to grab one of them, as if trying to pull them over the railing with her. to take them with her as she fell. There was a funeral, with crying friends and a closed casket, much like the first girl saw. Instead of dissuading other teens from trying the game out, this news soon became an urban legend in its own right, growing into an indispensable part of the original tale. But there's something many people can't stop thinking about. What did that girl see? Whatever it was bad enough for her to ignore the visions of her own funeral and her own mangled body. Whatever it was bad enough for her to try to take her own friend's life too. Some people say it was to spare her a fate worse than death. Maybe we'll never know. Or maybe, like in some versions of the story, we'll all know soon enough. Because the girl was pointing at the sky before she leapt, as if she could see something that nobody else could. That was the only story on the page of the Midnight Paper. I wanted to know more, to know who wrote it, who published it, who delivered it. And I knew, like a piece of intoxicating, dangerous knowledge, that all I had to do to know more was wait for the next edition to hit the welcome mat, and I'll come back here to tell you what it says. It's gone. The first Midnight Paper, which arrived last Friday, has somehow vanished. I put it in a drawer in my dad's study, and now it's gone. Either someone broke in and stole it, or I don't know. It sounds ridiculous, but then again, this whole thing is. Maybe it disappeared on its own. After last time, I wanted to be prepared. Tonight, I set a chair by the front door and waited anxiously since 11 o'clock. Every time a car drove by, every time a leaf crunched on the asphalt outside, I rushed to the peephole. Nothing. The minutes dragged. Time seemed to stretch. I felt this feeling before, when I ordered something I really wanted online and I knew it was delivery day. But this was different. Something about this paper is just wrong. If anyone else has gotten one, you'd know. It feels like looking at something you're not meant to be seeing, like it somehow slipped through the cracks, past all the rigid laws of ordinary life, and made its way to you. Holding one in your hand feels like you're touching a physical manifestation of a mistake. I imagine this is what it feels like when you touch something radioactive, as if every second that it's in your presence is somehow warping the very fabric of your life. 11:55. It's close. My heart's beating fast, the anticipation coursing through me like a drug. I stood in front of the peephole, not wanting to miss a second. I was looking at my front porch. The street outside was dark, and the front steps were illuminated only by the light above the doorway. I had placed the welcome mat a little further away, so I could see it clearly through the peephole. And that's when it happened. The light above the doorway started to flicker slowly, then faster and faster. Suddenly, it shut off completely. The entire porch was smothered in darkness, the only light coming from the streetlights outside. Somehow, the shadows around my doorstep were darker than the rest, as if swallowing every last hint of light. Then the light turned on again. Through the peephole, I could see that my front porch looked normal. The bulb above the doorway shone steadily as if nothing happened. I rushed, my fingers slamming against the lock, and pulled the front door open. The front porch was empty. The street was empty. 1 second passed. 2. The normal sounds of the world around me started to seep back in. I looked down at the welcome mat, and it was there, a bundle of black paper wrapped tightly with black twine. I hesitated for a moment before grabbing it. Should I bring it inside? Should I read it out here? Should I read it at all? Then I grabbed it anyway. I had read one. That threshold had already been crossed. I took the paper into my dad's study and set it down on his desk. The knife from the kitchen was already there. All the pieces were in place. All I had to do was read it. I grabbed the knife, cut the twine, and watched the paper unfurl itself like a strange flower. Immediately, the white words jumped out at me, and I started reading. There were a few pages this time, including the front cover, but still only one story. This is what was printed on those black pages. The removal doctor. Police warn of dangerous individual. After a spat of reports of a so-called removal doctor, local police urge residents to stay away from strangers who approach them in public places and to avoid abandoned buildings of any kind. It started a few months ago. The first report appeared on an online forum for reporting interactions with strange individuals, and this one certainly fit the bill. The anonymous user stated that she was walking across a public park just before closing time when a man approached her and introduced himself as the removal doctor. The woman wrote that at the time, the man seemed professional, reliable, and had a strange persuasiveness about him. The man gave the woman a card and walked off. She has since lost it, but according to her, the card simply had an address printed on either side. The next day, the woman decided to check the address out. She inputted it into a map application and arrived, only to discover that the building had long since been abandoned. Undeterred, she found an open door and walked in. The rest is internet history. Inside the building, the woman was greeted by what looked like a state-of-the-art clinic. The floors were epoxy and spotless. The walls were painted white, and there were tarps set up to cover any broken windows. There were even fluorescent lights hanging from the ceiling. This was a far cry from the kill room the woman had imagined upon finding the abandoned location, but now her mind was wandering more toward an underground organ trafficking ring. She was half right. The woman reports that she found the door to a clinic in the back of the building. She knocked and was welcomed inside. What was awaiting her was a consultation office straight out of a high-end hospital. There were doors to several rooms. One she could see was labeled as containing a CAT scan machine. Another was labeled as a dental office. In the center of the room was a desk, and behind that desk was the same man she had met in the public park. The woman was unable to describe him clearly in her post, only stating that the man was wearing a lab coat and that his face was hidden behind a surgical mask. The man wasted no time getting down to business. He introduced himself again as the removal doctor, and explained to her that he was in the business of removing things from the human body. Anything you can think of, he said. The woman was clearly unconvinced and somewhat alarmed, but the man assured her that it was a voluntary procedure and one that had the potential to be life-saving. The doctor proceeded to ask the woman to name one thing about herself that she was unhappy with. A memory, a body part, an inconvenient habit, anything. Even a tumor or a fatal condition such as cancer or a clogged artery. Online, the woman admits that she wasn't in her right mind. She was, after all, ignoring a million red flags that are staples of a dozen alleged accounts. Accounts that have transcended culture, time, and location, to become old wives' tales everyone has grown up with. Like waking up in a bathtub filled with ice, only to discover that your kidneys have been stolen, for example. Luckily, this wouldn't be the case for this woman, nor has it been the case for anyone who has encountered this strange man. There was no bathtub filled with ice, at least. The woman decided against asking to have anything physical removed, perhaps fearing that there were other parties listening in who were ready to act on her words right away. She did, however, state that she wouldn't mind parting with her crippling procrastination. The doctor nodded, as if he were expecting this answer, then explained to her that this was an exchange. He would take something she didn't want about herself, and he could pick anything of hers that he wanted in return. The woman was hesitant but ultimately agreed, allowing the man to lead her to a private examination room. The woman claims, a few hours later, she woke up in the same building, but everything around her was different. The floor was filthy concrete, the walls were covered in chipped paint, and there were no examination rooms or medical equipment of any kind. She stated that she immediately chastised herself mentally for falling for a trick a child could see through. After quickly checking herself for stitches or wounds, she was unable to find any mark on her skin, not even a bruise, she wrote. It was only a few days later that she realized that something actually had happened in that building. She's a writer, and she was unable to start working before hours upon hours of watching YouTube videos and playing mobile games. But now she could sit and get to work immediately. It really did seem like the removal doctor had surgically removed her procrastination. She was elated, but only at first. Soon she realized that something was wrong. First, it happened when she was in a video chat with her sister and her newborn. Then it happened when her girlfriend arrived at their apartment. Finally, she confirmed her fears in front of their bathroom mirror. No matter how hard she tried, or for how long, she was unable to smile. Dozens of doctor's appointments later, the cause is still unknown. Some of them have said that it may be a mild facial paralysis caused by stress. But I know better, the woman wrote. She's convinced it was the removal doctor. I hate him, she wrote in her post. Everyone used to say I had the nicest smile. Now it's gone. But why take her smile? The woman described her last moments of consciousness, just as the removal doctor administered an IV filled with anesthetic. She spotted a room off to one side. The door was half open and she could see a gurney with a blanket cover on it. It was obvious that, given the size and the shape of what was underneath it, that it was a person, but the shape was wrong. Parts were missing, she wrote. The shape was off, but it had a head and two legs. There were jars along the far wall, jars with all manner of body parts. There are nights, the woman wrote, where she dreams she's back in that strange clinic. Nights where she's convinced she remembers part of what happened when she was under. She spots grotesque and bizarre surgical tools through blurry eyes. Hears the doctor muttering to himself. Hears him say that something or someone is almost complete. Other stories about the removal doctor's patients have surfaced. One man who claimed to have asked the doctor to remove his addiction to cigarettes had his tongue removed as well. Another man who asked to have his fear of heights removed had his ability to drive taken. A man with a brain tumor asked for it to be removed, only to wake up without one of his legs. A woman asked for her depression to be removed and lost one of her eyes in the process. One of the accounts spreading the rumor even claimed that a missing person who was found without his head was one of the doctor's victims. Still, when asked what, if anything, this person may have asked to have removed, this anonymous poster couldn't say. Whatever it was, it had to be huge. Maybe something that he and a large group of people shared, like a fear or a financial situation. Speculation abounds in most of these reports, but this headless corpse shares something in common with all other alleged reports. In all cases, there were no stitches, no wounds, no scars of any kind. Whatever the doctor took, it was as if it had never existed. This fact has baffled both law enforcement and medical professionals looking into these reports. This publication would like to remind you of the police department's request. If a man approaches you with a business card and introduces himself as the removal doctor, remove yourself from the situation immediately and call 911 when at a safe distance to report your sighting. Do not, under any circumstances, go to the address on the card. Do not, under any circumstances, ask for something to be removed from your body or your personality. You will lose something in return. I put the paper down, confusion growing through my brain like a strange kind of infection. I could feel my heart beating faster again. I knew something was wrong, not just because of what was written on the pages or how the paper was delivered. A few internet searches later and I found out I was right. There were no reports online of a removal doctor, or a ledge game either. So why were the articles mentioning their presence on the internet and media? Was the writer of these articles just making these reports up? I still don't know, but doesn't feel like it. The stories don't feel fake. They feel real, like they're happening close by. I decided to take a few photos of the paper with my phone and soon realized that this wasn't an easy process. It was like there was something on the page that reacted badly with the camera lens. I tried taking a photo with the flash on and off, but it made no difference. The picture was ruined either way. If what my dad said was true, I've made a grave mistake. Never read one, he told me once. I asked him why, but he wouldn't say. He just changed the subject or blurted out, just don't, or because. Eventually, I thought he was trying to scare me and forgot all about it. Now I wish I had asked him more about the Midnight Paper, about why I should never read it, about whether or not I should even touch it or bring it inside. All I know is that my dad said the paper arrived on Wednesdays and Fridays at our home, so there'll be another one coming Friday night. It seems like it's too soon, too overwhelming, but I'm going to keep going, to keep documenting it. And next time, I want to try to have the door open when the shadow shows up once again. After the second paper arrived on Wednesday, I decided to keep a close watch on it. I tried taking more pictures, but it seems that trying to take the first one ruined my cell phone camera. I'm looking into getting it fixed. I set the second Midnight Paper down on a work table and stared, watching it for any slight change. Hours passed. My eyes grew heavy. Exhaustion seemed to settle into every cell of my body, heavy as lead. It was 5 a.m. on Thursday morning when I first started to see it. There were wisps of black smoke rising from the black pages. I leaned closer, covering my nose and mouth with a face mask to avoid inhaling the smoke. It seemed like the black paper itself was burning up, but there was no fire. The pages were just beginning to curl up and float away, disintegrating into fine smoke before my very eyes. My phone rang. It was work. I ignored it. I had to keep looking. By noon, the cover page was gone. The pages beneath it were already curling up too. By 10 p.m., there was only one page left. By midnight on Thursday, it was gone. One day, the paper had stuck around for 24 hours, then disintegrated. Suddenly, I was very glad to have taken that picture. Broken cell phone camera be damned. I went off to sleep and dreamt of black smoke and white ink. Friday, another paper was coming at midnight. I wasn't ready for another one. I was exhausted, scared, but also oddly excited. This was weird. Weird in a way unlike anything I have ever experienced. It was like there was a secret, invisible world that had existed beyond my mundane life, and now that I had stumbled upon it, I didn't want to go back. I didn't get reprimanded at work, but there was some tension when I logged on Friday. Whatever. They wouldn't understand. I'd like to see how they'd react if they got a Midnight Paper on their doorstep. 11:50 p.m. I sat on my front porch. The front door shut behind me, the welcome mat a few feet in front of me. I'd swapped out the bulb above me for a new one just in case. At 11:55 p.m., the hairs on my neck stood up. There seemed to be strange electricity in the air. There was a chill, too. One that felt like it went deeper than my skin, like it was wrapping around my bones. At 11:58 p.m., a metallic taste filled my mouth, like sucking on a penny. At 11:59 p.m., my eyes began to sting and water, as if I was standing in front of a bonfire. Then it happened. The light bulb didn't flicker. It just shut off abruptly. I was ready. My phone was in my hand. With a few taps, I brought up the flashlight. A patch of darkness, even deeper than the one around me, appeared over the welcome mat. I brought the flashlight over it and could just about see the black bundle. Then my phone went from being cold to the touch to searing hot in the blink of an eye. I dropped it, hearing glass shatter. The odd thing was, I heard it before it hit the ground. The air around me seemed to disappear. I wasn't breathing oxygen anymore. I wasn't breathing anything. My eyes bulged. My throat spasmed in protest. Then the light popped back on and it was done. The air around me was the same it had been just moments before. I coughed, my lungs screaming for oxygen. I swallowed it in gulps, lightheaded, the dark tentacles of a migraine already wrapping themselves around my brain like a vice. I pushed through it. I needed to see if the paper was there. I needed to know if my interference had caused it to be taken away. I sighed. It was there. The same black bundle tied with the same black twine. I brought it into my dad's study, used the knife to cut the twine and unfurl the rolled up papers. Again, it was one article, but it was longer this time. This is what was printed on the black pages. The new kid, jailed teacher tells bizarre tale. Former English teacher Mark Bailey, found guilty of murder last winter, sat in the visitation room of a maximum security prison. He looked gaunt, pale, haunted. He was a far cry from the young, athletic man that was a constant presence on millions of television and phone screens across the nation. Bailey seemed to have it all. He had taught at Roslyn High School for almost a decade. He was well liked, with many students citing him as the reason they discovered a passion for literature. He was the coach of not only Roslyn High's girls volleyball team, but was also the town's Little League team. He was married to his high school sweetheart, Holly Bailey, a kindergarten teacher. On the outside, his life was not just innocuous, but downright inspirational. It's a well-known fact that, instead of traveling to Europe or Hawaii for their honeymoon, he and Holly adopted to join the Peace Corps to volunteer in Africa. So where did it all go wrong? What transformed the Mark Bailey from 5 years ago, a well-loved coach and volunteer, into the Mark Bailey who must now be separated from the prison's general population for his own safety? The answer has a name: Stephanie Carson. Carson was a senior who attended Herrick's High School. She was popular, smart, the star player of the girls' volleyball team, and already accepted into several Ivy League schools. Stephanie's promising life was cut short when, after a few weeks of stalking so severe she placed a restraining order on him, Bailey broke into the Carson family home and attacked her with a knife. Bailey's trial was a lightning-fast affair. The evidence stacked against him so completely it left no room for interpretation. Yet there were many online who rallied to defend him, citing his strange, disjointed testimony as evidence for mental illness. "You don't understand," said Bailey in court. "She's not what you think. You'll see. Just wait for the new school year to start. If I had more time, maybe I would have put an end to it." After being reminded that Stephanie is now deceased, Bailey exploded into a series of bizarre statements and accusations, many directed at Stephanie's parents. After several months of being blocked by Kaylee's court-appointed psychologist, we were able to secure an interview with him. Sitting behind the glass in a beige jumpsuit that seemed to be several sizes too big, Bailey spoke into the phone mounted next to the window, his voice a distorted whisper. Almost immediately, as if knowing what we were there to ask about, he launched into his story. Her name was Monica first, Monica Campbell, so that's how I think of her. She was the new kid that year. She moved here from California, or so she said. She was instantly popular, pretty, from a family with a lot of money. She was at the top of every class, straight A's, 4.0 GPA. She came to the first volleyball practice and everyone could see she would become the best player on the team. She was in my English class too, and she seemed to know more than I did. Could quote Yeats on the spot. Oscar Wilde was her favorite though. She got into Yale, Stanford too, went for Yale for chemistry. Bright kid. She was even homecoming queen. There was something about her, like a spark. Monica was almost too bright, strangely intelligent. She seemed to be able to learn things right away and remember every little detail later. My car broke down once, right in school. There must have been a dozen teachers trying to help out. Harrison, the science teacher, was fiddling with the motor when Monica walked right up. She looked down at the engine, rolled up her sleeves like a damn mechanic, and started working on it. She fixed it. The car started right away. She apparently spoke Japanese, German, French, and Spanish. We could only verify the Spanish and the French, but she spoke them fluently. A few teachers cried when she left, saying they'd miss hearing her laugh in the halls. She made a big impression, obviously. I don't know about her parents. I think her mom came to school once or twice, dressed like she was attending the Oscars or something, but we didn't see her after that, or the father, not even at the graduation. Monica was valedictorian. It was the year after that things got weird. The first semester had just started when there was a new kid in school again. Her name was Natalie Creed. She moved here from California. She was instantly popular, pretty from a family with a lot of money. She was at the top of every class, straight A's, 4.0 GPA. She came to the first volleyball practice and everyone could see she would become the best player on the team. She was in my English class too, and she knew more than I did, could quote Shakespeare on the spot. Emily Dickinson was her favorite, and she looked just like Monica. Everyone asked her if she was related to her. She said no, but there were rumors. Maybe she was a cousin or a lost sibling. Her parents didn't come to school either. She was valedictorian, the homecoming queen too. She got into Harvard and NYU, went to Harvard for chemistry. It was weird. Everyone said so, but they seemed to forget right away. I was the only one who kept saying how strange it was. That made them look at me like I was crazy, or worse, so I let it slide. The year after that, we were at a volleyball game at a different school, and there she was again. Her name wasn't Monica or Natalie anymore. It was Jennifer Cook. She was the best player on that team, better by far than any one of ours. I knew something was wrong, but even asking about her made people look at me like I was sick. There are enough stories about teachers becoming obsessed with one of their students for all the wrong reasons. But it wasn't like that with me. She looked the same. She acted the same. She always went off to study chemistry. So I followed her home. And the house was one of the biggest in town, and we were in Long Island. It wasn't Monica's house, but damn well could have been. Then I saw her, the mom, Monica's mom. I knew something was wrong when I told my wife. She told me that I was losing it, that I couldn't follow anyone home, let alone a high school student. I was a teacher, for goodness sake. The year ended. When the new year started up, I went looking for her. I went to every school in the area, and I found her. Her name was now Stephanie Carson. She looked the same as Jennifer Cook, the same as Natalie Creed, the same as Monica Campbell. It wasn't just her looks. She sounded like her, moved like her, played volleyball just like her. I followed her home again. It was a different house, but the same tax bracket. I waited until nightfall and snuck in. A window was wide open. There weren't any family photos on the walls, just art. The house was fully furnished, not a fake house or anything. They must have been moving for real. Nobody was home yet, so I looked everywhere. I had to find an explanation. The door down to the basement was open, and that's where I found it. It was like a lab. There were machines I couldn't even recognize. A freezer the size of the wall with frozen petri dishes and test tubes inside. There were also weird books, astronomy, occultism, demonology. Then she snuck up on me. Quiet. She must have hit me with something because I blacked out. I woke up in the hospital handcuffed to a gurney. The police were there. My wife wasn't. They said that Monica, Stephanie, was putting a restraining order on me, that I had been following her for weeks. They didn't seem to know I had broken in. Maybe she didn't want them to know. My wife wasn't home when I got back. She didn't answer my calls either. A few weeks later, I went back to the house around 4 a.m. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew she would be asleep. Maybe I could get her to talk somehow. I wasn't really thinking straight. I broke in again, through the same window. I went down to the basement and it was empty. Totally empty. Just bare concrete and drag marks where things had been taken out. I was furious. She was hiding things to make me look worse. I could almost imagine her having those things taken out with a condescending smile on her face. I went up the stairs. I thought her room had to be one of the smaller ones, but when I opened it, it was all wrong. There were 2 sets of clothes in the closet. The bathroom was set up for 2 people. It was the parents' room. I checked the other small room, but it was completely empty. There was nothing on the walls, nothing on the carpeted floor, nothing in the closet. Only the master bedroom was left. But why would they give the master bedroom to their daughter? I opened the door. She was sitting up in bed, waiting for me, with a smile on her face. I asked her who she really was. I told her I knew she had been in my class, on my volleyball team, in my school. She just said one thing, and it was enough for me to lose control. That wasn't me. I pulled her off the bed, dragged her down the stairs. I was going to show her the basement, you see, but it went wrong. She was faster than me, stronger than me too. She forced my fingers apart and rushed for the kitchen. Then she just waited by the knives, like she was inviting me to use one. So I pulled one out. She smiled again, so I stabbed her. Then again, then again. She was still smiling when the police showed up. Later, they said that she had called them, but she had gotten away for a few moments and called them from the bathroom. But that was a lie. She must have called them before I went up to her room. Her parents were at the trial, and that's when I knew. They didn't look sad, just annoyed, like I had broken one of their toys. It was the parents, you see. They're behind this. I should have waited for them. I should have killed them instead. Bailey became frantic when the interview was coming to a close, like a castaway watching a ship fade into the distance. Look, it's up to you. Go to every high school in Long Island. You've got to find her. She'll be there. She's blonde, blue eyes. She must be about to graduate again. Follow her home. Get to the parents. Get them talking. You've got to find out why. Bailey was found in his cell a few days later. He'd chewed through both of his wrists. The damage was so severe that he bled out before he got to the infirmary. Nobody involved with this publication fulfilled his last request, and we urge our readers to ignore it as well. I read through the paper a couple of times. Long Island, not too far from where I live, but I'd never heard of this case. A murder like that, a trial like that, involving a teacher and a student, I'd have heard of it. By the time I was done reading, it was almost 2 a.m. I collapsed into bed and fell asleep, my mind still filled with the black pages, and with that shadow that had left them on my doorstep. I spent most of Saturday in front of my computer, typing different variations of Mark Bailey and the names he had given in the article. Nothing. I was only met with seemingly thousands of Facebook profiles, no articles, no headlines, no memorial pages. Yesterday, I turned my attention toward the first 2 articles. I scoured the internet, finding only medical ads and urban legend games. No mention of the ledge game. No mention of the removal doctor. I decided to go for a walk. It was late, almost midnight actually, but I didn't have to worry about that. The next paper was due Wednesday night. I walked toward the nice part of town, where there always seemed to be new businesses and new buildings going up. The cold air felt nice on my forehead, where the seeds of another migraine were already growing. Then I saw it. It was something so striking, so unmistakable, that it drove the pain out of my head in an instant of blinding shock. I was looking at one of the new apartment buildings that had gone up last year. It was already well populated. I could see the checkerboard pattern of lit-up windows and dark rooms. Nothing out of the ordinary, until you looked at the rooftop. There was a tiny silhouette standing there, at the edge of the rooftop, on the ledge. I rushed toward the building. I was maybe 1 block away. I wasn't thinking about the distance, about the difference in height, about the fact that my voice wouldn't be able to carry all the way up there. I was only thinking about that silhouette, about how it was almost exactly what I had pictured when I read my first midnight paper. The building's lobby was dark. The front desk appeared to be empty. The glass double doors were immovable. There was an e-card reader on the wall next to them. I couldn't get in. I backed up, standing in the middle of the street. I craned my neck, and there it was. The little shadow in the shape of a person standing on the ledge, quivering and shaking under the pressure of high-velocity wind. They were standing on one leg. The other was dangling over the ledge. I started to shout, but the sound died in my throat, because the person was already a blur. I closed my eyes, but I felt it anyway. Felt it more than heard it. It wasn't just a bang. It wasn't just a crack. It was something you feel in your bones, something that stabs you in the stomach and scoops all the feeling out of your legs. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't bring myself to look at the body. I just watched the red rivulets snake their way into the gutter. The ledge game. It was real now. It's 11:50 p.m. I sat behind the front door this time. The last few days had been bad enough for me to be a little more cautious. I was still taking aspirin to stave off the migraine that started as soon as the porch light went out on Friday night. I wasn't taking any more chances. There have been many comments asking me not to be outside when the paper comes, and that, maybe, that's what caused the ledge game to become real. I don't know. I also don't know if the people who say that it was my act of reading the papers that is changing things, but I can't stop. Not yet. I need to read the paper to understand it, to understand how much my father knew and how it affected him. I'd lost touch with my dad. The funeral was hard on him, hard on all of us. He retreated after that, wouldn't even want me over for Thanksgiving or Christmas. One thing he said back then that I've been thinking about was, it's my fault. Did he mean the midnight paper? Did he think reading had done something to my mom? Now he's gone too. The doctor said he sustained several injuries. One of them were old, already healed. Self-harm was suspected, as was some sort of mental breakdown. When I got here, most of the mirrors were either covered up, removed, or smashed. His TV screen was covered with cardboard and hidden under a comforter. I'm still looking through my dad's notebooks. He must have hundreds of them. Most don't even make any sense. Just scrambled words that I have a hard time deciphering because of his handwriting. 11:59 p.m. It was time. Once again, I didn't feel ready. Once again, I felt like I was doing something stupid, but I didn't have a choice. At midnight, on the dot, the porch light went out. Through the keyhole, I could see the already familiar patch of darkness form on the welcome mat. Then I blinked and the lights were on again. There, where it always was a brand new edition of the Midnight Paper. I opened the door and hesitated. I was looking at that bundle of bound black pages with the same kind of cautious respect reserved for dangerous animals and predatory pieces of machinery. You don't put your hand anywhere close to a meat grinder. You don't try to grab a rat or a raccoon with your bare hands. But I walked over and grabbed the Midnight Paper anyway. The second I felt its pages touch my skin, I thought that I should have worn gloves. Whatever. It probably didn't make a difference. I was going to read it, and that was probably worse. I repeated what was quickly becoming a sort of ritual. I took the paper inside, set it down on the work table in my dad's office, and used the knife from the kitchen to cut the twine. The paper unfurled itself slowly, and the headline popped out at me. The hunger, mass hysteria, or unknown condition. After a bizarre series of events that spanned only a few days, government officials and healthcare professionals are struggling to treat the residents of a small town in upstate New York. At their request, the name of the town is being withheld from all publications. It started slowly. A few strange reports started trickling into the social media accounts of many of the town's residents. Some were presented as cute. My little guy was so hungry, he got into the pantry and ate half of his new cereal box, wrote one young mother. Others were presented as comedic. If I eat another hamburger, I'm going to end up like that purple brat from Willy Wonka, wrote one girl. Lastly, on that first day, some people were writing in concern. My baby won't stop drinking milk, 4 bottles and still crying like he's hungry. What should I do? It seemed that, slowly, everyone in town was coming down with a monstrous case of hunger. Delivery orders skyrocketed. Supermarkets became crowded. With each passing hour, it seemed that nobody was immune to the sudden onset of paradoxical hunger, and it was getting worse. People stuck at home ate through their entire bounties. Some even ate raw spices and garbage. Whatever was at hand, they tried to swallow. Anything to quell that bottomless, nagging, painful feeling in their stomachs. The town's residents hardly slept that first few nights, choosing instead to continue eating anything they could get their hands on. Soon, concepts such as self-restraint and societal norms seemed to crumble away. Restaurant staff left customers unattended and raided the kitchen and even the freezer, eating food and ingredients raw. Local businesses that served no food were abandoned, and those that did serve it were overrun. People could scarcely make it out the front door, sitting on the sidewalks with their bounty and eating through it on the spot. The town's only hospital was filled to the brim. The lucky few who were able to get a doctor to themselves were put through a gauntlet of medical tests. Every possible avenue was pursued, from parasites such as tapeworms to neurological conditions to psychological breakdowns, and they all came back lacking evidence. The town's water supply was tested for anything out of the ordinary, with nothing to show for it. It wasn't long before violence erupted. Food was running out, and anything, even dog food, even the dumpsters behind butcher shops, even pet store cages, were now viable options. People were trading blows over scraps on the street. Soon, fists and blunt objects weren't enough. It was long before someone pulled a knife or a firearm, but knives and firearms were to be expected, to some extent. What wasn't expected was downright unspeakable, was when people started using their teeth. It was less than a week before it happened, and once it did, it was as if a line was crossed. One person did it, so it became an option for everyone else. Bundles of discarded, bloodied clothing became a common sight. The residents were soon joined by several out-of-towners, concerned family members and friends, law enforcement agencies, medical experts. Most of these people were never seen again, and those that had already joined in. Through it all, a few social media accounts remained active. Most of them were incoherent or entirely mute, simply liking anything related to food, and soon just liking anything that showed a person or a pet. One account, however, contained just enough coherent writing to quote in this publication. "Everything you eat has a soul," the anonymous user wrote. "You consume it when you eat it. We can eat much, much more now. Eat something and take it into ourselves. We can eat life itself if we keep going. Some are eating the ground and becoming this place. If the sun came down, we could eat it too." Reports from the town have since gone dark. Local law enforcement agencies have established a barricade around the area, effectively cutting the town off from the rest of the world. There have been sights of the military as well, with some rumors even stating that gunshots and explosions have been heard. It's troubling, then, that there has been a trend on social media posts of uncontrollable hunger from surrounding towns in the area. Government officials have stated that there's nothing to worry about. "These posts are part of a social media frenzy, a sick joke," said a representative whose name has since been pulled. "The people in the town are being treated, and there's absolutely no danger of other towns succumbing to the same condition." As soon as I was done reading, I backed away from my dad's desk, as if it had suddenly caught fire. This one was worse. Worse than the ledge game. Worse than the removal doctor. Worse than the new kid. If this one became real, it was unthinkable. Horrible. I grabbed a garbage bag from the kitchen and used the knife to push the midnight paper and the pieces of twine into it. I took the bag into my dad's backyard and pulled the grill's cover off. The midnight paper made a dull smack as it landed on the grill's metal bars. I screwed the cap off and flipped the bottle over. Before the lighter fluid even left the nozzle, the black pages began curling up and breaking into tiny motes and floating away. I sprayed the lighter fluid anyway, but by the time it hit the grill, there was nothing left. The midnight paper had vanished in seconds, breaking up into pieces so small I couldn't even see them fly away. I collapsed onto my dad's living room chair, the migraine already back at full blast. "You were right. I shouldn't have read it. I should have listened to my dad, because when I turned the TV on, it was set to the news, and they were talking about several encounters with a strange man who claimed to be a doctor." It was Friday night, 10 to midnight. I knew that, right now, the newest edition of the Midnight Paper would be hitting my parents' welcome mat in a few moments, but I wasn't there. I'd decided, after last time, that I wasn't going to be reading the next article. What if it contained something worse than the hunger? I couldn't let it become real. I didn't want any more blood on my hands. I sat at the rickety table included in my motel room. Every time I hit a key on my laptop, the table rattled, tilting toward its short leg, which I couldn't identify for the life of me. I didn't mind. I was counting the minutes with each time I hit refresh on the search page of Herrick's High School's website. On the search bar was the name Stephanie Carson. I got the midnight paper with the Ledge Game article on Friday, September 11th at midnight. 1 week later, on Friday, September 18th at midnight, I had witnessed a girl jumping off a building to end her life. I read the midnight paper with the removal doctor article on Wednesday, September 16th at midnight. 1 week later, on Wednesday, September 22nd at midnight, I had first heard about the removal doctor on the local news. That means that it takes 1 week between getting a midnight paper and the article in it becoming true. If I was right, That night at midnight, Stephanie Carson would become real. She'd suddenly appear in the Herrick's High School website, as if she was always enrolled there. No memorial service, no news about a tribute or a plaque going up in her honor, just a page or two about the school's most gifted student. Midnight. Just as I hit refresh, I heard 3 knocks on my motel room door. What? No, it couldn't. But it was. I opened my door and there it was, on the patch of filthy rug right in front of my room, was a bundle of black paper bound in black twine. I grabbed a plastic bag that held the snacks I'd bought at a gas station, put on a pair of rubber gloves, and grabbed a pair of grill tongs. The midnight paper dangled off the teeth of the tongs, its strange electricity still somehow crackling through the rubber and making the hairs on my hands stand up. I dropped the paper into the plastic bag and tied it into a tight knot. Then I dropped that bag into another 2 bags for good measure and tossed them into a dumpster by the ice machine. By the time I got back, the crappy motel internet had finally loaded the page, 10 results for Stephanie Carson. I gripped the sides of the crappy motel table. Would I be too late? Was it tonight? A few minutes later, I opened my motel room door cautiously. The patch of filthy carpet was empty. No new midnight paper. I smiled. Maybe I'd gotten rid of it entirely. Maybe not reading one was all it took for it to leave you alone. I went right to the dumpster. The bags I'd hidden the midnight paper in were still there. They hadn't mysteriously vanished. I nodded and got in my car. By the time I got to the right part of town, the night was cold and bright. Streetlights glinted off of every surface, bouncing off 1,000 reflective surfaces and zeroing in on my eyes. The migraine was back in full swing. I was a little used to it by now. I chugged a bit more of my soda and narrowed my eyes. I had a long night ahead of me. I stopped the car and unplugged my phone from its stand on the dashboard. On the screen was something I wasn't proud of at all. Stephanie Carson's Instagram account. It had taken me less than an hour to find it. I won't write it here, but her username was a simple combination of her name and her volleyball jersey number. It wasn't set to private either. A little scrolling had led me to a photo of Stephanie and her friends in front of a house that could only be described as excessive. It was as close to Cinderella's castle as you could get, while still being attached to a sidewalk. I didn't know the exact address, but there was a photo of her in front of a street sign with the same group of friends, wearing the same clothes as before. It was easy to guess that they had taken the photo in front of Stephanie's house and the photo of the street sign back to back. That same street sign was in front of me now, and a few feet away from it was Cinderella's castle itself, and one of the lights upstairs was on. I walked around the block more than a few times, trying to get my story straight. I had to warn Stephanie about Mark Bailey, who she already knew about, but then she'd ask me how I knew what I did, and I was still working that part out. I could show her my posts on here, but knocking on a girl's door and telling her that I posted on Reddit about her murder. Yeah, no, I'd be in a straitjacket before morning. Whatever. I didn't need to make sense. I didn't even need to tell her about the posts. I could simply knock on her door and tell her that I'd driven by and seen a strange man peering through her windows. She'd think I'd spotted Bailey and would probably call the cops on him. Problem solved. Then why not call the cops myself? Because they'd ask questions. But she would too. I sighed. There was seemingly no way to do this without looking as creepy as Mark Bailey himself. I walked up to the front door, held my breath, and knocked. The sound seemed explosive in the darkness, but that was probably just the lateness of the hour, amplifying every sound times 100. Still, no sound or movement or light came from inside. I knocked again, a little louder this time. A few seconds later, nothing had changed. I was out of options. I bit the bullet and stabbed the doorbell with my finger. The electronic chime echoed through the house, about as subtle as a carpet bombing. 1 light went on. 2. Then the whole first floor lit up. I heard muted little footsteps from behind the door, as if someone was walking on a carpet. Then the latch turned and the door swung open, and something hit me on the head. "Wake up, creeper," a girl's voice said. I opened my eyes, then shut them immediately. The brief glimpse of the world I'd gotten had been enough. It was white and blurred. Something cold and hard collided with my cheek, shooting fireworks across my vision. I said, "Wake up!" I opened my eyes again. This time, the world was a little less blurry. I blinked until the person in front of me came into focus. There, holding what looked like some kind of metal sculpture, was Stephanie Carson. "There you are," she said matter-of-factly. "I was worried I'd hit you a little too hard. So, want to tell me why you've been walking outside my house for the past hour and a half?" "Mark Bailey," I said, my voice raspy and little more than a whisper. There was a metallic taste in my mouth that seemed to extend into my lungs. Damn, maybe she had hit me a little too hard. "Oh, great, my stalker has a friend." "No, not a friend. He's going to kill you tonight." That had come out a little more clearly. I would have been pleased with myself, but it was around that time that I noticed that I couldn't feel my hands. One look down and I could see why. My wrists were stuck to the arms of a chair with a ridiculous amount of duct tape. Geez, had she used one roll for each hand? Then Stephanie said something that made me forget about how my hands were already turning purple. "I know." "What?" I asked, my voice sounding distant and slow, as if it was coming from a broken speaker on the other side of the room. "He's been stalking me for a long time. He broke in last week and I got a restraining order on him. He's close to figuring it out, I can tell. He's close to losing his crap, too. It's going to get violent. Whatever. I figure if anyone's going to do it, it might as well be him." I thought back to something Mark Bailey had said in the article, something I thought had just been the ramblings of a convicted murderer. Stephanie had gotten loose and had stood next to the kitchen knives instead of running away, like she was inviting Bailey to use them on her. I cleared my throat. "Aren't you going to stop him? Don't you want to?" Stephanie rolled her eyes like I was annoying her. Scratch the, like, I was annoying her. "I'll come back anyway. Well, not me, but it doesn't really matter. It might make my parents look back at me and this version of me twice. Now we just gotta figure out what to do with you. If my aunts get back, they'll get rid of you and stick you in an acid barrel." "What? Aunts?" "That's what they call the fake parents that live here. Like, aren't my parents. Get it? They're drones. Mindless versions. Not the real deal. Do I have to explain everything to you? So if I cut you loose, will you leave quietly?" "But what about Mark?" "Oh, screw Mark Bailey. What does it even matter? You think I'm the first one of me to die? The first one to want to?" I was speechless. That was the last thing I expected her to say. "I can't feel my hands," I said finally. Stephanie nodded. She grabbed a pair of scissors from a desk next to her, and that was the first time I thought to look around. The walls were white, clinical. There were tables upon tables filled with lab equipment around us. It was like a high-end research lab, the kind of place that might be responsible for creating a deadly virus, or resurrecting dinosaurs, or making multiple versions of the same teenage girl. Stephanie cut the tape around my wrists. I winced. The blood shooting back through my bruised wrists felt like acid. "You can't let Bailey kill you," I said, rising slowly. "Who are you, anyway? A teacher at Roslyn?" "Didn't you go to Roslyn?" I asked. "No, that was Monica and Natalie. Stupid of them to send two of us to the same school, right? No wonder Bailey lost his marbles." "So you're not the same person?" "Wow, you're all questions, aren't you? You haven't even answered mine." I told her my name, then went about explaining everything I could about the Midnight Paper and my posts online. I let her read through them on my phone. It was then that I saw it, that strange intelligence that Bailey had mentioned. Her face came alive, and I could almost see millions of hyper-complex gears turning in her mind. "Wormhole might explain it," she said finally, then shook her head. "Scratch that. Simulation. Wormhole was stupid. Only, you said you got a paper tonight, right? And that it was still in the dumpster?" "Yeah," I said, catching up. "Let me take a look at it." "I don't think that's a good idea. Neither was touching the damn thing, breathing its fumes, or trying to burn it," Stephanie said. "Yeah, I guess you have a point." We moved from one room in the basement to another, and I saw the shelves filled with the occult books that Mark Bailey had mentioned. "Those are mine," Stephanie said. "Can't rule anything out, right?" I shrugged, not sure what she was talking about, Then I checked my phone, and my heart stopped. 4 a.m. Mark Bailey was due any second. Stephanie didn't seem to notice. She was moving so fast she was practically a blur. By the time I had gotten to the foot of the stairs, she was already in the kitchen. That was when I heard it. A man's voice. Mark Bailey's voice. "What are you?" he asked. "You're Monica." Then, as quickly as it had appeared, Bailey's voice was cut short. I rushed up the stairs and slid into the kitchen. There, on the tile floor, Mark Bailey lay in a pool of his own blood. His neck was cut open. Stephanie tossed a bloody knife into the sink. "Don't worry," she said. "My aunts will take care of it. Where'd you park your car?" It was almost dawn by the time we were standing in front of the dumpster. I pulled the plastic bags out and cut them open slowly with a pair of scissors from the lab. Stephanie's face lit up the second she saw the black bundle roll out. Before I could stop her, she ripped the twine off and unrolled the paper. Then she frowned. She turned the paper toward me. "Can you read?" she asked. I nodded. "I can't see anything. Just black paper. No words written in white ink. I bet whoever appears in the articles can't read them. Because I'm not real, the paper must have created me like you thought." She was actually smiling as she said it. "Doesn't that bother you?" "No. You kidding me? I'm thrilled. I'd much rather be created by a mysterious newspaper than my screwing parents. Read it to me," she ordered. Some of the words were already being erased, but I read the article to her anyway. This is what it said. The perfect being. Experts call aerial phenomenon easy to explain. It's only been 2 days, but the residents of a small town in upstate New York have already grown accustomed to it. There's a strange shape in the sky that isn't going away, and it looks like a person. The event began sometime after dawn on blank morning. It's now blank. And the clouds aren't going anywhere. It's not just a shape, says blank, a lifelong resident of blank. There's light in there. No matter how dark it gets, there's something in there that's shining, like a little sun. The apparition is certainly uncanny. It's a little shape that looks like a person in the sky. It has all the parts you'd expect. A head, 2 arms complete with their hands, and 2 legs plus their feet. The arms and legs are pointed at an angle so that they make an X shape. It's like the Da Vinci Man, one woman said. She's not the only one. Many people have drawn the comparison between the man-shaped object and Da Vinci's iconic Vitruvian Man. If this was only an oddly shaped object, it wouldn't have made as big of an impact on the residents. Indeed, there's a strange glow to it, as if it reflects the sunlight in such a way that the entire human shape is lit up at once. When the sun goes down, the glow remains, shining like a big star that often hides behind thick clouds. This is an age where everyone has a smartphone in their pocket, a gadget that doubles as an expensive camera. So why haven't you heard of this before? The answer is simple. It's too far away. It's about the size of a fingernail, a resident explained. Just hold your little finger up to the sky and imagine something floating up there that's as big as the nail. That's not very big at all. A photography expert explained that most phone cameras aren't particularly good at taking photos of something that small at a distance, especially against a bright sky. As a result, most of the images that have made their way to social media show a blurry speck against a blazing white sky. At night, the results are even worse, at best capturing a circle of light, at worst simply showing a dark sky. Meteorologists, astronomers, and aficionados of aerial phenomena have indeed regarded the apparition as a trick of the light. "I think it's a kite," said a local man who owns a high-end telescope. "Some kind of man-shaped kite that someone let go of. Maybe it's a prank." A meteorologist stated that it's easy to explain. It could be any number of things ranging from drones to homemade balloons. It's nothing natural, though. Certainly not a meteor, and definitely not a sign of the end times. So how exactly did this apparition become known as the perfect being? A local news station was interviewing a group of onlookers when they were approached by a strange man. "There was something off about him for sure," stated blank, a veteran field reporter who isn't shaken up by weirdos. "He just walked up to the camera when we were interviewing another eyewitness and saying that he made it, and that it's the perfect being. A weirdo. A kook. We get too many to count. But it caught on, mostly because people were making fun of the guy. The strange aerial phenomenon known as the perfect being still hasn't disappeared from the sky. Far from it. It's actually gotten a little bigger. It's like it's getting closer, said another resident, dropping down slowly, like it's falling. Some residents have taken it upon themselves to study this steady rate of decline in a scientific manner. If it keeps dropping at its current rate, it'll be down in about a week, says a young girl who looks about as serious as someone working for NASA. It won't drop here. It'll drop the next town over. We'll just have to wait and see if this amateur astrologer is right on the money. When I was done reading, Stephanie was smiling again. What does it mean? I asked, already getting used to relying on her superior intelligence. Nothing much, just that we've got a doctor's appointment, she said. It was around 10 p.m. on Wednesday night, and Stephanie and I felt pretty stupid. We'd been walking around that particular public park for about an hour and a half when we finally decided to call it quits and move on to the next one. That was how we had spent the last 4 days, and how we were planning on spending the rest of our night. Going from public place to public space until a strange man approached us, until the removal doctor approached us. Why do you want to find him? I asked Stephanie. She just rolled her eyes in response, a common reaction from her, something that meant something along the lines of, I knew you'd ask that, and it confirms how stupid you are. You read the removal doctor's article, right? Remember the last part? The stupid woman who lost her smile thought she saw something on a stretcher covered with a sheet, she also thought. She heard the doctor mutter about something being almost finished, I interrupted. Stephanie narrowed her eyes. Okay, lesson learned. She doesn't like to be interrupted. She likes being interrupted by someone who steals her thunder even less. Yeah, you're not as stupid as you look. So the perfect being is what he was making, see? People came to him, idiots, I should say, and wanted something about themselves removed. The doctor would take that unwanted quality and then also take something he chose as payment. I think he took the best attributes those people had, the very best, and made the perfect being out of what he chose. He was the kook in the perfect being article. I nodded, then frowned. Why is it in the sky then? Stephanie rolled her eyes again. If I knew that, then we wouldn't be out here walking and sweating like idiots. We've got to find him, tie him to a stretcher, and stop him from making the perfect being. Stop him? Why? Wow. You really are a moron. The hunger is going to become real tonight at midnight. What's next is the perfect being. I think they're all tied somehow. Everything, even me. Maybe the doctor hasn't finished the being yet. Maybe we can stop it. Remember the last girl in the Ledge Game article? The one who jumped and tried to take a friend with her? She was pointing at the sky and screaming. What else do we know is going to appear in the sky? She held her hands out to me like I was supposed to give her the last piece of the puzzle, one that she was being generous enough for me to hold. The perfect being, I said. Bingo. We decided to mix it up a little. The article had said that any public space was ripe for a removal doctor appearance. We were also hungry, so that influenced our choice of locale. There was a pair of vending machines in a public parking lot. Fine dining. We lowered our face masks and ate next to them. So, I started, feeling like I should make small talk with this girl, a girl who had existed for less than 24 hours, and who had become real because of a strange, magical newspaper. Your aunts, aren't following us? Nope, Stephanie said. They listen to me. I told them to get rid of Bailey's body and watch the house. They'll probably run some errands for my crap parents, too. Errands? What kind of errands? They gather ingredients for new versions of me. And no, I don't know what they are or where they get them. They don't do it if I follow them, and they only bring frozen petri dishes and DNA and test tubes to the house for storage. So your parents don't work at your house? Sometimes. It depends. Look, I don't know much about them, all right? They don't want me to. All right, I said. We don't have to talk about that if you don't want to. I don't want to, she said. Would you like to talk about your dad? About how the MidnightPaper probably killed him? I winced a little. I tried to hide it by taking a sip of my soda, but it was a pathetic attempt. I don't know if... Oh, come on. The mirrors and TV were covered, right? Probably because of an article in the paper about mirror and TV monsters or something. They probably killed your mother too. That's enough, I said. I get it. I'm thinking about it too. You don't have to be nasty like that. Sorry. Fine. You should finish up your Snickers anyway. Why? The doctor's in, Stephanie said, pointing at something across the lot. There, half hidden by what looked like the only tree in miles, was a man wearing black scrubs and a black face mask. Before we could even get up, the removal doctor was already almost in front of us. He moved quickly and quietly, scarily so. It appears that you were both already familiar with my services, the doctor said. He took out a small black business card. On it, printed in white ink, was an address. It looked eerily like the Midnight Paper. His voice was calm, warm, and patient. Somehow, I got the impression that it was a therapist's voice. Maybe it had been, once. Stephanie swatted the doctor's arm away. I don't need your card because you're taking us to your weird-ass clinic right now. The removal doctor nodded. If you insist. On the outside, the building looked like some sort of abandoned factory. It was made mostly out of brick, with several long chimneys that were currently not pumping out smoke. They probably hadn't done that in decades. The windows were smothered with soot, not giving anyone who looked through them the courtesy of looking in or out. I didn't need to think hard about why. The doctor led us up a ramp and through a massive loading door. It was open, unlocked as if he was expecting guests. We walked through the back door and into what looked like a brand new hospital. The floors were spotless epoxy. The walls were freshly painted white. There were LED strips lining the walls and floors. I looked at Stephanie. She seemed to be analyzing every square inch of the place. Her eyes were cold and distant. I couldn't tell if she was trying to find structural weaknesses or if she was memorizing the place to recreate it later. There were what looked like dozens of beds encased in white tents, each with several LED strips lining the floor around them. Through the white canvas, I could see the shadows of several men and women, each with IV tubes, each with arms, legs, sometimes stumps, and slings hanging over the bed. We followed the removal doctor to the back of the room. It was exactly as the woman in the article had described. A series of examination rooms tailor-made for every medical field: orthodontist, neurologist, osteologist, cardiology. There were even rooms labeled with psychiatry and psychology. The doctor ushered us into his office, which sat exactly at the midpoint where all the doors to all the examination rooms converged. There was a desk there, charcoal black wood, with a black leather chair and two black leather chairs in front of it for guests, and nothing else. Nothing on the walls, nothing on the desk itself, nothing but his desk and the chairs where we would soon be sitting. The removal doctor sat and motioned for us to sit. Stephanie beat him to the punch. She practically hopped into her chair. Okay, she said. You've got a nice office. Congrats. Now you're going to tell us about the perfect being. I could tell that the removal doctor was smiling under his mask. You seem to know a lot about me. Understandable. Understandable? Why? Stephanie asked, leaning so close to the doctor's desk that her chin was practically touching the wood. Because you've been my patient. A few versions of you, in fact. Stephanie's eyes widened. Her mouth opened, then shut, then opened again. She was speechless. So was I. Wait, I said. In what way? Did you make Stephanie too? The doctor chuckled. No, she's not my creation. She's not perfect, contrary to what she or her parents might think. You know my parents? Do they work for you? Did they? Stephanie began, but the doctor held up a hand. No, I don't know them, nor have I worked with them. But I'm familiar with their work. Pointless, limited, lots of wasted potential. Though I suppose I should thank them. After all, without them, I would have never finished my creation. Stephanie charged at the doctor, vaulting over the desk and grabbing him by the collar of his black scrubs. Talk! Now, from the beginning, she said. All right, I don't mind telling you. There's no need for you to demand anything. Harvard, Yale, Stanford, good places to find good materials. I met you there. There were many versions of you who took me up on my offer. Some of them wanted to be a little less like you, a little less like what your parents decided was perfect. I was too happy to oblige. I took what made them special, and I added it to my creation. Bit by bit. So you see, I know you. I know you better than even your parents do. Stephanie had heard enough. She slammed her fist into the doctor's jaw. He didn't even wince, didn't even recoil in the slightest. Where's the thing you made now? It's done. It's not like anyone, not even like you. When I put the final piece in place, it took flight. Beautiful to witness. It'll be back soon. You'll see it, and you'll thank me. Stephanie collapsed back into her chair. I'd never seen her look so defeated. Like she wasn't smart enough, wasn't fast enough, wasn't strong enough, for the first time in her life. Do you know about the MidnightPaper? I asked. The doctor shrugged. Never heard of it. Okay, you're coming with us, Stephanie said. I'm keeping my eye on you till this is all over. The doctor nodded. My work is done here anyway. It was after midnight by the time we were on our way back to the motel. Stephanie was quiet the rest of the way, as was the doctor. It was weird seeing both of them staring out through the windows of my car, like two fictional beings come to life, and judging the world around them for the first time. When we arrived, we found what I already knew was going to be there. There on the filthy rug in front of our room was a bundle of black pages. Ah, the doctor said. The MidnightPaper. Stephanie and I locked the doctor in our motel room and sat underneath one of the hall lights. She had an eager, almost scared look on her face as she waited for me to unroll the paper and begin reading it aloud. I was beyond not reading it. It was too late now anyway. I soon came to regret that idea. I began reading it to Stephanie. End times. Conditions in upstate New York worsen. It's now a little after midnight, but the sky is far from dark. It appears that the locals were right. The sky is broken. There are streaks of white light in the sky, running as far and wide as the eye can see. They look like cracks, said one resident, like cracks in the sky itself, and something's coming through. We can't help but agree. It seems like a nightmare, but it isn't. And one question keeps running through the mind of everyone who's witnessing something that should be impossible. How did we get here? The answer lies in the story we printed just last Friday. Back then it seemed almost cute. A piece about a strange aerial phenomenon in a small town in upstate New York. How wrong we were. The object labeled as the perfect being appeared to be a man-shaped thing floating in the sky. It roughly resembled Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, with what appeared to be regular human arms and legs making an X shape. Since that Friday, it descended slowly, falling to the earth at a steady pace, not picking up speed, as it should have. The closer it got, the more people started to realize that it wasn't something as innocuous as a person-shaped balloon or kite or drone. It wasn't a prank. Something was very, very wrong. While its exact measurements are unknown, the thing in the sky appeared to be about 15 feet in length from its head to its toes. And it did indeed have toes and fingers and a face. That much could be easily seen with binoculars or a telescope. It appeared, however, that the longer you looked, the more it damaged your eyes. It has a strange light, said a local man, who describes himself as an astronomy hobbyist. I looked at it for around half an hour and it blinded me in my right eye, burned right through my cornea, or at least that's what the doctor said. No footage of any kind showing the being has been captured. It appears that the strange light has the same effect on electronic lenses as it does on human corneas. It broke our camera, said a field reporter from the local news station. Any type of camera was affected in a similar way, with lenses breaking and the inner workings of electronic devices pointed at it short-circuiting. The closer the thing in the sky got to the ground, the more it started to affect people in other ways too. Residents of the small town of, redacted, fell to their knees upon seeing the thing, creature, person, up close. It wasn't uncommon in those afternoon hours to hear people praying, to see people praising the strange phenomenon as some sort of divine being. Then it dipped beyond a hill in the horizon, toward another town, one that was currently under law enforcement lockdown. "Ammonia leak," said a man stationed at one of the many roadblocks surrounding the town. "Build up in the sewage system. The pipes underneath the whole town exploded in her residence. Can't say more. Cleanup is ongoing. Clear the way." As more and more onlookers from the neighboring towns attempted to breach the roadblocks and military checkpoints, the personnel stationed there were forced to use tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse the crowds. "They're barbarians," said a woman who was hit in the leg with a rubber bullet, fracturing her shin. "They just opened fire without warning. There were gunshots on the other side of the barrier, too. A lot of us heard screams and moans, too, over there in..." Redacted. "I don't buy the ammonia thing. I worry about the residents." After a little research, we were able to confirm that the town that is blocked off by what appears to be the military is the same town that was written about in a previous article, a town that was afflicted by a strange case of contagious, insatiable hunger. It seemed that this would be the end of the story, that the military personnel would never let us catch a glimpse of the being descending upon the town afflicted with hunger, but that wasn't the case. A group of riled-up onlookers decided to destroy the barricade by ramming it with their cars. It worked. Even under the hail of real bullets, the cars served as unstoppable battering rams, cleaving through metal and wood and sandbags, and creating several openings large enough for people to crawl through, and we were right behind them. It appeared that, the deeper we got into the town of Redacted, the military personnel stopped following us, like they were really afraid of catching something. Suddenly, our face masks seemed woefully inadequate to deal with whatever was really going on in the town. It was disturbing, beyond belief. There were splotches of blood and bodily fluids here and there on the asphalt, extending at least 10 feet in diameter in all directions. There must have been hundreds of these blotches. We soon realized that they signified the places where people had collapsed and had been subsequently torn apart. We discovered the culprits soon enough. Men, women, even children, literally bursting out of their clothes. Their stomachs were swollen and distended to the point that their very skin was bruised and bleeding, as if ripping under the pressure of whatever they had consumed. Their faces were the worst part. Their mouths were open wide and constantly expelling a steady stream of drool, like broken faucets. Their teeth were chipped and fractured, the spaces in between them so crammed with what looked like strips of jerky and fragments of bone that they were literally cracking under the pressure. It wasn't long before these people began attacking the new arrivals. They got them on the ground. We'd rather not describe the rest. A few people managed to get away and hide in the houses. It was there that we witnessed what happened next. The being in the sky descended upon the town. It was massive, 15, maybe 20 feet tall. It had no genitals, and it was impossible to discern its gender from the shape of the body or the features in the face. The face was beautiful, angelic, like something Michelangelo would have painted, masterfully crafted. Weeping and falling to one's knees seemed to be a common reaction to looking upon it. Even the bloated people fell to their knees, only looking up when the being's feet touched the asphalt. Then it smiled, a loving, welcoming, forgiving smile, and the people charged it. They ripped at it with their bloody fingers, chewed with their broken teeth, hundreds and hundreds of them, spilling out of the houses like rabid rats, crawling over each other and pulling and pushing and biting, so they could get a piece of the golden, shining, blinding flesh of the being. Then all at once, the air began to ripple, to crack, as if under some strange electricity. We saw cars begin to lift up into the sky. We saw leaves turning brown, then green, then falling, then growing once more. The grass seemed to be in a constant state of flux, growing and withering in the blink of an eye, moving as constantly as the waves of the ocean. Then the first crack appeared in the sky, a blinding white line that seemed to signify the shattering of reality itself. Now, a little after midnight, things have gotten worse. There's nothing left of the being, and the people who consumed it have started to change. Some have aged rapidly in seconds, their hair growing into manes that trailed behind them like bridal veils. Then they broke down, withered away, and were reborn from their own ashes, first as fetuses, then as babies, then as children, and finally as adults once more. Some people simply blinked out of existence, leaving a crack of white light in the air. It didn't take long before things started to break down. Houses crumbled and collapsed into themselves, as if being sucked into miniature black holes. Reality itself was breaking down. People were right. There's something coming through on the other side. Something is pulsing and beginning to spill out of the white light of the cracks in the sky. Something big. Damn. Stephanie and I shared a look of disbelief. It was Thursday at noon. Stephanie, the removal doctor, and I sat at the booth of a fast food restaurant. It was like a bad joke. The duplicated girl, the mad doctor, and the lunatic reading magical newspapers. I was wearing sunglasses. The fluorescent lights in the building were making my migraine spike unbearably. Stephanie and I had ordered, but the removal doctor hadn't. As a matter of fact, in the time we'd been together, I'd never seen him eat anything, or ask for any food. "Aren't you going to eat something?" I asked. "My treat." He shook his head. "No need." Removed it. For some reason, hearing him say that made me less hungry. I didn't want to ask him about why he hadn't asked to drink any water, or why he hadn't used the bathroom during our pit stop either. "So, do you have any idea why your creation allowed itself to be eaten like that?" Stephanie asked. There was that impatience in her voice again. It was like she needed answers, but the world was too slow to give them to her when she wanted them most. The world was always catching up to her in every way. It took the removal doctor a while to answer. He seemed to be thinking about Stephanie's question thoroughly. Finally, he shook his head. It must have wanted that to happen. "Why? You said it was perfect, right? That's the only thing a perfect being does? Want to die?" "Your parents tried to make you perfect," the doctor said, "and many versions of you wanted to die too." Stephanie was gritting her teeth. I could almost hear them cracking where I was sitting. I decided to jump in and change the subject. "If we find the town with the hunger, could you remove it from everyone there?" I asked. The doctor nodded. "If someone afflicted with it volunteered." "Volunteered?" Stephanie asked. "You can't just take it, like you take whatever you want?" "It's a delicate process," the doctor said. "Someone volunteering one of their attributes for me to take is part of how it works." "Do you know why the events in the article happen? It was as if eating the being broke reality or something." "I believe that this hunger is a special quality, like what I have. I can take a quality and hold it, then put it into something else. I think they can eat so purely, so completely, that they can consume a set of qualities and take it into themselves. In essence, they become what they eat. I only made one version of my creation for a reason. More than one might cause things to get noticed. So, all we have to do is stop them from eating the perfect being. Somehow, I said. Somehow just talking about this had made my headache double in intensity. "We have to find the right town first," Stephanie said. I nodded. "It's been 12 hours since the hunger became real. We don't have much time before things go wrong." "But we won't know what town the perfect being will appear over until tomorrow at midnight." I frowned. "I guess we should pick a town, find a motel there, and wait till tomorrow." Our method for choosing a town turned out to be pretty simple. There was a stand filled with maps at the entrance of the restaurant. Stephanie picked one, opened it, and stabbed her finger down over the first town she saw. "I'm driving," she declared suddenly. "Do you even—" I began stammering, but she cut me off. "If you were about to ask if I know how to drive, duh. If you were about to ask if I have a driver's license, nope. But look at you. You're pale. You're wearing sunglasses and flinching at the littlest light." I gave in. She was right. My migraine seemed to be getting worse with every passing hour. I was looking forward to lying back in the passenger seat with my eyes closed. We climbed into my crappy car with Stephanie in the driver's seat, and off we went. "So," I asked, my eyes closed, "are you even a real doctor?" The removal doctor didn't respond. I could tell he didn't do jokes. "Could you remove my migraines?" I asked, half serious. "Yes," the removal doctor said. "I don't know if that's a good idea," Stephanie said, cutting in. "Yeah, I know. It's tempting, though," I said. We settled into a crappy roadside motel by nightfall. Stephanie and I had decided the night before that we wouldn't leave the doctor alone, so we took turns going to the bathroom or leaving to get food, while the other person sat with him. Being alone with him was unnerving. I couldn't stand the way he looked at me, the way he looked at everything, like he was studying it, measuring it, evaluating how valuable it was. I was relieved when Stephanie returned with dinner. More fast food? Damn, I was going to gain 20 pounds by the time this was all over. "Why chemistry?" I asked Stephanie, taking a bite of a taco. "I want a double major in bio and chem. I don't know if the others did the same, but judging how we're all alike, I bet they did. As for why, it's stupid. But my parents used it to make me and my sisters, right? I guess I figured I could understand myself better if I studied it too. It's weird. I remember always being into science, even as a little girl, asking for chemistry sets and books on Marie Curie. But I know that's all crap. I wasn't little, ever. I just woke up like this one day, with my aunts, in an empty house." I shuddered. It was unforgivable what this girl went through. "I'm sorry. I can't imagine what that must have been like," I said. Stephanie shrugged. "Whatever. At least I didn't have to spend time with the guys who made me. Just their dumbed-down clones." I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about that town. Maybe close by, maybe further away. A town where people had been hungry for 24 hours. A town where food would soon no longer be enough. The next day was pretty much the same. Stephanie and I made small talk and drank a lot of coffee. Neither of us seemed particularly hungry. I didn't have to think hard about why. By midnight, Stephanie and I were standing in the room, watching the door intently. The removal doctor sat on the bed behind us, scrutinizing everything around him, like always. 3 knocks rapped against the door. I waited a few seconds, then opened it. There, in front of the door, was the same black bundle as always. "Should I?" I began. "Just do it already," Stephanie said. "I want to see what it says." I nodded and untied the twine. The paper unfurled itself, and I immediately wanted to throw up. This was the only article on the front page. "Where is everybody? Where 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 is everybody?" Repeated over and over and over again. I tossed the paper into a plastic bag and tossed that in our room's trash can. "Well, that's not helpful at all," Stephanie said. "It's my fault, Stephanie. I shouldn't have read any of them like my dad said. It's my fault it all came true." "What if the papers predict the future? Then reading them or not doesn't make a difference. Your dad could have been warning you not to get involved." That made me feel a little better. Then I remembered something and I ran outside. We were on the 2nd floor. Our room looked out into a hallway with a balcony. I was glad it did, because there, hanging in the sky, was what looked like a star, except that it was brighter than any star I'd ever seen. "Well, hello, perfect being," Stephanie said. "It's above the next town over," I said, pulling out my phone. I opened a map application and scrolled a bit. There it was, the name of the town with the hunger. "Got you now." "Yeah, but we're missing the most important part. How the hell are we going to stop the town from eating that thing?" Stephanie said. "We'll think of something," I said. I hadn't even noticed that the removal doctor was standing next to me. He was looking up at the sky, his eyes wide, his mouth a grin. Yeah, Stephanie said, pushing past him. "Enjoy the view while it lasts, Doc. That thing's getting torn apart in a few days." Somehow the doctor's smile got wider after that. Saturday morning, Stephanie, the removal doctor, and I sat at a small diner. Not seeing the doctor eat or drink anything for this long was seriously freaking me out. I tried not to think about it. "Be right back," I said. "I'm going to the bathroom. Watch him." Stephanie nodded. As soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, I was met with an explosive ruckus. Several people were standing out in the middle of the street. They were pointing at the sky. There was a single news van and its crew among them, exactly like the article. I made my way back to our booth, only to see Stephanie sitting alone. "Where is he?" I asked. She turned around only to see the seat next to her was empty. I tossed all the money in my wallet on the table and bolted for the door. Stephanie and I ran out of the diner and toward the growing crowd. Cell phones were out and pointed at the sky. I knew that according to the article, their pictures wouldn't show much, but it was still unnerving to see people acting exactly as the Midnight Paper had described. Stephanie called out to me and then sprinted towards the news van. I already knew what she had seen. There, among a few people talking to a reporter, was the removal doctor. I got there just in time to hear him speak. "I created it," he said. "It's the perfect being." Those in the crowd who had caught what he'd said broke out in fits of laughter. I didn't blame them. "Come on," I said, grabbing the doctor's arm and pulling him out of the crowd. "Real cute," Stephanie said. "Talking to the press just like the article said." The doctor didn't say anything. Stephanie drove out of town while I massaged my forehead. The sprint toward the crowd had made my migraine even worse. It was like a living thing, pulsating and growing and snaking behind my eyes, thrusting deep spikes of white-hot agony into my helpless brain. I was nauseous, too, but I was probably just carsick. "You look like crap," Stephanie said. "Thanks. Want another aspirin?" I shook my head. "I took 4 this morning." Stephanie whistled. "That's not good, is it, Doc?" The doctor didn't say anything. I was starting to suspect that he never went to med school. Stephanie turned a corner, and that's when we saw it. A roadblock, exactly like the article had described. There were sandbags, about half a dozen men and women in military fatigues, and a few unmarked pickup trucks. "Hey," Stephanie said. "Isn't this happening too soon? I don't remember the roadblocks being mentioned right away." "The perfect being's real, right?" I said, working my fingers into my temples and trying to stave off the pain. "The timelines are different. The doc became real like a week ago, but he already had finished the perfect being. He didn't have to get all the parts over a few months, as the article said. I think that the timeline has to match when the papers are delivered to make the things in them come true." "Well, we're not getting through today. Those guys look like they mean business," Stephanie said. "Wait, the last article got delivered on Wednesday at midnight, right? In it, the perfect being descended in the afternoon, and that's when it got eaten." "So Thursday afternoon," I said. "Great," Stephanie said. "I guess we know when reality gets flushed down the toilet." It was Wednesday, 10 p.m. The sky above me was dark and overcast, but not cloudy enough to hide the bright spot I knew was the perfect being. Over the last couple of days, Stephanie, the removal doctor, and I have been watching it, tracking its slow descent almost obsessively. It was like a meteor falling in slow motion. It would be just as destructive. The wind was picking up, swatting at my face with what felt like invisible hands. I didn't mind. The cold felt nice against my aching forehead. I took one step forward, the concrete crunching beneath my shoes, and reached the edge. The cold, dark asphalt of the street below was like a second night sky, tiny chunks embedded in the tar twinkling like stars. I lifted one foot over the edge, and it began. A barrage of visual information exploded through my brain. This wasn't like a dream, wasn't like picturing something in your mind. This was different. The pictures were clearer than any dream I'd ever had, as clear as reality itself, and they had a strange weight to them, like what I was seeing was true somehow, like it was a fact etched into the very nature of the universe. I saw a row of houses, windows broken, blood splatter on the driveway, one of them spitting fire and pillars of smoke. I saw a group of people, wild-eyed, mouths open wide, teeth bloody and lips mangled and ripped. I saw blinding light, A light with arms and legs, and what the hell are you doing? I opened my eyes. I hadn't even realized I'd closed them. I turned around to see Stephanie walk out of the door to the stairwell. We were standing on the rooftop of the crappy motel we'd been staying at. "Did you leave me with that psycho to come up here and do this?" Stephanie asked. "Where?" I began. Then Stephanie opened the door wider, and the removal doctor walked out and onto the concrete roof. "This is stupid. Seriously stupid. You don't know how the ledge game affects people. You don't know if playing it causes the visions to come true," Stephanie said. "Well, they're going to come true anyway, aren't they? You both have, and I read about you in the paper." "Nice. Thanks for lumping me in with this guy," Stephanie said. The doc walked over to the roof's edge. I was worried he might try the ledge game out for himself, but instead he just stared at the light in the sky, his creation, his perfect being. "Can you talk to it?" I asked him. The doctor shrugged. "I haven't tried. You should be able to hear and understand speech. It has all the right organs in all the right places. I implanted the ability to speak up to 10 languages. I guess it's up to it if it wants to use those gifts, or any of the ones I've given it." "Well," I said, turning to Stephanie, "there you go. We might be able to talk to the thing, explain what's going to happen if it lands." "Yeah," Stephanie said, shrugging herself. "But if that's its plan, talking to it won't make a difference." "Guess we'll have to wait and see," I said. Suddenly, a cough forced its way out of my throat. "You okay?" Stephanie asked. "Yeah, must be coming down with something." "Well, let's wait in the room, okay? The new paper's due soon." 2 hours later, I was sitting on my bed in the motel, a wet towel over my eyes. The migraine had gotten worse, once again. The pain was like a mountain range. Just when I thought I'd hit a valley and it would subside, another peak would rear its jagged head and spear me right in the brain. It seemed that one of my hands was always clasped against my temple, massaging it. I was starting to get nauseous too, to the point that I hadn't eaten anything since noon. "We need to go to an urgent care or something," Stephanie said. "I can't believe I'm saying that with a doctor in the room." "Well, he's not exactly a normal doctor, is he?" I said, massaging my forehead. "Besides, if I get into a car now, I'm going to puke. Just let me rest a bit. It'll get better. It always does." "Mm-hmm," Stephanie said. "And we're just going to pretend that this has nothing to do with the paper, right?" I shrugged. "I don't know what we can do about it now anyway. We have to stop the perfect being. That's more important than any migraine, no matter how bad it is." Yeah, you're not reading the next one, that's for sure." "Don't think it's coming," I said, covering my eyes with the towel again. "What do you mean?" "It's almost 12:15. The paper's never been late before." I heard Stephanie open the motel room door and then shut it. "You're right," she said finally. "There's nothing out there." "That can't be good, right?" I asked. "No. I guess there has to be a reality for the paper to predict. Without it, there's no reason to deliver it." We turned out the lights shortly after that. The next morning, when we opened the door, there was no paper either. For some reason, not seeing one there made me feel uneasy. I'd grown accustomed to it, looked forward to it, migraines and horrible events and all. Now that it was gone, the world felt a little less exciting, a little more mundane. But I knew that was stupid. The afternoon was the end of the world, and that was about as exciting as it got. Exciting in a bad way. The crowd started to form at around 9 a.m. People from all walks of life were abandoning small businesses. Some were even leaving their cars abandoned by the side of the road and gathering in droves in the middle of the street. There was nobody to disperse them because the cops were joining in too. Every face, every phone, every pair of eyes was turned up at the sky. I already knew what they were looking at, but I had to see it for myself anyway. There in the sky was what looked like a star that was bright enough to shine in the daytime, but I knew better. By noon, the being had gotten so close that it looked like a second sun, a bigger sun, a sun in the shape of a person. Through my sunglasses, I could make out a head and its arms and legs. I'd seen it before, had seen it for the past few days, but that didn't stop it from sending chills down my spine. It was floating. No, dropping slowly, without a care in the world. It was like a deep-sea diver slowly drifting through the depths, propelled downward by its own weight and the invisible pull of the earth. It seemed like the whole town was on the street now. The buildings around us looked deserted. The windows dark, the doors often wide open. It didn't make a difference. There was nobody taking advantage of the distraction to hop behind shop counters and open registers, or break windows and carry out merchandise. All eyes were glued to the sky. By 1 p.m., the thing was close enough to see clearly without squinting. It was huge. It had to be around 20 feet in length. Sure, I'd known in the back of my mind that it had to be that big, not just because of what the article had said. For something to be clearly seen at the altitude this thing appeared at, it must be massive. Yet it seemed to retain some sort of elegance. It wasn't a bulky, unwielding hulk of a thing. It didn't flail as it fell or roll up in a ball in anticipation of the collision. It was holding a pose, head tilted toward the sky, feet pointing down in what could have been a ballet stance. Its arms were held above its head in a V shape. It looked angelic, important, meaningful, but it also looked wrong. This wasn't supposed to be there. I averted my gaze. It was too bright. Looking at it made my migraine feel 10 times worse. The wailing started not long after that. It was a sort of hum, like an involuntary sound that spread throughout the crowd. It was as if people had been trying to hold in their cries, but once the thing got closer, it was impossible. People were bawling, collapsing to their knees. I saw people making the sign of the cross. I saw people holding hands in prayer. I saw people lifting their hands up to the sky in adoration. Very few people were wearing their face masks. Maybe some of them thought that this was an angel, something coming down to heal the world, to eradicate this modern plague and make it all right. It would eradicate the plague all right. The problem was that it would take everything else with it too. "This is wild," Stephanie said. Immediately, a man shot an angry look in her direction, like what she said was blasphemy, like you couldn't curse in the vicinity of something that looked so holy. This was bad. It was about to get a whole lot worse. By 2 p.m., the being was so low in the sky that it started to become obvious where its trajectory was leading it, and it wasn't here. A soft little gasp made its way throughout the crowd. People had been so caught up in admiring the being that they hadn't thought of where it would land. But not that they were seeing it, that it wasn't going to land there. They were indignant. Dozens of people rushed to their cars, pushing past each other with absolutely no regard for each other's safety. It was as if people forgot that other human beings were made of flesh and blood. Elbows flew into faces. Hands connected with faces and drew blood. Everyone and everything was an obstacle, and there was only one finish line, the next town over. This was exactly like the article. Stephanie, the doctor, and I piled into my car. I started the engine and put the boom. Something connected with the driver's side door. I was slammed to one side, my neck catching the seatbelt as my body tried to launch itself across the car's cabin. My headache screamed in response. I turned to look at Stephanie. She was in a similar state of pained anger. She was rubbing her neck in the places in her torso where the seatbelt had held her in place. "What the hell was that?" she asked, her voice raspy. "I don't know," I said, my head pounding. My brain seemed to be a growing, angry thing, one that was beating away at the insides of my skull in retaliation. I coughed again, this time so hard that it spread burning agony through my chest. It felt as if my lungs were falling apart. I turned to look at the removal doctor. He hadn't been wearing a seatbelt. He was slumped over on one side of the car, but his eyes were wide open. I saw him stretch, heard his joints pop. Then he simply scooted over and resumed his place in the back seat. He didn't look hurt in the slightest. "Are you okay, Doc?" I asked. He nodded. "No permanent damage on both of you that I can see. I can remove the pain anyway." "No thanks," I said. Finally, the safety of everyone in the car confirmed. I turned to look out my window. The glass was a spiderweb of blurs and distorted shapes. Whatever had hit us, it dented the driver's side door beyond recognition and popped the window inward. Miraculously, the glass hadn't shattered, just moved. I could still see some shards lying in the side of my seat like overgrown pieces of hail. Then the door creaked, shuddered, and began moving back. I heard the shriek of tires and the pop of metal on metal as whatever hit us moved in reverse and struck a lamppost. It still didn't stop, peeling out with a squeal that made me shut my eyes in agony. Then it was gone. It was a police cruiser. Its occupants were much more concerned with getting to the other town than with the state of the people in my car. I would have shaken my head, but I don't think I would have been able to handle the pain. I put my car into drive, tried in vain to check both side mirrors, and drove off. My migraine spiked yet again as my car turned out of the town. The road seemed to blur and distort with every throb of my head. The world was a wobbly, unstable, too bright mess of shapes and painful sharp sounds. Traffic, sirens, a few cars wrapped around streetlights or each other. It was chaos. Soon, I could see why. The military roadblock was ahead of us, hidden by the crowd. The cars in front of us were empty, their windows open, their occupants piled into a writhing, pushing, screaming mass that converged on the roadblock. "We're getting out," I said. Stephanie nodded. Almost immediately after getting out of the car, we were assaulted by the shrieking voices of the mob. They were demanding entry into the town, claiming that the roadblock was some sort of ploy to keep them away from the being. If only they knew. I scanned the angry faces, not finding anything out of the ordinary. "What are you looking for?" Stephanie shouted. A mass of bodies pulled and pushed, taking us to the roadblock whether we wanted to or not. The article made it seem that there was a reporter, right? Someone who witnessed the events in town and then wrote about them in their own point of view. But there's no one that looks strange. There hasn't been anyone like that at any of the events that have come true. "You're right. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe they look like a normal person," she said, glancing at the sea of bodies that churned and bobbed ever close to the military personnel. Someone slammed a shoulder into my back, almost toppling me over. Stephanie grabbed my arm and pulled me up, with one hand. Her article had been right. She was stronger than she looked. I turned around to grab the removal doctor's collar. "What are you doing?" Stephanie asked. "We can't get separated, and we shouldn't be standing here." "Holy hell," Stephanie said, her eyes wide. She had remembered the article too. Stephanie took control. She pulled me and the removal doctor as she moved, with one hand held out in front of her, and the other wrapped tightly around my wrist. She began working us toward the side of the road. "Screw off," I heard her yell, as she thrust her free hand into a man's chest. The man crumpled like she tackled him instead. I had to focus on keeping my feet grounded. Otherwise, Stephanie's strength would have dragged me off my feet. I pulled the doc along, my fingers aching with the effort. It took her almost half an hour, but Stephanie broke through the crowd and pulled both me and the doctor onto the sidewalk. I massaged my wrist. She was so strong that her fingers had left bruises on my skin. I didn't mind. The new pain took the focus off my migraine. "Damn," I said, looking at the crowd. It seemed to have doubled in size. They seemed to have gotten angrier too. The people at the head of the beast, made of hundreds of bodies, were shouting at the men and women in fatigues. The fact that the people behind the roadblock were armed seemed to make no difference at all. One of the women in uniform tightened her hands around her rifle. The men and women next to her did the same. There was a shared tension, one that was getting worse by the second. It was as if they were all a part of one big, complex muscle, one that was struggling against a massive weight, one that was just about to snap under the pressure. Bang. I didn't see where it happened, but one of the people in uniform pulled the trigger. A gasp erupted through the crowd. It was a tiny, gentle thing, like a whimper. It didn't stay tiny or gentle for long. Soon there was shouting, indignation spreading like a virus. People were getting bolder, moving closer, hands pulling up into fists, fists pulling back. Bang, bang, bang. I saw the rifles this time. It would have been hard not to. Almost all of them had fired. The people who were hit got up in seconds. There was no blood, only limbs that flopped weirdly, bending at angles they weren't supposed to. Rubber bullets. A few pops exploded across the crowd. White smoke ballooned in seconds, swallowing clusters of people whole, seemingly erasing them from existence. All that was left behind was their gagging and their coughs. Tear gas. It had just occurred to me that the uniformed men and women were wearing gas masks. I saw one man run toward his car, throw open the driver's side door and hop in. Several other people followed his lead. I looked away. I knew what was coming next. Tires shrieked, engines roared, and bodies smacked against metal. The screams were the worst. There was surprise in them, and hurt. That too. The first car was hit by a barrage of bullets. Real ones, but it didn't matter. It slammed against the roadblock anyway. Another car followed its lead, then another. "Let's go," Stephanie said, grabbing my arm again. But it didn't matter. I grabbed the doctor's arm in response. Stephanie pulled us through the crowd again. It was easier that time, because there were fewer people pushing and pulling, but it was harder too, because of the blood and the limbs poking out next to us like broken branches. Stephanie pulled us through one of the holes in the roadblock. Next to us, one of the cars that had made it was turned over. The engine hissed and popped like some strange mechanical insect. We kept moving. The world was too bright now, and far too loud, far too busy. My head pounded. The white-hot claws of agony were sinking into my brain incessantly now. The black tendrils of sleep were digging into my vision. I don't know when we got to the town, but once we did, it was impossible not to notice the eerie silence. After all the shouting, it was as if the world had fallen away like someone had turned the volume all the way down. I opened my eyes and immediately wished I hadn't. The asphalt of the streets around us was covered in brown splotches. Those same splotches had been tracked up walls, on the sidewalks, on broken windows and busted-in doors. They were the rusty color of dried blood. "You need to stay awake," Stephanie shouted, pointing at the sky. I looked up. There was a second sun in the sky, and now it was much, much closer. A group of people was gathering below it. They were bloated, bloody, filled with about 1,000,000 cuts and black bruises. The article had been right. Their faces were the worst part. I turned to the removal doctor. "That's your creation, right?" I asked. "Tell it to stop. Tell it to go back or go away or wherever else. Tell it to get as far away from those people as it can." The doctor wasn't even looking at me. He was staring at the perfect being, a dazed smile on his face. I grabbed him by the collar and shook him violently. "Listen, you know what's about to happen, right? So stop it. Help us stop it." I broke out into a series of coughs. By the time I got my breathing back in control, I saw the removal doctor finally turn to look at me. "I can't," he said quietly. "What?" Stephanie shouted. "Why the hell not?" "It does what it wants," the doctor said. "Don't you understand? It's better than me. Better than all of us. It doesn't have to listen to what I say, even if I am the one who made it." "Oh, you're useless," Stephanie shouted. "I can't believe we dragged you around for this." "What do we do now?" I asked her. The migraine was making it hard to think. I just wanted it to all go away. Wanted the world to turn off and go away and leave me alone. "I know what I'm doing," Stephanie said. She walked into the middle of the street. There, next to a discarded, bloody uniform, was a rifle. Stephanie picked it up, turning it around in her hands as if studying every bolt, every groove, memorizing it. "Do you even know how to use that?" I asked. "Not yet," she said. She lifted it, ejected the magazine, studied it, slammed it back in, and aimed at the house across the street. She pulled the trigger. Bang. My migraine spiked in response. I shut my eyes tightly and waited for the pain to subside, only to see her aiming at the house again. The first shot had missed it entirely. She took a deep breath, readjusted the rifle on her shoulder, and pulled the trigger once more. Bang. I shut my eyes, and when I opened them, I could see that there was a hole in the home's front door. Stephanie repositioned the rifle and took aim again, this time at a wind chime swaying gently in the breeze. Bang. I massaged my forehead, looking up to see that the wind chime was spinning wildly. Bang. Stephanie had fired once more. Now the wind chime was on the ground. Above it, twirling with the wind, was the piece of string that had held it in place. She'd cut it. With the bullet. There was that strange intelligence that Bailey had talked about. In less than a minute, she'd learned how to fire the rifle and had perfected her aim. I didn't have to think hard about where she was going to aim next. Sure enough, Stephanie turned the rifle toward the sky, toward the shining figure that was still dropping slowly. Bang. The thing in the sky didn't even flinch, but I could see that Stephanie had hit it. A trickle of light seemed to be rolling off one of its legs. A drop of pure white slammed down into the asphalt in front of us. The air shimmered around it, colors appearing and spreading, as if someone had spilled motor oil all over the air itself. And the very surface of the ground around it was covered in broken rainbows. Stephanie? I said, but she was already aiming her rifle. Bang. This time I saw the bullet hit the being's midsection. More of the white blood spilled out and onto the street below. But so did something else. A shining, golden white chunk of flesh smacked against a sidewalk. Instantly, the air began to shimmer and distort, exploding into a kaleidoscope of rainbows and geometric shapes. "You're not helping," I shouted. "Damn it," Stephanie shouted, lowering her rifle. A few of the hungry people were walking toward the rainbow spill, where the being's flesh had landed. They weren't shambling like corpses or crawling like monsters. They were walking normally, almost casually. Stephanie raised her rifle. I looked away. A series of bangs filled the air. When I looked back, the people that had started walking toward the being's flesh lay crumpled in the street. I felt hot bile burning its way up my throat. "Are you all right?" Stephanie asked. I shook my head and dropped to my knees. I could feel vomit forcing its way up my body. Cold sweat broke out across my face. I shivered. It was as if the air around me was suddenly much colder. I gagged, opening my mouth and getting ready to vomit whatever it was that was making me sick, but nothing came out. I just coughed again. It sounded worse, and felt worse too. "Wait a minute," Stephanie said. "Look at me." I turned to look at her, and she was already crouching next to me. "Turn your head up," she said, pushing my chin up and tilting my head back. "Holy crap! How have you not noticed this before?" "What?" I asked. "There's something coming out of your nose when you breathe." "What do you mean?" I asked. Then I felt it again, like hot bile in my chest, like the very air in my lungs was burning up and forcing its way out. I coughed again, this time spitting something out through my mouth. "Holy crap!" Stephanie shouted. "Look!" I turned to look at what she was pointing at. There on the ground where I'd spat out was a black something. It looked like tar, like an oily substance. I wiped my lips with the back of my hand, and some of it tracked on my skin. I held it up to the light and noticed that it wasn't entirely black. Not really. It was spit. Spit that held thousands of tiny black particles. Particles that were starting to break away and float up into the air, like tiny black embers. Like pieces of something that was breaking up into smoke. That was when I realized what it was. Pieces of the midnight paper. It was the black smoke that had been coming up from the pages. "Oh," I said. "Yeah, oh," Stephanie said. "Reading them must have done that to you somehow, breathing in the fumes they expel." "My migraines," I said. "Started right after reading the papers, right after breathing that stuff in. Damn, what if that's what's causing all of this?" Stephanie asked. "What if the perfect being is real, and their doctor and me, all because that crap's in you?" "I don't know," I said. I turned to the doctor, who was too busy looking at the being. Crap, it was so much lower in the sky now, about 2 stories from the ground. We had to do something, and fast. "Can you remove this from me?" I asked, showing the stuff on my hand to the doctor. He turned to look at it, disinterested. "If I do, I'm going to take something else." "What?" Stephanie asked. "Why, isn't that thing complete?" "I don't plan on adding it to my creation," the doctor said. "Yeah? Where are you going to put it then? Up your—" "Stephanie," I said. "If it stops that thing, what does it matter?" Stephanie didn't seem convinced. Then she looked up. The thing was so close now that it lit up her face with golden light. Fine. Really? I asked. If that thing goes, you'll be gone too. And the doctor. She shrugged. Better to go this way and save the world than die at Bailey's hands. I'm sorry, I said. She shrugged. It's not like I was ever real to begin with, right? Not in the article, not here. That's not true, I said. You are real. Okay, don't make me change my mind. Let's get to it then, Doc. What do you need? Stephanie asked. The doctor produced a black medical bag from somewhere. We moved into one of the houses. Stephanie and the removal doctor cleared the dining room table. I took off my shirt, then hesitated. Do I, need to take off anything else? The doctor shook his head. Just the shirt is fine. Stephanie looked out the window. What are you going to take? I asked. Something you won't miss, he said. Hurry up, Stephanie said. That thing's almost at street level. Okay, I said, lying down on the table. Thanks, Stephanie, for everything. Stephanie walked over by the table and patted me on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be watching this guy. Wouldn't want him to take something too important, right? The doctor zipped open his bag. He pulled out something I could barely recognize. It looked like a metal bug of some kind, with legs, a tail, even a cluster of black eyes along its metal face. The doctor pulled my mouth open and began wrapping the thing's legs around my head. It was almost impossibly cold. He then inserted the thing's tail into my mouth. I heard it hissing, releasing some kind of gas. Breathe naturally, he said. I took an uneasy breath. Immediately I began to feel reality slipping away. The room darkened. My eyes grew heavy. The last thing I saw, just as I closed my eyes, was the living room window filling with golden light. I woke up what felt like an eternity later. I was staring at a white ceiling. I was lying on something soft. I got up slowly. What struck me first was that the migraine was gone. Finally gone. I'd gotten used to living with it for so long that its absence was shocking. Then I realized where I was. I was in my room at my parents' house. I was shirtless, just as I had been in that town, and was wearing the same pair of pants and the same pair of shoes. I rushed downstairs, practically spilling out the front door. There in the driveway was my car. There wasn't a single scratch, a single dent on the driver's side door, or anywhere else for that matter. It was nighttime. How many hours had passed? How I had gotten back here? Why was my car fixed all of a sudden? When I got back inside, I went straight for my computer. It was Thursday, 10 p.m. I started searching online. No mention of the ledge game except for in my post on Reddit. No mention of the removal doctor except for in my post on Reddit. No mention of Mark Bailey or Stephanie Carson except for in my post on Reddit. No mention of the hunger. No mention of the perfect being. There was nothing. It was all gone. It was as if none of it had happened. I almost felt like laughing. A wave of relief washed over me, but then I thought of Stephanie. She was gone, erased, forgotten by the world. I wish there was a way to bring her back, but a part of me knew that that would bring back everything else too. But she still didn't deserve being erased. If I had a choice, I would have taken her place. She was special, smart, would have done something important with her life. Next to her limitless potential, my life seemed dull and inadequate. I sighed and leaned back in my dad's chair. Then I saw it. It was a notebook, one of my dad's, exactly like the hundreds I'd found in the boxes that filled his office. The notebook was taped up underneath his desk, hidden from view unless you happened to look underneath it. I'd completely missed it before. I ripped the tape away and pulled the notebook loose. There on the front cover were the words I was dreading to see. The Midnight Paper. I couldn't resist. I opened it. Dates, headlines. My dad had recorded the papers that had been delivered to the house. I didn't recognize any of the words or any of the headlines. They were now new articles, each with the date that their corresponding paper was delivered. 3 knocks exploded across the front door. I looked at the time at the top of the computer screen. A little after midnight. No, we stopped it, right? We had to have stopped it. I made my way through the front door and looked through the peephole, only to see an older man on the other side. I opened the door cautiously, half expecting the man to have vanished, leaving a midnight paper in his place, but he was still there. "Hey there," the man said. "I live across the street there. Didn't know you lived here. I thought it was an older fella." Yeah, I said, finding my voice. "That was my dad. He passed away a few months ago." "Oh, I'm sorry. That's awful. He seemed like a nice guy. Kept to himself." "Sounds like him, all right," I said, then froze. The man was holding something I knew all too well. "So, listen. Someone knocked on my door and left this on my doorstep. Scared the crap out of me. Seems like a bunch of us got it. Did you get one?" I looked at the welcome mat. It was empty. No, but I wouldn't open that. It might be dangerous." The man chuckled. "I was thinking the same thing. Oh, well, thought I'd ask around. Have a good night." "You too," I said, then froze. "A bunch of us?" I ran out onto the street like a madman. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was at every house on the block except for mine. Now I knew what the removal doctor had taken and where he'd put it. Whatever it was that made me get the paper. And now, who knows how many people had it. If you're reading this and you hear 3 knocks on your front door at midnight, do not open the package on your welcome mat. Whatever you do not read the paper. If anyone you know tells you that they got one too, please tell them. Beg them if you have to, not to read it. I'm going to go through my dad's notebook and post what he wrote here. Maybe I'll find more answers there. I've decided to transcribe my father's journal. I figured it'll help me understand what was happening to me and what is now happening to everyone in my neighborhood. My dad was a quiet, reserved, and no-nonsense kind of guy. I didn't really get to know him much, so this is a way for me to get in touch with him, to hear about his life, to hear his voice, even beyond the grave. I hope that you get to know him too, and that, together, anyone who has gotten a midnight paper learns a little more about it. This is what was written in the first section of the journal. "Son, I know that, if anyone's reading this, it's you. I hope you aren't. I hope that this notebook and all the others get thrown out once you sell our house. If you are reading this, well, I guess I can't stop you from reading this. I know that there's a good chance that you found this notebook after reading a midnight paper. If you haven't read one, listen to me very carefully. Do not read the midnight paper. If you've only read one, listen to me very carefully. Do not read any more. I'm not sure, but I think that reading the papers makes the things in them real. Some of the articles that I've read have already come true. Some people are already in danger, hurt, or dead. I may have found a way to stop this. First, though, I'm going to transcribe all the midnight papers I received. Some of them I have transcribed already, across several notebooks, and I'm just copying them here. Some of them I haven't gotten yet, but I know I will. I'm no writer. I never went to college, but here's my version of what happened anyway. The first time I saw midnight paper was when I was 18, in 1969 in Chao Valley, Vietnam. I haven't talked about my time in the war much. I never felt that I had to. I'm not going to go into much detail here, just what's necessary. I was a leatherneck with the 3rd Marine Division. Part of what they said was called Operation Dawson River. For us, though, it didn't matter what you called it. We were just wading through miles and miles of water and elephant grass. I'm from Brooklyn. I used to think the summers were hot. This was something else. The heat was like a living thing. You'd feel it wrapping around you, squeezing the air out of your lungs and the sweat out of your skin. We mostly did a lot of walking. I'm not going to talk about what we did when we weren't walking. During the day, we stayed quiet. All you'd hear was the sound of the feet of the guy in front of you working into the mud, the feet of the guy behind you, and your feet. We'd eat as we walked. No talking there either. You got used to it. There were a few good times. We joined some other groups of young guys at FSB, Fire Support Base, and talk stuff and smoke weed, listen to music, play cards, be kids again, for a bit. That's where I met Ty. I was 18, but big for my age. Most guys thought I was in my late 20s. Ty was the opposite. It was impossible to look at him and not think he was 16. He was skinny, wore glasses that were always scuffed up or caked in grime, and had the deepest voice I'd ever heard. The guy sounded like Leonard Cohen. Anyway, Ty was popular with the guys because he had somehow managed to smuggle in a bunch of comic books, had them mailed to him too. People would trade him a beer, some beef jerky, or even a joint for a Captain America or an Archie. Most of the time, people would pretend to be older than they were, would pretend that they were men, not boys. With Ty, it was different. He was like everyone's little brother, and it was cool to sit back, light up, and hear the kid talk about what I'd always thought of as the funny pages. Then one day, Ty got something that wasn't a comic book in the mail. We were on patrol and we'd set up our RON, rest overnight, spot. You slept sitting down with your back to another leatherneck so as to watch each other's six. I was back to back with Ty and he woke me up by muttering something. I didn't quite catch it, but it sounded like not here or out here. What? I asked, turning around to see what he was looking at. There in front of his feet was a bundle of black paper. At the time, I thought it was some kind of knapsack. Ty ignored me. He just set his M16 and used a knife to cut the bundle open. It unrolled itself slowly, and there, at the top of what I could now see was a page, were the words, "The Midnight Paper." "What is that? A newspaper?" I asked. Ty nodded. "I was getting them back home for a while. Real weird. Always show up at midnight. They knock on your door 3 times. I felt something hit my boots 3 times too. Guess I didn't wake up until now." It was almost dawn and just bright enough to make out the words on the page. "Come on," I said. "Read it out loud." Ty didn't look convinced. "I don't know if I should," he said. I lunged like I was going to grab it, and Ty held it at bay. He may have saved my life. "Fine," he said. Ty read the following out loud. "Treehead. Paranoia on the battlefield? After several reports of a strange creature in the hills of Vietnam, military officers urge all members of the armed forces to remain calm but vigilant. The first sighting occurred several weeks ago. Redacted, stationed at, redacted, reported it to his commanding officer." "I thought it was just a tree at first," they said. "I don't know what kind, just the type you always see out there, but it kept moving like it was following me around. The first few times, it was sticking out of some tall grass or some bushes, so I couldn't see where it ended. But I saw it standing out in the open once. It's a man, the tree trunks growing out from where the neck should be. It's this huge tree, like 20 feet tall, covered in leaves and everything, like all the other ones out here. But it was coming out where the head should have been. The thing was wearing a uniform too, one of theirs. It had arms, legs, even sandals. It was just like a normal guy with a giant tree where the head should be, you know? I lit the thing up, but it didn't make a sound or nothing. They called me out about shooting without reason, giving away our position. I didn't give a crap. Now every tree I see, I'm keeping my gun on." The bizarre treehead phenomenon was even cited as being the cause of a helicopter crash. "The thing took out a damn Huey," said one witness. "The tree part of it was maybe 15 feet at one moment, then it grew to what must have been 100 feet tall. The Huey slammed right into it. Then it shrank back down, like that was what it wanted to do all along." Those in command are convinced that they have an explanation for the uncanny sightings. "It's paranoia, plain and simple," said redacted, a redacted stationed at redacted. "We've got people out here who's sleeping 2 or 3 hours a night, if at all. These men are trained to look for enemies in the trees or tall grass. Seeing an enemy in the trees when he's not really there isn't anything new. Seeing that same enemy as a tree is a natural extension of that." The men on patrol, however, are convinced that treehead is a real threat. They have started blaming disappearances on the creature and even casualties in battle. "The thing's a killer," said one alleged witness. "Its head may look like a tree, but that don't mean it's a normal tree, right?" Indeed, there have been reports that, during a firefight, the creature known as Treehead alters its tree in all manner of deadly ways, all to defend the Viet Cong. Some men have reported seeing the grow vine-like protrusions to lift men who wander too close to it, swallowing them into its leaves so that they'll never be seen again. Still, other witnesses have reported Treehead showering troops on patrol with strange spores. The men covered in these spores have all been killed within a few days, always by incoming enemy fire. It's as if that stuff attracts bullets somehow, said one witness. Despite how interesting these reports may be, all evidence points to the being known as treehead simply being a hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and anxiety about enemy forces. Still, it may be wise to stay away from any identified vegetation. Ty put the midnight paper down. I burst out laughing. What is that, man? An arts and crafts project? Did Jamie put you up to this? Ty shook his head. He wasn't smiling. He was pale. This'll come true, he said. Just wait and see. A few weeks later, Ty was gone. He didn't go out during combat. He just up and vanished one night. Some people say that he went out to take a piss and stumbled upon a foxhole or an enemy patrol. Maybe he was taken prisoner or killed outright. To this day, he's listed as MIA. Part of the around 1,600 MIAs still unaccounted for in the conflict. Funny thing is, he was right. A week or so after I read that strange newspaper, people really did start saying they saw Treehead. Back then, I thought that Ty had told them about it. Now I know better, because the midnight paper I got was delivered to my front door. That was the first entry in my dad's notebook. I'm going to keep reading. I know that most of my neighbors, if not all of them, are getting midnight papers now. I have to find a way to stop them from being delivered. Finding out more about the papers is the only way to do that. I sat on my front porch on Wednesday, just a few minutes before midnight. I wouldn't be getting a midnight paper tonight, but most people on my block would. And if they did, whatever article they read would come true. I didn't know if every copy of the midnight paper held the same article, or if they would all come true in the same way mine had, within the same time frame. I didn't intend to find out. My phone alarm blared, alerting me to the fact that it was now 11:59 p.m. I sprinted off my front porch and ran to the house next door, and then froze. I wasn't planning on interfering with the delivery process itself. I'd learned my lesson. I was now an outsider, someone coming between the paper and its intended recipient. I had a feeling that whatever system or entity delivered each copy wouldn't exactly be thrilled by my presence. So I waited for another minute. I saw the light on my neighbor's porch flicker, dwindle, and then cut off completely. Then I blinked, and it was back on, shining normally. Nothing looked different from where I was standing, but I knew that it was. Inexplicably different, irrevocably different. Something had appeared on my neighbor's welcome mat that could change his life and existence as we know it forever. I walked toward the welcome mat cautiously, eyeing the darkened windows for any movement or light. I knew that the paper's arrival meant that 3 knocks had been hammered onto their mosquito screen by something. If he had been woken up by it, then who knew how much time I had before my neighbor went to check his front door. I took the last few steps crossing the threshold, separating perfectly legal evening stroll to very illegal trespassing. I was about to cross yet another threshold too, if things went as planned. There, on a welcome mat so worn you could count its remaining fibers, was a bundle of black paper. The midnight paper. I didn't hesitate. I acted the same way I might if the bundle in front of me held dynamite instead of paper, and the fuse was lit. I lunged, reached out, and clutched the midnight paper in one swift motion. I pulled my hand up, then I lowered it and pulled it up again. I was confused. I had to be imagining it. Maybe I hadn't closed my hand right. Maybe the nerves had gotten the better of me, and no, my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. My hand was empty. I reached for the paper much more slowly, making sure my fingers were dropping as close to the welcome mat as possible. I focused, guiding each trembling digit toward the black bundle, planning out their trajectory, and imagining them closing around the paper, as if I were moving my hand for the first time. Then my fingers went through it, through the paper. As if it were a trick of the light, as if it were made of shadows, as if there was nothing there, nothing solid anyway. I bolted, practically throwing myself off my neighbor's porch and retreating to the safety of my parents' house. It didn't let me grab it. It didn't let me take it. It didn't let me stop it. And I was pretty sure I knew why. That midnight paper wasn't meant for me. It was meant for my neighbor. I collapsed onto my dad's chair. In front of me, already open to the next entry, was his journal. I had to read more, to find out more, because my dad said that he may have found a way to stop the Midnight Paper. But most importantly of all, I had to keep reading because my dad hadn't stopped the Midnight Paper. This was what was written in my dad's handwriting. I made it through Vietnam, somehow. That may not mean a lot to some people reading this, but it sure as crap meant a lot to me. I saw kids who were smarter than me, better than me, more there than me, meant for more than me, cut down, tossed aside, blown away like chunks of pointless meat. They call it survivor's guilt, but I always thought that was stupid. I didn't feel guilty about living through all I had. I felt lost, like a piece of flotsam that drifted in just the right way to find its way ashore. A piece of flotsam that had survived when hundreds of pieces around it had been crushed, burned, or swept away, or swept under by the wreckage of a gargantuan ship. I'd call what I felt survivor's anger, survivor's indignation, survivor's haze. Anything but guilt. I went back to the States. I heard that some vets were offended by the way they were received. Years of protests for peace had passed. Years of people claiming that we were a cruel machine spewing napalm and automatic gunfire and reducing a people and a nation to raw, bloody, charred bits of gore. We were the bad guys. We were a giant boot on the throat of a tiny nation. I wasn't offended. I agreed with the anger and the hate. I knew that I was a cog in a cruel machine. I knew that I was partly to blame. I didn't feel guilt. I felt shame. And there's a difference. I didn't turn to drugs like some of us did, but I guess that's subjective. I didn't go home. I went to the place where I was born. There's a difference. I didn't stay anywhere for long. There was something missing everywhere I went. I avoided people. They asked too many questions, cast too many looks. Until I found her. She had a flower's name and she reminded me of one. She had the same kind of innocent wisdom I attributed to everything in nature. I saw flowers in Vietnam that were less colorful, less forgiving about our trampling boots and our fire and our filth than she was. I met your mother of all places at a bus stop. She asked me what time it was. I said I didn't know. She smiled. She was too kind. A few years later, we'd managed to scrounge together enough and save up for a house. Her parents helped. It wasn't just that they were better off than mine. They were. The fact that she still talked to them didn't hurt. The day you were born, I felt more pride and more shame than I'd ever felt in my entire life. You were so clean, so new, so unmarked by the filth and the cruelty of the world. I felt like something vile, evil, dirty, tired. I wanted to run away and leave you and your mother to share your light, but I stayed because you were so bright you pulled my darkness in. I didn't talk to you much because I thought my words would poison you, that they'd echo in your tiny head and become part of your own. But I loved to hear you talk. Loved the way you strung ideas together. So when your mother told me to tell you a story, to be more involved with what you were so quickly becoming passionate about, I told the only one I knew. I told you about the Midnight Paper. I told your mother first, years before. But when I told you, it felt more final. If you ever have kids, you'll know. Every word you speak to them feels heavy, like it's made of iron. Like iron, it would leave a mark. So I sat with you in my office. I let you in. You liked the books and the pictures. You explored the room the same way someone would explore an uncharted cavern. Like a cavern, too, it was dark and filled with danger. I made the Midnight Paper sound like something magical, like something exciting. You get it without wanting to, I said. It just finds its way to your front door. It's delivered to only some homes at midnight, on the dot. You get 3 knocks on your door and it's there. It just shows up. You liked that part. Hell, you liked the whole story. Your face lit up in a way like I'd never seen when you were with me. You got that way whenever your mother talked to you. I must have told you about the paper over a dozen times before it happened. One night, as I was filling your mother in on what you and I had talked about, we heard 3 knocks on our front door. I ran toward it. I didn't have a gun in the house, and I almost regretted that there. There was nobody in the peephole, so I opened the door. There, on our welcome mat, was something I'd recognized anywhere. a bundle of black paper, exactly like the one Ty had gotten. I brought it inside and tossed it onto my desk. I cut the twine and the paper unrolled itself, like a half-dead bug. I saw a header written in blocky white letters, the Midnight Paper. I couldn't read anything else, because there was nothing else. Below the header was just a heap of garbled text. I couldn't grasp it, no matter how I turned it around in my mind. It was as if my eyes slipped off the edge of the words. I was going to throw it out, but then your mother walked in. The knocks had startled her. My behavior had terrified her. So she looked and read a few of the words out loud. My eyes went wide, unbelieving. She could read the paper. I couldn't. I didn't get it then, but I do now. She was the intended recipient, not me. Every particle of the paper was meant for her. After a little convincing, your mother agreed to read the article out loud. This was what was written on the page. Guess. Board game blamed for homicides pulled from shelves. What did the person across from you have for breakfast? What's the person next to you hiding in their pocket? Who is that knocking on your front door? Guess. These words, printed on a white cardboard box, greeted shoppers perusing the shelves in the weeks before Thanksgiving. It seemed harmless, said, redacted, a shopper who witnessed one of the boxes. My family doesn't really play board games, so I didn't consider getting it. Thank God I didn't. The cover of the cardboard box depicts a smiling family sat around a dining room table, and between them is a white game board. A series of black and white squares line the edge of the board, forming a wide rectangle inside which sits a single deck of black cards. There are some game pieces populating several of the squares. Each is a rough plastic depiction of a human being. There is a pair of black dice in the hand of a smiling woman, presumably the mother of the Too Happy family. The families who played the game for real were anything but happy. The rules are simple, the instruction booklet proclaims. Each player picks a single game piece and places them in the starting square, at one corner of the board. This is also the final square. The aim of the game is to move around the board and be the first player to reach the last square. The game is played by rolling the die and moving the number of squares corresponding to the die roll. Upon moving to the correct square, a player must draw a single card from the top of the deck in the center of the game board. Each card is a fun prompt to guess something about one of the players in the game. For example, one of our 100 cards reads, "Guess what your slut of a daughter did with her boyfriend on Friday." If you guess correctly, you can stay in the square your game piece landed in. If you guess incorrectly, shucks, you've got to move your piece back to the starting square. The game doesn't end until all pieces move to the final square. After not being seen for several days, police officers performed a wellness check at the redacted residence in Redacted. What they found inside the family's home was nightmarish, to say the least. The family was found sitting around the dining room table, said Redacted of the police department. They had been dead for several days. There were several weapons in the room, mostly gardening equipment and knives from the kitchen. The board game itself appears to have been placed clandestinely in each store, with barcode stickers identifying it as another game that the store had in stock. The manufacturer of the game is unknown at this time, but there appears to be a great deal of effort and money expended in the game's creation. None of its elements are cheap or shoddy in the slightest. The prevailing theory of local law enforcement is that the game provoked them into attacking each other, said Dr. Redacted, a local psychologist who was consulted regarding the grisly scene. But that explanation doesn't satisfy me, or anyone who knew the family involved. Nobody in their right mind would have followed the game's directions, no matter how angry they may have gotten with each other. The directions that Dr. Redacted is referring to were printed on each of the guest cards in the game's deck. The cards started out harmlessly. The first read, "Guess the size of the shirt the person on your left is wearing." The next card, however, was already delving into controversial territory. It read, "Guess how much the little crap on your right stole from your wallet." The cards got worse and worse. "Guess who the pig in front of you is screwing behind your back." Eventually, the cards began prompting violence. "Guess who's going to grab a knife from the kitchen? Guess how many pencils you can fit in your wife's right eye?" A few days later, the Redacted family on the other side of town were also reported missing by concerned coworkers and family members. A similar scene to that in the redacted home was discovered in their living room. All 4 members of the family were dead, with all the evidence pointing to the fact that they had killed each other with household objects. The guest board game was on a coffee table in the center of the room. There were several cards tossed on the bloody carpet, each containing violent directions. One read, "Guess how many shots of drain cleaner it takes until your mother collapses." "I believe that there's a very simple explanation," said the doctor. "It is very likely that the game was placed in the shops and then observed by its creator or creators. Once a customer purchased it, they were followed home. One or more perpetrators forced the family to play, most likely while threatening their lives with a firearm. This is the only explanation for seemingly normal families to torture each other in such a grotesque manner. There's no evidence to support that theory," redacted, chief of the police department stated. "There were no signs of forced entry to any of these homes. There was no forensic evidence to support the presence of anyone except for the family members being at the scene. I'm no psychologist, but I would never do those things to any member of my family, even if someone was holding us at gunpoint." There's a third explanation, one that is often espoused online, a supernatural explanation. "What if the people who play the game absolutely have to guess?" wrote one anonymous online user. "What if their guesses actually come true somehow? Like if you guess that someone will go to the kitchen to grab a knife, then that person is forced to move and do what you said." Whatever the case may be, one thing is clear. If you see a board game called Guess for sale in any store, do not buy it. Do not play it. Call the authorities and alert the store owner so that they may remove it safely. Your mother and I decided to never talk to you about the Midnight Paper again. I wish that getting rid of it had been that simple. I'll keep transcribing my dad's notes and sharing them on here. I have to find a way to stop this. Hey guys, it's been a while. I know that some of you may be wondering where I've been. The truth is that I've had a hard time processing my father's writing, because I did something that I maybe shouldn't have. I read ahead. I'll do my best to transcribe his writing, though I know that it'll be hard to relive the events he describes. Here goes nothing. After my failure to grab the Midnight Paper from my neighbor's porch, I decided to hold off on trying to interfere with the paper for a while. I felt like it knew me somehow, knew that I'd tried to stop it before, and was trying to distance itself from me as a result. My only course of action right now is to keep reading and see if there are any clues in my dad's journal that may help me understand the paper more, and maybe find a way to stop it. This is my father's next entry. Your mother and I sat in my office, the Midnight Paper sitting between us. "You can't read it?" she asked. She was incredulous, even then, even when I told her about Ty's paper in Vietnam. I think that she thought I had made the whole thing up, that I'd made a copy of the paper to scare her or something. I wish that I had. I looked at the page in front of me once again, just to humor her. Once again, the words were all jumbled up. All I could make out was the header. "I can't read it," I said finally. "I'm not making it up. I really can't." "Who delivered it then?" she asked. There was a sly smile on her face as if she knew that that would stump me. It did because I didn't know the answer then. I still don't. "No idea." "You better not be pulling a prank on me." She didn't sound convinced, though. There was something creeping into her voice then. Something like fear. Something like the cold realization that she knew me. That she knew I would never write something like that. "This is really effed up. The stuff about families killing each other like that. Who comes up with that?" I shrugged. "Who came up with Treehead? Ty said that it just shows up. He also said that the articles in it come true somehow." Now your mother was smiling again. It was the kind of smile that says, "Now I know you're pulling my leg." But I wasn't smiling. I hadn't stopped pacing since she'd read the article out loud to me. She'd only seen me like that on my bad days, on the days that I get to thinking about Ty and the rest of the guys that we lost in the jungle, about how it could have happened to me. We didn't talk about the paper much after that. We just rolled it up and tossed it into a plastic bag with the rest of that day's trash. We were busy then. It was easier to forget things. You had school. We had work. We all brought work and worries home. Now that I'm alone and no longer working, it's different. It's as if all I do is think. All I do is remember. I wish I could forget. I wish that this damn house wasn't so empty, so prone to echoing my thoughts and my memories and throwing them back at me. But it's better that you're not here. It's too dangerous, because I've been getting the paper too. A few days after we'd thrown that first paper away, your mother and I were lying in bed. This may come as a shock to you, but we didn't exactly go to bed at 9 p.m. like you did. We had a little TV set in our room, which I'm sure you've forgotten. Your mother loved watching movies. She had seemingly hundreds on VHS and beta. Sci-fi movies were her favorite. Anything with aliens and space and laser beams. She'd sit there staring at the tiny screen with a cigarette in her hand, with this little smile on her face. "That's cool," she'd say, and I'd turn around and there was a guy with a laser sword or a guy in a robot suit. I wish I could remember her like that forever. I wish that she'd had the volume up too loud. Loud enough so that we would never hear the knocks on our front door. But she wouldn't do that, because you were sleeping in the next room. So we heard it. It was impossible not to. Whoever was knocking, it was like they knew exactly how to hit the door so that we would hear it in our room. I don't know if you heard it in yours. I hope that you didn't. Your mother wanted to call the cops. She thought that the paper was being delivered by someone who was dangerous. Someone who wanted to scare us. I know that she was right. We decided against calling the police. If they couldn't read the paper like I couldn't, they wouldn't be as alarmed as we were. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to throw it away, but your mother said that we should read it, that it might give us some insight into who or what was doing it. If there was a reason they're targeting us, we might find out by reading it. I agreed. Part of me was curious too. Now I wish that I hadn't. Whenever I think about that moment, that choice, it's as if every fiber of my present being is screaming at my past self, screaming at him to never let your mother read another paper again. But he can't hear me. So I remember myself opening the door, bringing the paper inside, and handing it to your mother. We sat in my office. The door had a lock, and as soon as your mother and I were both in, she locked it. Even then, it was as if we knew that this was dangerous, that you could never get involved with it. Why we knew that and still kept going is a mystery. Maybe that's how the paper works, how it grabs people and pulls them in. Curiosity can override common sense if something is intriguing enough. Your mother cut the black strings holding the paper together, and we watched it unfold itself slowly. She grabbed it, held it under the lamp on my desk, and began reading. Strange news broadcast reported on local cable. Local cable companies in blank are stumped after reports of a strange news broadcast appearing in place of blank news. Viewers reported that this broadcast appeared after a regular commercial break, right in the time slot usually reserved for redacted news. "It looked like a normal news broadcast at first," said Redacted, a local resident. "But I knew something was weird when the anchorman was different. I mean, they have been on the air for years. The guy's a local legend. The logo was different too. It said U News instead of Redacted News. But the anchorman and logo were not the only changes. Instead of local and national news, they started talking about me, about us, about my family," they said. "At first it was about how my wife had gone to the supermarket, and it was saying exactly what she'd bought. Then it was talking about my kids, what they did at school, about what grades they got. I even found out that my son had failed a math test, and it said that he'd tried to change an F into a B with a red pen, then gave up and hid it in his locker." The Redacted household wasn't the only family in town who was affected. In fact, it appeared that around 1 out of every 20 houses received the broadcast, with the rest of the households in town getting redacted news as normal. Redacted. A retired widow was one of the people affected. "It was awful," they said. "At first I thought that it was someone playing a prank, like maybe some Looney Tune in town had messed with my television, but man, that anchor knew things about me that nobody else could. He said what I'd had for breakfast, what I'd watched on TV, and when I'd gone to the bathroom and what I'd, done there. It was an intrusion. Then the next day it happened again. I know a lot of people in town complained to the cable company and to that channel specifically, but at 6 p.m., there it was again. It should have been, redacted, news. That news always goes on at 6. It was even worse this time. The anchor began saying what I'd be doing tomorrow, as if he knew. He'd said I'd call my daughter and tell her about the strange news broadcast and ask her for help. He said what I'd eat and exactly at what time, even saying that I would think twice about it and try eating something different to what he'd said, but I wouldn't. Mrs. Redacted was right. More and more of the townspeople began reporting that the strange anchor had been right about what they'd do the next day. It was as if he could see the future, one resident said. It got worse and worse, said Mr. Redacted. The guy got on one night and was saying that my family and I would be doing the next week, then the next month. I tried unplugging the TV, but the damn thing was still playing, with no electricity. We called and called the cable company, and they even sent out a guy to replace the box. But that night at 6, it happened again. This time the anchorman looked pissed like he knew we'd been complaining. Then he started saying awful things about how I'd have a heart attack in 3 days, about how my son would get hit by a car. I hope that guy is wrong, but my son's staying indoors no matter what. Indeed, many residents began complaining that the anchorman was only reporting bad news. He said that one woman would be diagnosed with cancer, and was right. He said that one man would lose his job, and was right. But perhaps the most disturbing thing he predicted was the unforgivable crime that, redacted, would commit. They were one of the more vocal residents who complained to the cable company and the local police about the news broadcast. When the companies insisted that there was nothing wrong with their service and the other residents were getting redacted news, as usual, they urged other townspeople to unplug their TVs and put them in a storage unit that he owned. It seemed that nearly all of the residents who were getting U-News took him up on the offer, adding their TVs to the back of Redacted's pickup truck and helping him unload them into a storage unit. Even some of the townspeople who weren't getting the strange broadcast opted to add their TVs to the pile. It seemed to work, at first. That night at 6 p.m., every house that had received the broadcast on TV made a startling discovery. The radios were playing U-News, and the anchor sounded angry. He began by reading off the exact date, time, and cause of death of every person who was listening. Then the anchor reported to everyone exactly what they would be doing in a few hours. He said that, redacted, would try to throw his radio away, but that his car radio would start playing the broadcast at full volume. Then, redacted, would take a hammer to the car radio to destroy it, and when that wouldn't work, he'd take his rifle and shoot it. But just as he did, he'd hear the anchor saying that he would go inside and, well, you know the rest. After reports of several gunshots being fired in the redacted home, 2 responding officers of the police department would enter the house forcefully, only to discover the bodies of the redacted family, their wife, their children, and even the family dog, all shot. Redacted himself was sitting in the backyard with the radio he'd thrown away only hours earlier. Onlookers reported that they kept screaming the same words over and over again. The news made me do it. The news made me do it. After Redacted's reprehensible actions, U-News never appeared on the local airwaves again, but some of the affected residents claim that what the anchor had said was still happening. I cheated on my wife, said a local man who wishes to remain anonymous. Exactly like the guy on the news said. I didn't want to. I swear. I tried to stop it, but it was like I was being forced to do it, like I couldn't control myself. The horrible predictions about the redacted were correct too. They had a heart attack 3 days after our initial interview, and his son ran out of the house even if Mrs. Redacted attempted to stop him. The boy ran into the street and was hit by an oncoming car. The driver, whose name the local police has tried to keep hidden from the public, was one of the people who had gotten the broadcast. His neighbors have stated that he was concerned about the news broadcast's predictions, that he would run a kid over and subsequently take his own life. The anchor was right once again. But whether that man wanted to do it, or if he was being forced to, remains a mystery. Once your mother was done reading, it was as if something heavy, something huge, something invisible had appeared in the room with us. It was something bigger than us, more dangerous than us, like some undiscovered animal that you didn't want to mess with. Damn, I said, collapsing into my chair. Your mother looked how I felt, pale and regretful. Reading this paper reminded me of when I was sober for a year before taking a drink and throwing it all away. The urge was strong before. The regret was stronger after. This time I locked the paper up in my filing cabinet. It had a lock, and it was taller than you were back then. It felt safe there, like it couldn't hurt you or us anymore. But it wasn't safe. Not at all. Knowing what happened to my mother, knowing what's going to come next, makes me want to stop reading. Makes me regret ever starting in the first place. But I have to keep going. This is bigger than my family now. It always was. As the days drag on, I've been searching through the news and online forums, looking for something out of place, something odd, something that only the paper could have caused. I found a few things. There are reports of a street lamp that moves around, appearing even inside a home once. Someone has reported sighting a strange woman with a backward head. Someone has recently written about there being a man without skin walking around their neighborhood. Each of these posts mentions a black newspaper. I've sent the writers of each a message, including a summary of my experiences and offering my help. Now I just have to wait and read. This is my father's next entry. After we got the Midnight Paper with the U-News article, your mother and I decided to sit by the front door the next night, right before midnight. Midnight came and went without a single knock on our door. That went on for a few nights. Each night, your mother and I would wait for you to go to bed, and then slink past your room. Then we'd make our way to the living room, put on a pot of coffee, and sit in front of the front door for as long as we could keep our eyes open. After a few days, we felt safe, that it was safe enough for us to sleep in our room again. Maybe the Midnight Paper had forgotten about us. Maybe the copies we'd gotten were the only ones we were going to get. We were wrong. One night after we were already in bed, the knocks came once again. Once again, too, it was midnight. Your mother had been brushing her teeth. I remember the look of shock on her face, her mouth wide and full of foam as she attempted to say something. Then she spit and tossed her toothbrush in the sink. "It's back," I said. "1 week after the first one," she said. "It's on a schedule. It's not every night." "Well, we're not reading it, that's for sure." "We can't just leave it out there, though. Someone will find it." I frowned. She had a point. "I'm throwing the damn thing away," I said, stomping down the stairs. Your mother rushed after me, arguing the whole way. She thought throwing it away or destroying it was irresponsible. What if it was evidence? What if there was something in it that could tell us who was writing it? The same arguments that she'd used the last time. She knew it, too. But it seemed like it was that way with the paper. There was a cyclical quality to it, like a ritual. You'd argue, you'd think of throwing it away, but you always ended up reading it in the end. Well, not that time. That time I was going to toss the thing in the storm drain. I looked through the peephole, and nothing, and no one. So I unlocked the front door and stepped outside. There, on our brand new welcome mat, was a rolled up bundle of black paper. I leaned over, lunged for the paper, and grabbed it. At least I thought I did. My hand was closed and there was nothing in it. Your mother was behind me at the door. She had been in the process of telling me not to throw it away, but the words died in her throat because she'd seen what I did. I reached for the paper again, taking my time. I wanted to make sure. I wanted to see it happen. My fingers reached the black paper, then kept moving through the paper, as if there was nothing there. "Holy hell," your mother said. She never cussed. "Holy hell," I said too. "Let me try." I stood up and stepped to the side. Your mother reached down, closed her fingers around the paper, and pulled it up. She was holding it like there was nothing wrong with it. "Okay," she said. "We can't throw this away." "Fine," I said, "but we're not reading it. We're locking the thing away in the cabinet." She nodded. and just as we were moving back in, I reached for the paper and touched it. Something had changed there. I didn't know back then, but I think I do now. The Midnight Paper is alive somehow. It knows what you want to do with it, and decides whether or not to let you. It didn't want me to toss it in the storm drain. I guess it didn't mind being put in a drawer, though. I held the paper in my hand and dropped it, rolled up as it was, into the filing cabinet drawer. Then I closed it and locked it away, taking the key. You were full of energy as a kid. You spoke so fast that we could barely understand you at times, only catching one or two clear words in a torrent of excited rambling. Your eyes were always wide, always shooting from one thing to the next, as if searching for something amazing that you knew had to be there. I don't know how you are now. That's my biggest regret. Whenever we went to any store, you'd run past your mother and I, rushing through the automatic doors and sprinting toward the toy aisle. This time was no different. You ran past us and darted into the toy section. By the time we got there, you were already grabbing what seemed like dozens of boxes. "Hey there, buddy," your mom said. "Leave some stuff for Santa, all right?" "I don't believe in," you started. I raised my eyebrows. There was a ton of kids around you, and what you were about to say was sacrilege. You simply sighed and nodded. It took you an eternity to put everything back where you found it. I'm glad you did, because it gave your mother and I time to find it. There, next to Life and Clue and all the other board game usual suspects, was something new, but familiar. A white cardboard box depicting a happy family sitting around a dining room table. Above them in black letters was a word that made my legs feel weak. Guess. Your mother and I shared a concerned look. You were almost done putting everything back. If you came over and saw us looking at a board game, you'd want to get it. Even if we say no, you'd remember it. You'd ask your friends about it. You'd definitely play it if any of them got it. I moved fast. I didn't want to touch the thing, so I grabbed a clue and used it to push the guess into the back of the shelf, then off the edge. I heard the box clatter as it fell and became wedged in the negative space between shelves, where nobody would find it. Hopefully. When you got back, we made up an excuse and got out of the store as quickly as we could without arousing your suspicion. That night, when you were already in bed, your mother stormed toward my office. She didn't have to say anything. I already knew what she meant to do. "Wait a minute," I began. She cut me off. "We're reading it." Why? "Because it's coming true," she said. "What's in the articles is really happening. We have to read it. We have to warn people of what's coming next." "We already know what's coming next," I said. "The news channel thing." "Yeah, but we only know that because we read the article." "Stop. Hey, don't open that." But she was already unlocking it. "What if it's something worse?" she said, her eyes wide with panic. I'd never seen her like that. Not once. I didn't like it one bit. "What if reading it makes it worse? Makes it happen?" "If it happens anyway and we don't read about it, we won't know what to look out for," she said. Then she untied the twine and unrolled the paper, as if that settled things. I sighed, turning around and locking my office door. Reading that paper, bringing it into the house, felt wrong with you there. It was like finding a loaded gun and bringing it indoors. When I turned around again, your mother was crying. Her eyes were shooting around the page wildly, like she didn't believe what she was reading, as if reading it over and over again would somehow change the words. She collapsed on the floor, the paper falling out of her hands and drifting down next to her. It took her hours to calm down, for the words to come through her sobs, for her eyes to open again and see through the tears. She must have drank around 10 glasses of water and paced 10 miles around the room. Then she led me back to the office and started reading the article out loud. Right away, I understood why it had affected her so much. Right away, I was scared to death, like she was, because it was about us. This is what she read. "Ordinary mother slaughters family, takes own life." It was absolutely brutal, said officer, redacted, of the police department. There was blood everywhere. Who would do that to a kid? To their own kid? Indeed, the officer wasn't alone. Several members of law enforcement and medical professionals could be spotted pacing outside the suburban home, looking lost, horrified and nauseous. Just yesterday, the redacted home was a picture-perfect slice of suburbia. Now it sits cordoned off by yellow police tape, surrounded by a half a dozen police and forensic vehicles, and filled to the brim with people in uniform. "I just don't understand," said neighbor, redacted. "They're saying that she killed her husband and their son. It makes no sense." The redacteds, who lives across the street from the redacteds, had a similar reaction. "We've never had something like this happen in this neighborhood. Never. We're decent people who just want a safe place to raise our families. This is a disgrace." Indeed, most people who have known them have similar reactions. They seemed nice, normal, like the ideal family. There were no warning signs. "Things like this happen from time to time," said Chief, redacted, of the police department. "People just snap and take their whole families out. Unfortunately, it's something that's rare but not unheard of." In the wake of the brutal crime, the shocked community is already trying to move on. "The older kids are already talking, so we're trying to take our little ones first," says redacted, another neighbor. "How do you explain that, though? How do you explain what she did to her own son and husband? We're thinking of saying that she had a drug problem or something. Maybe that'll be easier for a kid to understand." Most people in the neighborhood looked lost on that fateful day, standing in their driveways and front porches, often in nothing but their pajamas, watching the police wheel the body bags away on stretchers, shielding their children's eyes. We hope that they find a way to understand what happened and are able to regain some semblance of normalcy. Your mother started crying after she read it aloud. I wished I could have read it myself, that I could have spared her from reading it again, from reliving those awful words. I tossed the paper and all the others in a garbage bag and walked out to the curb. If the paper knew what I was going to do, it didn't try to stop me. We'd already read it. The damage had already been done. I tossed the bag into the storm drain at the end of our street. I knew that throwing something in the drain like that was harmful, and I felt bad for doing it. But there was no way I was throwing the papers away in the regular trash. They'd done enough harm already, and the worst was yet to come. I don't have anything to add this time. Transcribing my dad's entry is going to be hard enough. This is what my father wrote. "We had a plan. We had the advantage of foresight. We thought that it was an advantage anyway. I don't know how much of this you remember, how much of an impact it made on you. Kids are weird like that. You never know what'll stick. What part of what you say or what you do will be with them for life. I can only tell you what happened. I can only hope that you don't remember much of it. The first thing we did was split up. The article said that we were all found at home, all together. Your mother insisted on being alone. I told you that we were going on a trip, just us boys. You somehow seemed both excited and nervous at the same time. You could tell that we were nervous. You could tell that your mother was sad. You and I would go to a motel in another town. I was supposed to pick the place at random, somewhere your mother wouldn't know, and never tell her where it was. That was her idea. I was against it. I trusted her, trusted that she wouldn't do what the article said she would, but because I trusted her, I did as she said. Your mother was going to another motel in another town. She told me the name and the place and how long she'd be there. This was so that I'd pick a place that was far away from hers. This was a mistake. You and I climbed in my truck and drove away from home. You kept looking back, kept trying to watch your mother as she was loading up her car. I kept reassuring you that nothing was going on, that we hadn't fought, that your mother had a business trip. I could tell that you didn't believe me. You were quiet, quieter than I'd ever seen you. You didn't point at anything out your window. You weren't telling me about a video game that your friends were playing. You just sat in your seat and looked dead ahead. Kids are like that. They can tell when something's wrong. They have a sixth sense for parental crap and sugar-coated lies. You were the same way when your grandfather died. You could see that your mother had been crying, could see the sadness beneath her smile. I tried making it up to you, but you could see through that too. We ate fast food. I took you to an arcade. We caught a movie or two. Through it all, you stayed quiet. I could almost see the invisible gears turning behind your eyes. You knew that something profound was happening, but it was just out of your reach, hidden behind parental authority and reassurances that everything was all right. We settled into a tiny motel. If everything went according to plan, you and I would stay there for 1 week and 2 days. Our reasoning was that the guess game had become real 1 week after we'd gotten its article. The 2 days was an extra precaution. Once the allocated time was up, we'd reunite at your grandmother's house and stay there for an extra week. We were cashing in on all the sick days and vacation days we had. We weren't taking any chances. The first night we stayed at the motel, I sat by the door and waited until midnight. There was no knock on our door. Whatever was delivering the paper, it hadn't followed us. We spent the rest of the week doing much of the same. We saw every movie in theaters, some of them twice. We ate at every restaurant in town. It was like being on a fake vacation. It was all hollow smiles and bribes in the form of ice cream and toys. It wasn't working. You looked about as miserable as I felt. Before I knew it, it was the day before the events of the article was meant to take place. I could barely sit still the entire day. I must have drunk around 10 cups of coffee. The world seemed like a blurry funnel. People, places, and things seemed to be half there, only serving to spiral us closer and closer to that fateful day. It was late at night when they came. You were sleeping, finally crashing after a feast of fast food and caffeine. I was awake, flipping through channels obsessively, dreading the possibility of seeing U News on the television screen. I was just about to change the channel once more when it happened. 3 knocks exploded across our motel room door. I bolted upright, the surprise setting off a chain of involuntary reactions like wired explosives. I shot you a quick glance. You were still lying in bed, still breathing slowly and regularly, still apparently oblivious to whatever had found us. I made my way to the door as quietly as I could, suddenly keenly aware of every sound I was making. It felt like my very breathing was loud, the beating of my heart was thunderous, the blood shooting through my veins like a raging river. I looked through the peephole. I could only see an empty hallway. The peephole was angled in such a way that looking at the floor in front of the door was impossible. So I opened the door. God help me, I opened the door. I pulled the door away and looked down. There was nothing on the patch of dirty rug in front of our door. No midnight paper. A man stepped into the open doorway. It took a few moments to understand where he'd come from, but it soon dawned on me that he'd been standing on one side of the door, just waiting for me to open it. I almost chuckled. It was like a movie that you didn't see outside of a prank between friends. But the man wasn't playing around. One look at his face and I knew that he was dead serious. The man looked terrible. He was pale, was covered in sweat, and appeared to be in pain. Every so often a grimace would flicker across his face for a few seconds, as if standing up was hurting him somehow. None of that, however, was as disturbing as his eyes. They were cold, hyper-focused, focused on me. A few explanations fired across my brain in less than a second. Maybe he was staying in one of the nearby rooms and needed help. Maybe I'd left my car running. Maybe I'd forgotten to put it in park and it had drifted across the parking lot and smashed into his. No, none of that made any sense, because I knew who that man was. He lived on our street. He was our neighbor. His name was Chuck. What? I started to ask, but he cut me off. Get the kid, Chuck said. There was something in his voice that made that not a request, but a command that was bordering on a threat. I looked down and I could see why. There was a gun in his hand. It was a revolver. The way his hand gripped the gun, almost like it was a living thing that might get loose, told me a lot. I'd seen enough people hold guns that way in Vietnam. There was a subtle fear in holding a weapon like that. Like you have to do it but don't want to. There's subtle hate there too, for yourself and the person you're holding the gun for. There's also one thing that fear and that hate told me. This man was following orders that he didn't agree with. All right, I said, holding my hands out. I wanted him to know that I wasn't a threat, that I wasn't armed, and that my hands weren't going to shoot into my jacket or my pockets. The last thing I wanted was this guy shooting me in front of you. I took a step back and the door started to swing shut. I held my breath, hoping that it'd close before Chuck had a chance to reach for it, but he stuck one foot out and caught it, pushing it away and holding it open. Damn. I took one step toward you, then stopped. I wasn't planning on going along with what he wanted. I'd rather die than put you in danger. So I did the only thing that I could think of at that time. I called his bluff. I froze, my hands still raised. "What are you doing?" Chuck asked, stepping into the room. "Grab the kid." I didn't answer. Chuck took another step forward. "You think I won't shoot you, right?" he asked, taking one more step. "You're wrong." I could almost feel the gun behind me now. "Answer me," Chuck said. "You think I'm playing around? You laughing at me? You were always so high and mighty, you and your stuck-up bitch of a wife. You don't know what we've been through." The barrel touched my back, and that was all I needed. I turned around, grabbed Chuck's wrist, and forced his arm down. Now the gun was pointing at the floor. He started to struggle, to tense up, to try and force the gun upward. "Just stop," I got out between gritted teeth. "You don't have to do this." "Yes, I do," Chuck said. He was out of shape and smaller than I was. I was able to walk ever so slightly toward the front door, pulling his gun arm and taking him with me as I went. With one last pull, I wrestled Chuck out of the motel room door and pinned him to the metal railing that separated the second-floor hallway from the parking lot below. "Please," Chuck whimpered. "You've got to do as I say. Maybe things will go back to how they were before." I ignored him. I grabbed his wrist, yanking it up, and slammed his hand down on the edge of the metal railing. The barrel of the gun clinked against the metal. His hand was clamped around the gun, the skin practically fusing into the handle with effort. "Do you need help?" It was a woman's voice, soft, polite. It took me completely by surprise. All I could hear before it was Chuck's whimpering and the pounding of my heart in my head. "Call the cops," I managed to get out in a strained mutter. Lifting Chuck's hand and slamming it down on the railing might have gotten him to let go of the gun, but it was also dangerous. He could get a shot off that way with his arm flailing around. I was going to have to pin his hand in place and hit the wrist with something heavy. Crack. Pain spread across the back of my head like wildfire. The world lurched, its edges blurring and darkening. My hands no longer listened to my commands. My legs felt like jelly. Before I knew it, I was on the floor, looking up at the filthy motel ceiling. A woman stepped over me. She was smiling. I remembered thinking that was weird, that I'd never smile if I were her, because her nose was missing. There was a gaping wound in its place, one that was dripping scarlet snot into her mouth. I don't know how, but I recognized her too. It was Chuck's wife. I'm sorry for my long absence. This was the hardest entry to post. I have nothing to say this time. I'm just going to transcribe my father's next entry. I think that once you read it, you'll understand why. It was a painful and slow awakening. An ember of pain was smoldering in the back of my head, throbbing every now and then to remind me of what had happened in the motel. My body felt far away, as if there were miles between my head and my arms and legs. Everything was slowed, every reaction, every feeling. Until I opened my eyes, and once I did, I came to a horrifying realization. I knew what I was looking at. Our living room, our home. My body jumped into overdrive, forcing me to move past pain and disorientation and regain control. I tried to stand, but it was only then that I realized that I was in fact sitting down. There was something tying my wrists together and pinning them behind my back. My ankles were tied to the legs of the chair so tightly that I couldn't feel my feet. Being tied to a chair that my parents had given your mother and me for our wedding, in our home, stirred the anger inside of me to proportions I never thought possible. My heart pounded, stoking the flaming pain at the back of my head. I felt like I couldn't possibly become angrier. Then I turned around and saw you. You were tied up, sitting in a dining room chair that was so large that they had to leave your legs untied. Your eyes were closed, and you were slumped over, your head hanging unnaturally. I tried to call out to you, and it was then that I realized there was something wrapped around my mouth, looping around the back of my head several times. Duct tape. Probably the same kind that they used to tie my wrists and ankles. Probably taken from our garage. The bastards. Just as Chuck's face flashed across my mind, reminding me of who I had to thank for our current predicament, the guy himself walked in front of me. He waved almost apologetically. I strained against the chair, trying to rip my way out of the restraints and throttle him. But they were wrapped too tightly. So tightly, in fact, that the numbness in my hands and feet was tinged with spikes of freezing and boiling pain. The circulation had been cut. How long had I been out? It had to have been at least an hour, maybe 2. I shot a look at your tiny hands. They were a red so deep it was almost purple. You could suffer nerve damage. You could lose one hand or both, all because our neighbors had stooped so low as to tie an unconscious 10-year-old to a chair. I turned to look at Chuck, making sure my eyes conveyed the hatred that was burning its way through my veins. Chuck held up his hands. "This isn't my fault," he said, his voice a pathetic, skittish thing. "It made us do it. You think you have it rough? You haven't even bled yet. You haven't made your own family bleed." Chuck made his way over to the dining room table. I followed him, keenly aware of the fact that he had a knife in one of his hands. I almost choked on my own spit when I saw it. There, on the table next to a toolbox and several rolls of duct tape, was a whiteboard game. There were 2 pieces on the board and 3 laying outside it, toppled like surrendered kings in chess. I was pretty sure that Chuck had 3 children. "I can't roll again until my wife gets back," Chuck muttered, without turning around. "Trust me, if I could make this go any faster, I would. I'm almost at the finish line. Oh, I almost forgot." Chuck ignored my muffled questions and walked out of the room. I shot another look at your hands. They were already purple. Mine felt like yours looked. I heard Chuck's grunts before I saw him walk back into the room. I knew that sound. The sound someone makes when they're carrying something heavy. Then I saw it. A glass surface that caught the light. There was a black plastic frame around it, as well as a slot big enough to insert a VHS into. Our TV. He set it down in front of me, leaving it unplugged. "Now we wait," Chuck said, walking over to the dining room table. We didn't have to wait long. The telltale pop of a TV turning on sounded off. A white flash fired across the screen, and a picture began crackling into existence. It was a man wearing a gray suit and sitting behind a massive desk. Behind him was a dark background with a lit-up sign. The second I read it, my breath caught in my throat. It said, "U News." "Welcome and good evening," the anchorman said. His voice was buttery smooth and rich as chocolate. He smiled as he spoke, pearly white and friendly. "Tonight we continue our coverage into the life of a seemingly normal wife and mother. We go to the live footage." The anchorman shifted slightly in his seat, as a picture-in-picture transition was applied to the live broadcast. A rectangle of video footage appeared next to him. It showed a car driving down a suburban street. Our suburban street. I recognized the car too. Chuck's. "We're getting reports that right now Mrs. Lily, redacted, is on her way to her home. She isn't driving the car, but is instead lying in the back seat, hands tied behind her back." The anchorman smiled after that, like he was pleasantly relaying some good news. Through the television screen, I watched the car move up my own driveway. My heart was beating faster and faster, knowing that your mother was in the back seat, knowing that her hands were tied, knowing that she soon would be joining us for whatever these psychopaths had planned. The front door opened, and the anchorman started talking again. "According to our sources, Mrs. redacted walked into the room. Just as the voice on TV said, your mother walked into the room. My Lily. Her hands were still tied behind her back, and her mouth was taped shut. One look at her eyes was all it took. They were wide, full of tears, and shooting nervously between you and me. I began to sob." Chuck's wife was behind Lily, pushing her along gently. Her nose was missing. In its place, only a gaping wound. There were others like it on her arms and legs, like someone had taken a knife to her at random. There was nothing in her hands, no gun, no knife. So why was your mother going along with this? Authorities believe that the sequence of events played out as follows, the anchorman said, an unmistakable tinge of glee in his voice. Mrs. Redacted walked over to the kitchen, opened the top drawer, and pulled out the largest knife. Lily's eyes widened. I knew that look. I'd seen it in the war, but I'd never seen it on her. The worst kind of fear. Not fear of others. Not fear for what might befall you, but fear for what might happen to someone you care about. Then she started walking, almost casually, toward the kitchen. I screamed at her to stop, to try to get away, but it came out muffled and panicked and pathetic. Here we were, prisoners in our own homes, being forced to do things against our will, and it was about to get much worse. As Lily stepped into the kitchen, Chuck's wife walked up behind her, grabbed a knife off the dining room table, and cut the duct tape around your mother's wrists. Lily could have ran. She could have tried to grab the knife or one of the other tools on the dining room table. Instead, she kept walking. She wasn't in a daze. Not quite. I could see the terror and confusion on her face. She was aware of what she was doing, and she was horrified by it. Lily walked up to the drawer where we kept the knives. Don't do it. Don't listen. But she couldn't hear me. She opened the drawer, the lights on the ceiling reflected off the knives, and hit her in the face. She reached out and touched one, almost as if she were curious, like she had never seen a knife before. Then she pulled it out of the drawer and held it in her trembling hand. Forensic scientists stated that Mrs. Redacted walked back into the kitchen, the murder weapon in her hand. Lily's feet began to move. There was some hesitation this time, as if she was fighting an invisible string that was pulling her forward. I could see her straining with every fiber of her being, trying to hold herself back. Whatever struggle was going on inside of her, Lily, our Lily, lost. According to the medical examiner, Mrs. Redacted attacked her son first, the anchorman said. She began walking towards you, the sharp edge of the knife moving ever so slightly closer to your skin. I screamed, the tape around my mouth reducing my pleas to muffled grunts. She just kept walking, getting closer. Her body was stiff, moving unnaturally. I knew how she walked. I knew how she moved. That wasn't her. Her eyes were wild, filled with tears, shooting in every direction as if trying to find something, anything that could help her. She was still in there. You shouldn't read this. Nobody should read this. She lifted the knife. Her hand was stiff, robotic. I thought it was over. All she had to do was plunge it down and you'd be hurt beyond saving. I was immensely aware of the other people in the room, of the man on TV, watching, waiting. Monsters. Damn monsters. The autopsy revealed that Mrs. Redacted stabbed her only son 25 times in the face, chest, throat, and stomach. There was a sick glee in the anchorman's voice as he said it. Lily's eyes widened. I could see her reacting to those words, knowing that she would never do that to you, but also knowing that she might not have a choice. The knife began moving down. Its progress was slow. Her hand was shaking, as if caught in an invisible tug of war. It was moving closer and closer, inches away from your right cheek. Then she looked at me. I wish there had been fewer tears so I could have seen her eyes clearly. I've spent years playing that expression back in my head, again and again, trying to find meaning there. I don't know for sure, but I think she was saying sorry. Please don't read this. Please don't. She lifted the knife again, the movement smoother this time. She plunged. She cut. She. If what we read in the article was true, U-News was somehow able to make people do things they would have otherwise never even dreamed of doing. It had that power, like all the other articles only your mother could read. I want you to remember that. To remember its perverse power, its ungodly way of corrupting people. Because your mother was special. She was the strongest person I've ever met. Because you news didn't work on her. She beat it in the end. Lily pointed the knife away from your skin and towards hers. That's all I'll say. After it was done, the anchorman emitted a shriek, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was like the mad warble a radio might make if you submerged it underwater. Then he was gone. Static exploded across the TV screen and out through its speakers. It took me a few seconds to realize that we were now alone in the room. There was no sign of Chuck or his wife. No sign of the guest board game on the dining room table either. I moved without thinking and ran towards your mother. It was too late. I tried anyway. I grabbed a towel from the kitchen and tried to stop the bleeding. I pulled her closer to our phone and used it while still plugging the wound. There was blood. Too much blood. But there was something else too. Black smoke, thick and stringy, flowing out of your mother's nose and mouth. I held my breath until it was gone. I hoped you didn't breathe any of it in. It didn't occur to me until days later that the ropes tying you and me to the chairs had disappeared along with Chuck and his wife. You woke up when the paramedics were loading your mother into the back of the ambulance. You tried to run to her, but I stopped you. You scratched at me, kicked me, bit me, but I held you in place. I don't know if I should have. I don't know if that made you hate me more or less. I don't have anything else to write. I'm out of words. My mother committed suicide when I was little. It's something I don't really tell people. Usually I just say that she passed away. Most people don't pry. The few that do get an "I don't want to talk about it" from me. I never understood why. Every time I picture my mother, I see her smiling. She was that kind of person. She somehow knew when you had a bad day, even if you tried to hide it. So it never made much sense to me. It still doesn't. If I had known, when I started documenting these events on here, that I would write about the real reason behind my mother's death, I would have never started. This one hit too close to home. The fact that she didn't want to, that she did it to save me, makes it better. I'm still processing it. I'll keep writing with more consistency this time. The hard part is done. The part I've been dreading since I first read this entry. Well, one of the hard parts anyway. Thank you for sticking around. I'll post again soon. After what seems like an eternity, I've decided to continue transcribing my father's notes. It's been hard reading his writing once again, thinking about everything that he described. Hell, it's been hard just seeing his handwriting. I'd always known that my mother committed suicide. Not thought, known. Known because it was what my father, my therapists, and every family member that dared had told me. The night she took her own life, I woke up in an ambulance, with no memory of how my father and I had gotten back home. There were dozens upon dozens of people in our home, paramedics, firemen, and soon after that, police officers. Nobody would tell me what had happened. Nobody would let me go to our front door. Every time I tried standing or looking at what they were wheeling out, someone would stand in front of me, blocking my line of sight with their uniform or their gloved hands. So I yelled. I tried to rush out of the ambulance, so I bit and I scratched and I kicked. They injected something in the IV I hadn't even noticed. They'd stuck in my hand, and I blacked out. Reading my father's journal entry is strange. I know that the Midnight Paper holds a strange kind of power. I know what it can make people do, but I never imagined that it was the reason my mother died. For years I'd thought she was sick, that she was hiding some great unfathomable pain behind her smile. Now I know that she didn't do what she did to escape or to end the pain. Now I know that she did it to save my life, and I hate the Midnight Paper even more. My father's next entry was written almost 20 years after the last one. By that time, I hadn't seen him in almost that long. I'd gone to live with my grandparents on my mother's side, then I'd gone to college, then I'd moved across the country. The next time I'd seen his face, it was on a portrait next to his coffin. So now that we're all caught up in the exhausting sob story that is my life, I'll finally update and tell you what he wrote. It's hard to write in this notebook again. Just holding it in my hands feels wrong. I can't go back and read my previous entries because she was alive when I wrote them, because the midnight paper was something fun and mysterious and exciting. Now I know that it's vile. Now I know that it wants to destroy our family. I was in a daze. The funeral, the prying questions, the accusations. It was all too much. I stopped leaving the house. The outside world was too alien because people still smiled out there. So they took you away, but it still felt like an insult. I'd lost your mother, and now I'd lost you. I don't want to say that I got better. I didn't. I still feel guilty. I still know that, had I not brought that first paper into our home, your mother would still be alive. Over the years, you strayed further and further away. I can still count how many phone calls we had on one hand. You grew into a teenager, then a young man, then a man, and I only saw snippets of your life in pictures that felt light years away. I became an old man in an empty house, waiting, living only for midnight and the sound of 3 knocks on my front door. I had waited decades, wondering why it was taking the paper so long to find me. I believe now that it was waiting for me to get old, to grow weaker, to become even more pathetic, so that I would no longer put up much of a fight. It was wrong. I was sitting by the front door, waiting like I'd done every night since I'd lost her, waiting for it to come for me. And then they came. 3 knocks, exactly how I remembered them. I opened the door and I saw the familiar black paper, rolled up and bound like black twine. I hadn't seen a midnight paper in almost 20 years. It felt longer, like a lifetime. My hands were shaking when I took it inside. They were still shaking when I cut the twine away and unrolled the black paper. This was what was written on those pages. Toy Giant cancels best-selling historic line of action figures. In a move that every shareholder and the public at large has been expecting for weeks, the world-renowned toy company, Redacted, has finally caved to thousands of complaints and dozens of online petitions. At a press conference held at their headquarters in Redacted, the Toy Giant has announced that they will recall its latest line of Army Man action figures and discontinue the brand entirely. Army Man is a toy brand with some history. The line was first launched in the early 1960s. Redacted had a large surplus of male figures that were originally designed to accompany Penny, the popular fashion doll line for girls. Since the male counterparts to Penny had sold so poorly in the past, Redacted urged their designers to come up with a line of figures aimed at boys. The answer seemed obvious. Boys already pretend that they're at war and that they're soldiers, so why not give them a toy that embodies that perfectly? Thus, Army Man was born. It was originally a bland figure with very little in the form of accessories, most likely because they wanted to rush the figures out in time for the holidays. The figures all shared the same design, that of a blonde man with skinny arms and a thin torso, a side effect of having been originally designed to be Penny's boyfriend Steve. The Army Man toys were dressed in a green jumpsuit and were packaged with a flimsy green helmet and a rifle that was little more than a wobbly strip of gray plastic. Rushed or not, the debut line of Army Man figures was a shocking success. The first batch sold out within days, and to compensate, Redacted recalled hundreds Steve toys from the Penny line and refitted them to be Army Man toys. Success was short-lived, however. The Vietnam War had started in 1955, and by 1965, 1 year after the launch of the Army Man toys, the public opinion on the war had changed drastically. Protests and opposition started small, generally on college campuses, but television broadcasts showing the bombing of northern Vietnam caused the public to turn against the war. By 1968, the year that Redacted launched its third line of Action Man figures, the Tet Offensive meant a major setback for the American armed forces, and thus created a feeling of hopelessness and exhaustion in the American people. The war had already drawn on for 13 years, with seemingly little progress to show for it. Parents, particularly young parents, were not too keen on buying action figures for their children that seemed to promote and revel in war and combat. This wasn't helped by the Action Man figures being packaged with mottos that appeared to go against American sentiments on the Vietnam War, such as fight for what's right or feel the thrill of the battle. So they decided to slow the development of the fourth line of Army Man figures. Then, as protests and opposition drew, they seemed to quietly stop all development of the Army Man brand. In the early 1980s, however, Redacted was in dire straits. Out of almost 50 different toy brands under the company, only the Penny line seemed to be profitable. Then, in a last-ditch effort to rekindle some of the success of the early 1960s, they decided to revive the Army Man line, this time with some differences. The 1960s line of Army Man was quaint and adhered to the ideals of the 1950s. The 1980s line would be more in line with action films of the time, whose brutal subject matter was often adapted into television for children, with animated series like Rambo, The Force of Freedom, and RoboCop. Thus, the 1980s line of Army Man was remodeled from the ground up. Gone was the doll-like body of the original line. The new Army Man was short and stocky and rippled with muscles. His face was slathered in red and black camouflage war paint. His uniform, just a tank top and cargo pants, was shredded and bloody, and he was covered in a myriad of plastic accessories, a machete, 2 machine guns, a shotgun, and a rocket launcher. So, by December 1989, the new Army Man, marketed with the highly original moniker of New Army Man, hit store shelves. The rest is history. The first batch was sold out in days, leaving many parents with no choice but to buy Army Man's sidekick Snipe, or his sworn enemy No-Face. There was controversy regarding Army Man's new, ultra-violent redesign, with several parents organizing boycotts and criticizing the new direction on live television. Even veterans of the Vietnam War spoke out against the toy, claiming that it was insensitive and even fetishized the very idea of war. But the toy kept selling, and it keeps selling to this day. New Army Man became Extreme Army Man in the 90s, then Ultimate Army Man in the 2000s. Today, Army Man has returned to its original moniker but has kept the same uber-violent design of the 80s. The Army Man of 2019 is still stocky, his face still an enraged grimace, but he has swapped the jungle camo for the desert camouflage that we are so used to seeing these days. It seemed that the controversy was behind the toy brand, one that was embedded in popular culture and was a mainstay on shelves across the nation and even the world. But then, Redacted and his babysitter, Redacted, were found dead one Saturday evening. His parents were enjoying an anniversary dinner in a restaurant only a few blocks away. Their dinner was interrupted by a call from their neighbor, one Redacted, who was concerned about a barrage of noise coming from their home. They would later claim it sounded like gunshots. The authorities discovered Redacted lying on the floor of his room, having bled to death after suffering what was first thought to be dozens of stab wounds. Redacted, the boy's babysitter, was found in front of him, sporting the same wounds. Lying in front of them, with his plastic weapons in hand and an angry grimace on his face, was an Army Man toy. An investigation was launched to ascertain the cause of death for both the 9-year-old boy and his 16-year-old babysitter. It was determined that the dozens of wounds littering their chests and faces were not, in fact, stab wounds, but entry wounds. There were metal pellets lodged inside their bodies, metal pellets that resembled tiny bullets. Both fatalities were ruled as unnatural deaths, with no further elaboration. It seemed that the deaths of both Redacted and Redacted would go unsolved. They wouldn't be the last. 5-year-old Redacted was discovered in his backyard after a loud bang was heard by his mother. He seemed to be the casualty of some kind of explosion. Initially, the authorities suspected an illegal explosive, such as an M80, but they soon discovered the same metal pellets embedded in the boy's neck and chest. At the time, they had been playing with his brand new Army Man toy. 11-year-olds Redacted and Redacted were reported missing by their parents and were found that same day in a small grove they often played in. Both boys were severely burnt, were covered in small slices and stabs, initially thought to be scratches made by an animal, and, once again, metal pellets were found in their bodies. 2 Army Man brand toys were found in front of them. The pattern was growing clearer and clearer. Redacted. Authorities could no longer ignore the connection between the Army Man toy and the mysterious deaths. They secured a warrant and investigated several of Redacted's factories, warehouses, and offices, operating under the assumption that the Army Man toys have been fitted with the feature of launching projectiles or shooting sparks of some kind. Nothing was found, no hidden features in the toy's design, no obvious faults in the machinery used to assemble them, no explosive powder of any kind near the assembly lines, or the vats of plastic used in the manufacturing process. But they did find something. All Army Man of the toys in the current line wear a plastic bandolier across their chests. On this bandolier are tiny metal pellets in the shape of bullets. Authorities discovered that there is no way to remove these pellets, as they are melted onto the plastic of the toy's torso, but there is no denying the connection. Redacted was held accountable. Massive recalls, lawsuits, and public outrage soon followed. But the fight is not over yet. There are still thousands, if not millions, of the latest line of Army Man toys in children's toy boxes, posed on children's shelves, even in children's hands. The relevant authorities urge all parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, teachers, family members, and friends to be on the lookout for the toy described in this article. I put the paper down after reading it for what must have been the 1,000th time. I'd never heard of the Army Man brand, but that was no surprise. I knew it would come into existence in around a week's time, when it became relevant, when the first bodies would be found. It was happening again. My father's entry ends there. For anyone who began reading these entries from the start and is still here to read them now, I thank you for sticking around. For anyone who is just now hearing about this, I cannot stress this enough. If you hear 3 knocks on your door at midnight and open the door to find a rolled up bundle of black paper, do not pick it up. Do not take it inside. And for the love of God, do not read it. Things are getting worse. There have been more reports of strange events in the area. The woman with the backward head, the street light that moves around, and the new ones too. Something about a group of people on fire, not just the single Burning Man from before. Something about a house that eats other houses and adds them to itself. I haven't read any other midnight papers in my area, so I'm not sure what to make of these online posts exactly. Most of them were just shared in the group chat of my father's old neighborhood. I guess it's my neighborhood now. I'll update you on them if I get any real information, and not just people asking whether or not anyone else has heard of these things. I try to tell them not to read them, to ignore the 3 knocks at night. But I think that just makes them think that I'm the one responsible. I walked around the block the other day, and they looked at me like I was the one responsible. If only they knew, like you do, that I was just like them once. Anyway, here's my father's next entry. 1 week after the last paper arrived, the 3 knocks hit my front door. I wasn't surprised. I was sitting behind the door waiting for them. I followed the old routine. By this point, it was pretty much a ritual. One I knew I shouldn't be partaking in, but one I could not avoid. I had waited decades for it to come back, to be in its crosshairs once again. Now that I might be able to do something about it. But I'd have to read the damn thing first. I unrolled the black pages and read the white words. Bus stop targeted by disturbed vandal to be renovated. The bus stop at Redacted has been an infamous eyesore for the city. Finally, after months of requests at City Hall meetings, online petitions, and even a crowdfunding movement, the City Council has announced that they will not only renovate the bus stop in question, but also increase light sources and CCTV cameras in the vicinity. We are partnering with the Housing and Development Department and the Public Works Department to renovate the bus stop in question, stated, Redacted, a council member. We'd like to thank every member of our community that has kept a watchful eye at the bus stop at Redacted and Redacted. The message is loud and clear. This is a city that will not tolerate the defacing of public amenities with harmful and hateful messages and violent images. The news will no doubt be a relief to the concerned citizens of Redacted. I'm glad that thing will be cleaned up and that it'll have cameras on it, stated one frustrated commuter who wished to remain anonymous. Every day we'd walk by and there'd be something worse on it. We don't need that. on our way to work. It's a sad reality that public amenities such as payphones, ATMs, benches, streetlights, and even subway trains all fall victim to acts of vandalism, great and small. The phenomenon is strange. Often the vandals live in the area themselves, and some even use the amenities they defaced as part of their daily routine. Is the vandalism itself a kind of commentary by the vandal on the city as a whole? Is it instead a message to the other commuters? Some vandalism certainly falls under the latter category. One of the messages on the bus stop was formed by chipping away at the paint on one of the bus stop's metal walls. It read, "Who's going to tear the world apart? Guess." Another disturbed resident was one of the organizers of the crowdfunding campaign meant to clean up the bus stop. "I think it must have been like a month ago," they said, about the first time she noticed the vandalism. "I ride the bus to work, like most people around here. It was early, still dark out. Me and my friend sat at the stop, and she turned around and pointed at this graffiti on one of the walls of the bus stop. It was like this tree, and there were people hanging from it. It felt hateful and wrong." The graffiti in question seemed to depict the hanging of several people who appeared to be clad in green with rifles or some kind of firearms in their hands. Some people interpreted the vandalism to have a hateful, racist message or intent. Others pointed out the fact that those being hung were soldiers. So they interpreted the hanging as a commentary on the deaths of American troops abroad. After it was reported to the authorities, the piece of disturbing graffiti was washed away that same afternoon, so that the city's commuters did not have to see it on their way back home. Still, only a few days later, another piece of vandalism appeared on the bus stop. This one was even more graphic than the last. It appeared to depict several bloody bodies. Each figure was rendered with white paint, and sprays of red paint leaked away from it like blood. There was what looked like a small house behind them, rendered in black, with yellow shapes sprayed on top of it that resembled flames. The graffiti was washed away once more, only to be replaced by a new one soon after. This one seemed to depict yellow police tape and dozens of men wearing camouflage pants and carrying weapons. More soldiers, now with police tape, another message about armed troops, or so it seemed to many. People's opinions shifted from these pieces of graffiti being a disturbing nuisance to each piece actually conveying a message. There was a buzz in the art community, with onlookers comparing the strange pieces to the works of Banksy and other social commentator graffiti artists. It seemed that the vandalism was garnering more and more attention, its influence moving from everyday commuters who were disturbed by the violent images to members of the art world who lauded it as bold, surreal, and meaningful. One day, commuters arrived at the bus stop, only to find a gruesome mural that seemed to cover every square inch of the bus stop. There were hordes of nude people feasting on each other, with red spray paint spewing from the bodies they were consuming. There were people on fire, red and black spray paint crisscrossing to render charred flesh, and yellow to create flames eating their skin. There was a massive black figure floating above the mayhem, opening up its torso with its hands, seemingly birthing random objects. A streetlight, a black typewriter, something that looked like several women, bloody scalpels, an army. Red spray paint ran throughout the bottom of the bus stop's metal walls, maybe representing blood, maybe representing lava pouring out from a cracked ground. It was apocalyptic and grotesque, but there was praise to be handed out as well. Several critics wrote about the piece in high regard, comparing it to Hieronymus Bosch's Christ in Limbo, Francisco Goya's The Colossus, or Picasso's Guernica. "It's a masterpiece," stated an onlooker who wishes to remain anonymous. "It captures the violence and senselessness of urban society, that which we try to ignore but still exists under the surface. The images are horrible, yes. Too much blood, too much nudity, too much raw or burnt tissue, but that's the point." Commuters who actually had to use the bus stop, however, were not as kind. "It's ugly," stated one mother. "I don't want my kids looking at naked people or blood or whatever the hell that's supposed to be. If you want to make art, paint it somewhere else. People use this bus stop every day. Now you can't even sit down to wait out the rain or the cold because there's so many people taking pictures. Where were the cops? Stated one man. They knew this was happening before and they didn't catch someone doing this? Look at it. It must have taken hours, man. Don't tell me nobody walked up on the guy. They arrest people for walking the wrong way, looking the wrong way, but they can't catch a guy who paints this sick stuff? Then something changed. Before there were those, mostly the locals, who believed that the vandal had already crossed the line. But there were also hundreds of others who believed that the vandal was, in fact, an artist, that they were enriching the location with their art, gruesome or not. But soon the graffiti would change, and everyone who looked at it would agree that it had indeed gone too far. Much of the dismay of those in the art community, there were reportedly some unknown individuals who offered hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy the bus stop in its entirety. The mural was soon washed away by the Department of Public Works, and a camera was set up by local law enforcement to catch the perpetrator in the act. The details of what transpired that night aren't exactly clear, as the law enforcement agencies involved have not disclosed any information. But when the morning sun hit the bus stop, onlookers who saw that a new act of vandalism had appeared on the metal walls, the benches, and the sidewalks surrounding the stop. Upon first inspection, from a distance, they looked like small circles, each a different color. Drops of paint? Had the vandal thrown spray cans and dribbled paint in the area? No. When members of the press and passerby took a closer look, they could easily see that the circles weren't circles at all. They were faces. There were hundreds, no, thousands of faces, each incredibly detailed as if sketched on each surface with a fine pen and not a spray paint can. Some of the faces were intact, but most of them showed some sort of damage, cuts, bruises, burns, and chunks of missing flesh. All of them had their eyes closed. Someone shrieked, someone gasped, someone took a picture, and the horrifying truth started to become clear. These weren't just any faces. They hadn't been dreamt up or designed by the vandal. They were real faces, real people, the people who lived in this very neighborhood. There were no art critics that day, and there have been no new essays or think pieces praising the vandal as an artist. In fact, most of the artists that were written in defense of the graffiti have since been deleted. In the past, we operated under the assumption that this was simple vandalism, the chief of police said in a statement to a small crowd of reporters. But this has evolved into a much more serious crime. The perpetrator did not just deface public property this time. This time, he actually painted the faces of real people in the area, most of them sporting wounds of some kind. Vandalism is a misdemeanor charge. The fact that the perpetrator knew the faces of people in the area suggests, at the very least, criminal harassment, known more commonly as stalking. We are currently investigating the matter, not only as criminal harassment, but, given the damage depicted on the faces, it is at the very least a case of aggravated harassment in the second degree. Local law enforcement presence in the area was increased as a result, and the vandalism was washed away once more. It seemed that the faces were all that had been drawn by the perpetrator, and that given the increased police presence, they would be the last thing drawn by them. In fact, to this day, that is indeed the case. But there was a new revelation hidden in the graffiti of the faces, one that everyone on the ground overlooked because they weren't viewing the vandalism from the right angle. A resident of the area flew a drone over the bus stop in an attempt to capture the vandalism before the cleanup erased it forever. Flying a drone over a crowded area is explicitly prohibited, but the person involved claimed that they were not aware of this law. Their footage was soon disseminated throughout the internet. It showed that there were more faces on the roof of the bus stop, and even on the roofs of nearby buildings. But that wasn't the revelation that shocked those who viewed the footage. What shocked them was what the faces created when they were viewed from above. There, painted over the bus stop and its surroundings, was a massive humanoid figure, the silhouette of a person, each face adding to create its form in some way. A few weeks after the vandalism involving the faces of residents, the City Council moved forward with its resolution to renovate the bus stop completely. This will involve tearing down the original metal walls and fences, which have stood since 2006, and replacing them with newer counterparts, like those found in Redacted. The new stop will have increased lighting, CCTV cameras, and will be patrolled by police officers on a nightly basis. As of the time of the writing of this article, neither local law enforcement nor the private individuals whose faces were featured in the vandalism have reported any damages, threats, or physical harassment as a result of being singled out by the vandal. Unfortunately, as of the time of the writing of this article, the perpetrator has not been identified, but there have also not been any new acts of vandalism in the area of a similar style. Council member Redacted stated, "We hope that the renovation will prompt the vandal to stop performing these cruel and disturbing acts." We hope the council member is right. I put the paper down, more disturbed than usual. The article had mentioned the guess game and the thing about soldiers hanging on trees. That sounded too much like the Treehead article that Ty got. Why is the graffiti referencing other Midnight Papers? I've never seen something like that. One article mentioning another? Is it a warning? A threat? A cruel way to bring up the past? I don't know. But in 1 week, when this one becomes real, I'll try to find out. I heard about it on the news exactly 1 week after the previous paper arrived. There was a report about a toy company called Play canceling their Army Man toy line. I'd never heard of them. For all intents and purposes, it appears that a company the size of Mattel, with thousands of employees and decades of history, was created overnight. Several news outlets and newspapers in my area recapped the months-long controversy leading up to the company's decision. I shouldn't be surprised. Some Midnight Papers describe an event, like the one about Lily, and some of them describe a trend, like the guess game. Whatever was written in the article comes true, usually on the day another paper is delivered, which is 1 week later for me. That means that the City Council will announce that it's renovating the bus stop next week, and they'll be acting like the vandalism has come and gone. There goes my chance to actually see the face graffiti in person. According to the article, there will be pictures of the vandalism online, pictures I can study for clues, and the bus stop will still be there. I'll be going to check it out as soon as I know where it is. The graffiti referenced other Midnight Papers, so maybe whoever did it read them too. But how? I guess I'll find out next week. I'm going to bed now. It's late and this migraine's killing me. I'll post my father's next entry soon. They mentioned a migraine like the ones I got. My heart's racing, guys. I don't want to keep reading only to find out that he died because of this. The possibility has been on the back of my mind for months now, but I keep ignoring it. But what if it's true? What if the Midnight Paper killed both my parents? If it did, I'll destroy it. I'll find a way. I'll do it for them, and for anyone else who got one. When I opened my eyes, my windows were alive with gold and red lights. A fire. I ran outside into the street and I saw them there. People, at least 10, walking in a straight line holding hands, led by a man, all on fire. There was no screaming, no pain in their body language. They just strolled down the road, almost casually, and disappeared into one of the houses on my father's street. I don't know how that house didn't catch on fire. I don't know how the fire on their bodies kept burning the way it did, steadily, never growing or diminishing or destroying their bodies further. I was covered in cold sweat, the fire too close, even if it was on someone else. The possibility that I might catch on fire too seemed too plausible. I showered for what seemed like hours with the water as cold as it could go. The neighborhood's changing. The Midnight Paper is doing something to it every week, with the delivery of who knows how many papers. If only I could read them. If only I could talk to the people getting them and let them know what's going on. I've knocked on their doors, but they don't answer anymore, even though I know they're standing behind the peepholes. I've tried approaching them on their morning jogs, but they turn the other way. I'm beginning to feel like the local nut, shut in, barely getting any sleep, scouring the internet for any strange news. I'm in the dark, cut off from what's happening, unable to help in any way. All I have to go on is my father's journal. This is his next entry. And around midnight, I sat at my personal computer, refreshing a Google search page every few seconds. I know that, given the paper's past track record, the article I read will come true 1 week after it was delivered. That's tonight. This all seems uncanny to me, even after living through it so many times. The idea that the paper could, from 1 second to the next, create a series of events that reach back several months, sometimes even several years. And everyone but me will believe them to be real, will remember them even, is terrifying in ways I could never describe. I clicked refresh once more, and there it was. A bus stop with a history of vandalism and controversy. Not there 1 second, but very much real now. Damn, some of these articles go back 4 months. I wish someone smarter than I am were getting these papers. A physicist, someone who can formulate theories about how these things are happening, someone who could create strategies for how to stop it. But I'm not that person. I'm just an old man staring at something he could never understand, wanting to stop it the way a kid might want to stop a war in the news, happening live but at thousands of miles away. I went back to the articles about the bus stop. There was its location, maybe a half-hour drive from my home. There are photos on the internet too. My God, there are photos. The violent mural described in the article is truly a work of art, painted on the sidewalk and the bus stop, like a Renaissance painting on a canvas, flowing seamlessly between one surface and the next. And the painting itself? Horrifying, apocalyptic, hellish. It's all familiar somehow, even though I've never seen or read anything about it. Then I looked again, and then realized that I had, in fact, seen something depicted in the mural. The article described an army being part of the apocalyptic scene, and whoever wrote it was right. There, taking up most of the bench of the bus stop, was a group of men in uniform, olive green uniforms, OG 107s, Vietnam War uniforms. And there in the center was one who looked just like Ty, and next to him was someone who looked like me. That's when it hit me. This bus stop, the one I had read about for days, the one I had just seen dozens of pictures of, was the same one I used after I got back from the war and got discharged from the VA hospital. I was attending typing classes in the area, something my old man told me to do in order to help my job search. That bus stop was the same one where I met your mother. The Army Man toys, modeled after soldiers in Vietnam, like me, the bus stop where I met Lily, the paper was using things from my past, using them to hurt people. Another insult. Another way to spite an old man it had already robbed of everything else. What else from my life would it use for inspiration? What else would it corrupt and hurt people with? I ran out the front door, stepping over the roll of black paper on the welcome mat without looking at it twice. I ran the whole way. I knew driving was quicker, but I needed the run to clear my head, to think about what to do next. It took me over an hour, and I still couldn't think of anything. My mind was too busy, too filled with red-hot hate to occupy any concrete thoughts, much less any strategies. I finally got to the bus stop, only to be greeted by the sight of a patrol car parked across the street. I'd read the article. I knew that the police were watching the stop for any suspicious individuals, and I, covered in sweat from sprinting, panting like a madman, certainly fit the description. Still, I was able to see the bus stop, to see it at night, half shrouded by darkness and half lit up by the streetlights. There, so many years ago, I'd met Lily. She'd been the first one to talk, the first person on the street who acknowledged me in months. For some reason, this beautiful, kind, and patient woman decided to approach me. She saved my life, and I'd killed her in return. The Midnight Paper wouldn't have found her if it weren't for me. I know that in my heart. And this bus stop is where it all went wrong, where Lily's kindness set her down a path that would eventually... I had to take a closer look. Maybe there was something the Public Works Department had missed, some etching on the walls, some speck of paint, something that might give me a clue. I ran up to the bus stop, my heart pounding like shellfire. I didn't know where to look, so I looked everywhere. At the glass and metal roof of the bus stop, in the corners, at the bits of sidewalk around it. I even lied down and looked up at the bottom of the bench. Nothing. No trace. It had all been cleaned away. I heard the door of the patrol car slam shut. Standing up, I turned slowly to see that 2 police officers were now standing across the street, muttering to each other and looking at me every so often. Just as I began walking back home, I saw it. A dark figure, standing at the intersection to my right. It was far away and lit only by dim streetlights, but it looked like a man covered in tar and twitching strangely, so I bolted after it, hearing the officers shout and begin to run after me. I turned a corner and the figure was gone. The road was long and wide, and there were no alleys or nearby streets where it could have gone. It had to have vanished. The 2 officers caught up with me shortly after that. They gave me a brief background on the bus stop vandalism, as if I didn't already know it, as if I hadn't read the damn thing into existence. Then they asked me for my ID and jotted down what I assumed was my name and address. Great. Now I was a suspect in a vandalism case. By the time I got home, it was almost 2 a.m. The paper was still there. What the hell? I had nothing to lose in reading it. There had to be another piece of the puzzle in the next article. Maybe somewhere I could find that strange tar person. I untied the string and sat on my front steps, reading the midnight paper under my porch light. Dangerous honeymoon suites? Bizarre trend of hospitalizations leads to lawsuit. Redacted hotels describe themselves as a multinational chain of hotels that are as affordable and convenient as they are luxurious and comfortable. Before the strange incidents, searching the hotels online would only lead to information regarding online reservations, review sites rating the facilities, and the hotel chain's several websites and social media profiles. These days, however, the search results for the hotels display page after page of mentions on paranormal forums, horror and true crime videos, and a series of video essays and documentaries exploring theories that attempt to explain the strange events. It's an unfortunate turn of events for the company and a blow to their reputation, to be sure, but it's nothing compared to the anguish, grief, and confusion experienced by the families of those involved in the incidents. It started with an article in the Redacted, a small newspaper that reports on local events that most newspapers in the state of Redacted are too busy to notice. The article in question was titled, "Couple Hospitalized After Wedding Night." In it, a journalist for the newspaper described the first in what would be a series of similar incidents, each involving couples in the honeymoon suites, each in several of the hotels around the world. This first incident involved Redacted and Redacted, the only couple whose name has been revealed to the public. In that first article, Redacted recounts the events of the fateful morning and of the night preceding it. They held their wedding reception in one of the hotel's exclusive event venues. It was, by all appearances, a picture-perfect event with no complaints from the wedding party regarding the venue or the hotel itself. Perhaps more importantly, none of the wedding guests suffered any food poisoning or any type of allergic reaction to the food and drink served at the reception. This fact would prove to be crucial in debunking several of the theories regarding Redacted and Redacted's bizarre behavior. At the end of the night, the newlywed couple said goodnight and rode the elevator up to their honeymoon suite. They had made arrangements to have breakfast with their family and friends the next morning. After that, they would be leaving on their honeymoon, which was an enviable trip hitting several exotic locales in Asia. But the couple would never meet their loved ones for breakfast, much less depart on their honeymoon. After waiting for the couple for close to 3 hours and leaving dozens of concerned messages, the newlyweds' families persuaded hotel staff to unlock the door. What they found inside the suite was horrifying and bizarre in equal measure. The room had been savagely destroyed. The windows were bashed in and cracked, and the walls were filled with holes and stab marks made with broken furniture and shards of glass. The TV was smashed beyond recognition. Seemingly every piece of furniture had been broken apart and used as blunt force tools. And the walls, the floors, and the ceiling were covered in spoiled food, liquor, and blood. EMTs and members of the family found the couple lying in the bathroom, huddled together in terror. The road to recovery was long, with little in the way of details or explanations, but we now know that the couple were both held at a psychiatric ward for over a month. Several months later, after similar incidents had already been reported to the media, the couple spoke at a press conference today. Joining them were the families of the other couples involved in the incident. It was the first time the public had received a first-hand account of that horrifying night. "We still can't explain it," Redacted said, in her role as spokesperson for the couple. Her husband is, according to all information made available, still unwilling or unable to speak in public. "But we thought we had a good night at first. It was midnight when we got to the room, and we were so exhausted after the whole day. We just basically showered and went to bed. We did eat some of the chocolate, and we both drank the champagne. I was the only one who ate the chocolate. We also drank from the water bottles on the desk next to the TV. Everything we ate or drank in the room was provided by the hotel as part of our suite." Mentioning the food and drink first is telling of the family's legal strategy. "We woke up what felt like hours later. I don't know, 8 hours later, maybe 7. The room had blackout shades, so it was still dark. But when Redacted opened them, we found it was still dark outside. That's when we looked at the clocks. There was one digital alarm clock in the room, and it still read 12 a.m. We thought that maybe the power had gone out, but our phones and my smartwatch also had the same time. We found out pretty quickly that that wouldn't change. No matter how much time had passed, or we thought had passed, the clocks never moved. It was always midnight. We tried to open the front door, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it had become a wall of some kind, one that looked like a door but was much stronger, much more sturdy." She then retold her account of what she referred to as those terrible months. She and her husband tried to call for help using their cell phones and the phone in their room, but they never could get a response. She stated that the landline phone made a continuous busy signal sound, and that their phones appeared to be receiving no signals of any kind. Even the hotel's Wi-Fi had disappeared. The couple had the idea to knock on the walls to alert their neighbors, but there was never a response or reaction of any kind. Even when Redacted broke a chair on the wall and used its legs to break away some of the plaster. There was something there, like metal almost, white metal, the same color as the plaster. We couldn't break it no matter what we tried. There was a black tarp-like material on the other side of the windows, one we couldn't cut through. There was no evidence of metal or tarp-like materials found by the authorities or the hotel staff, and the hotel confirmed that the rooms on either side of the honeymoon suite were unoccupied at the time. When they got hungry, the couple ate what was in the mini fridge, with Redacted having the idea to ration the snacks inside. Luckily, there was still running water, so the newlyweds could refill the water bottles in the room. "It went on for months," Redacted said. "I know it seems impossible, but that's what it felt like. It really felt that way. Like it was so real. We remember spending months there. We want to clarify that we are not claiming that the hotel held us there for months. We are simply alleging that something provided by the hotel made us believe that this happened, that it altered our perception in that way, and the hotel caused us great psychological trauma." At one point, when the food in the mini fridge had run out, the couple found that it had somehow been restocked. "We thought someone had come into the room while we were asleep, but we would have woken up. I can't explain that either." They said they found wrappers in the room, chocolates and granola bars mostly, but only enough to cover what was inside the fridge originally. No extras. No evidence of it having been refilled. But we remember it having been refilled several times. There were other strange phenomena that the newlyweds reported experiencing. Our hair never grew. Redacteds. Beard never grew past what he had on at our wedding. Neither did his hair. It seemed that way for the both of us. Any hair in general didn't grow, both on our bodies or on our heads, past what it had been like on our wedding night. That was what we saw and believed to have happened. After what seemed like months of isolation, Redacted expressed his desire to take his own life. Redacted also expressed a similar wish, and the couple allegedly used a shard of broken glass to harm themselves. However, Redacted now believes that they did not, in fact, harm themselves. We thought that we had cut ourselves, and we laid down in the bathroom together, waiting for it to end. It was then that the door opened, and our family and the emergency workers found us. We are now aware that we did not, in fact, harm ourselves in any way. But we are still holding the hotel accountable for the desire to end our own lives, as well as the great emotional, mental, and physical strain that we suffered as a result. The couple and their attorneys claim that they ingested some form of hallucinogen and something that the hotel had provided them. The fact that no other guests experienced a severe psychotic episode involving visual or auditory hallucinations is, according to the legal team of the affected families, irrelevant. The couple claim that they only ingested food prepared by hotel staff. Footage of the wedding supports this, as they had hired a videographer to follow them around at all times, and on the footage we do in fact only see them drink from glasses the hotel staff had handled. Now, the hotel claims that it is possible that the affected parties had ingested something of their own volition, or that a guest had slipped something into their food or drinks, but we disagree. Whatever was given to them was incredibly potent. One dose alone would not have been enough to cause a mental breakdown. We believe that a member of the hotel staff dosed the couple throughout the day. The hotel's legal teams claim that there is no evidence of a hallucinogen as at this moment premature. We do not claim to know exactly what was given to our clients. It is possible that it simply has not been identified yet. The fact of the matter is that we have 4 couples, each staying at a redacted establishment, who have experienced the same alteration of visual, auditory, and temporal perception. We believe that this is not a coincidence, and that the common factor is obviously the hotel, and, more specifically, the honeymoon suite and the food given to these couples. The motive for a hotel employee slipping a hallucinogen to the couples has not been clarified by the attorneys. We believe that a motive is irrelevant, the legal team stated. What's necessary now is to hold the hotel chain accountable before this happens again. There were, in fact, 3 other couples who suffered similar mental breakdowns or severe hallucinogenic episodes at honeymoon suites in redacted hotels. There was a couple in redacted, one in redacted, one in redacted, and the most recent one in redacted. The couples involved in these events each described the same bizarre circumstances: the locked door, the clock stuck on midnight, the strange sturdiness of the walls, the presence of metal and tarps in the walls and windows, the lack of phone signal or signals of any kind, and the refilling mini-fridge. Many theorize that the couples are scheming to sue the hotel for money, but the couples have already spent millions on their legal teams. There is also a wealth of evidence showing, if nothing else, a severe psychological break affecting all couples. If they are acting, said one medical professional, they're the best actors in history. There was and still is evidence of severe trauma. Some of the couples involved are clearly manifesting signs of PTSD. The families of those involved have described immense psychological distress that has lasted, in some cases, almost a year. Whatever the reason behind the suffering of these 4 couples, the evidence of that suffering is obvious even to people who have no psychology training. We only wish that those affected are able to get the help they need to return to their normal lives. Something jumped out at me right away. Midnight. The couples involved were stuck in a honeymoon suite where it was always midnight. That has to mean something. The press conference should become real sometime next week, and there should also be information on the internet after midnight. With that, I'll be able to find out the hotel chain's name and look into it more closely. But something else is bothering me. The Army Man toys, soldiers like me, the bus stop where I met Lily, and now a honeymoon suite, like the one she and I spent our wedding night. The Midnight Paper's mocking me, I know it, and I'm going to find out why. I unlocked my front door and walked inside, and I immediately knew something was wrong. Even in the dark, something felt off. The volume of the house, the air in there felt more full somehow, as if someone had changed it. I flicked on the lights and I saw them. Boxes and boxes and boxes, piled on every surface, the floor, the tables, the sofa, and every chair. One was at my feet. So I leaned down and picked it up. It was a toy, packaged in a colorful cardboard box with a clear plastic shell. Army Man toys. Hundreds of them. And there, strewn around the floor like strange confetti, were hundreds of receipts. Thanks for reading. I'll post again soon. This is my father's next entry. I've been sleeping in motels for the past few days. The Army Man toys, the receipts, it felt too much like a trap, one I wasn't going to wait around in. I threw the toys out, shredded the receipts, then threw away the pieces. Whoever broke into our home, it'll never just be my home, was extremely efficient and extremely careful. There was no trace, no broken windows, no busted-in doors, no windows left open where they might have made their escape. If I'd never read a Midnight Paper, I would have called something like this impossible. But I'm starting to think that nothing is impossible. Not if it has to do with the papers. Not if it targets me. I had nothing to do all week except wait. I hated it. Hated being alone with my thoughts. Hated remembering how things were when we were a family. Now I'm just alone with my memories, and all I see looking back at me through the years is failure after failure. I'm pretty sure I'm failing now, even without knowing it. But I'll make this worth it, somehow. I'll stop this and make everything worth it. I didn't know if the Midnight Paper would find me if I wasn't at home, but I was sure that it'd find a way. What mattered most was waiting for the article about the honeymoon suites to come true. When it did, I could find out what hotel chain was involved, go to the one closest to me, and what? I didn't really have a plan. I hadn't had one for what felt like a lifetime. But it was trying to tell me something, trying to mock me in some way. I was sure of it. The paper seemed to target people specifically to send them papers that all have a similar underlying theme. Your mother got the article about the Guess board game first, then the one about you news, and then the one about herself. Each of them referenced parents harming their families in some way, or killing them outright. But they also featured something, a board game, a strange news channel, forcing the parents to act a certain way. In the end, the article about her was just another way to force her hand. The articles all come true, don't they? Except for hers. Somehow she was strong enough to stop it, strong enough to change the events it predicted, even if the only way she knew how was to... I have to find a way to change these things too, to stop the Midnight Paper for good. I just wish I had her with me so that I might borrow some of her strength. I clicked refresh one more time and 3 knocks exploded across my motel room door. The paper could wait. There, on my clunky laptop screen, was a search results page, and there were hundreds of matches, where before there had been none. I didn't have to look long. The cursed honeymoon suites belonged to Emery Hotels, an international chain to rival the Hiltons and Marriotts of the world. Of course, I'd never heard of them, but I wasn't surprised anymore. There was one in Manhattan. I could be over there in less than an hour. So I left my motel room, picked up the Midnight Paper on my way out, and got in my car. The Emery Hotel was in, of all places, Times Square. It was the perfect tourist trap. The building itself was right behind Madame Tussauds, a spot I knew for a fact used to be a Hilton. The Midnight Paper had just given Emery Hotels a venue that was probably valued in the millions, and had done so from one second to the next. I had been impressed with some of the changes the paper had made to reality throughout the years, but beating Hilton to a priceless piece of Times Square real estate? That had to be the most impressive. The hotel itself was about what you'd expect, dressed up and remodeled to high heaven, but a little rough around the edges. And Times Square is, as you well know, all grime underneath the pretty lights. The lobby was crowded with tourists and frequent travelers. Like in most places in Times Square, the only locals were working the counter or serving as unwilling tour guides for out-of-town family. I've been there. Getting out of the house felt good. Going to a place I knew well felt better. But I had to keep my wits about me. The Emery wasn't a real hotel after all. It was another one of the Midnight Paper's creations. And, like all of them, it was without a doubt dangerous. The receptionist was nice, all white smiles and good evenings, but I could see the hint of disapproval in his eyes. Things didn't get better when I asked him for the honeymoon suite. He started, typing something into the keyboard underneath him. I'm sorry, sir, but the honeymoon suite is unavailable at the moment, and will be unavailable for the next few months. Saturine tone, too white smile, cold with just enough fake warmth to trick an out-of-towner. The perfect blend for working a front desk in Manhattan. He probably thought I was a journalist who was covering the drama surrounding the hotel and their suites. I'd have to put on the charm, something I hadn't had to do in a lifetime. Oh, that's a shame. You see, I was married here, actually, almost 40 years ago tomorrow. I was hoping to surprise my wife with a reservation to the honeymoon suite as an anniversary present. I'm sorry, sir, the man said. Even if it were available, you'd have to reserve it months in advance. Right. I understand. Would it be all right if I reserved a suite on the same floor then? I asked, putting on a conspiratorial tone. Maybe she won't know the difference, right? The receptionist's smile faded a little. I could almost hear the insults he was thinking. Oh, he'd definitely be telling someone about this little exchange later. I was about to be famous among his circle of friends as the guy who lied about getting a honeymoon suite as an anniversary gift. Well, there are a few available on the same floor, a little further down the hall. I picked the one that got me the closest to the honeymoon suite, and it was on the other end of the hallway. They were probably limiting the number of guests on that floor, just on the off chance that one of them might be a journalist or a photographer. It must be costing them millions, but I wasn't about to start worrying about a hotel company that had existed for about an hour. I reserved the room, and after some stuff about wanting to get the room ready, I was able to check in for the night. There was the bill, too, of course. A little steep, considering I'd been the person to read this multi-million-dollar hotel chain into existence. The room was nice. Too nice. The luxury reminded me of the bill that would, without a doubt, take a chomp out of the few savings I had. After dropping my bags off in the room, I decided it was time to check out the honeymoon suite. The suite door was the same as all the others. There were no signs indicating that it was, in reality, a honeymoon suite. Something that would no doubt help the hotel hide its existence from those who didn't know the exact room number. I didn't, as it wasn't mentioned in the article, but a few online searches later and I knew exactly where to head to. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. From where I was standing in the empty hallway, it was just a door, dark brown, polished wood, with an electronic keycard reader above a lever door handle. I didn't get goosebumps. I didn't hear a strange sound. I didn't even feel particularly different. It was just a door to a hotel room like hundreds of others I'd seen through the years. There was no hint of it being strange or different in any way. Of course, the entire hotel was strange. It hadn't existed 2 hours ago, so how could I tell if this room was out of place, when nothing about the building was in place to begin with? The door was sturdy, like most hotel room doors are, far sturdier than any door in any home. The frame was steel and could not be struck to an edge to splinter it. The wooden door was actual wood, not plywood, not old or weathered either. That fact combined with the frame itself made it almost impossible to bust in, cut through, or break down. It wouldn't be impossible, of course, with an axe or a set of power tools, but it would be loud and take way too long. But I had a feeling that none of that mattered. The Midnight Paper sent me that article for a reason. The honeymoon suite, the one that stuck at midnight for months on end, had to serve a purpose. Why send me that article specifically when it could have sent me another? So I took a chance. I walked up to the honeymoon suite's door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I'd brought some supplies from my room. I'm not exactly the smartest guy in any room, but I was smarter than walking into a room that trapped people in it for 9 months at a time. I opened the door, and before stepping in completely, I wedged my massive suitcase between the open door and the wall, ensuring that it wouldn't close on me. Then I hopped over the suitcase and stepped inside. It was a suite, all right. There was a lounge area near the front door, with a few couches, a marble table, and a massive flat screen. There was a guest bathroom near the entrance, a kitchenette, a living room of sorts with another TV, who watches TV on their wedding night, and a massive bedroom that was all glass doors and glass walls, with both a bathtub and a shower, each big enough for two. The bed was massive as well, almost as wide as our bedroom back home. I commended the Midnight Paper's interior design choices, but I wasn't there to gawk. I was there to find out why the article was important. It happened too fast. I didn't have a chance. The door slammed shut. My suitcase there 1 second, gone the next. All at once, every sound around the room seemed to be cut off. My ears popped, the air felt tighter, and I knew that I was trapped. Something had sealed the room off and sealed me away with it. The knocks on the door came a second later. 3 knocks, as always. I didn't even have to open the door. As I walked closer, I saw that a roll of black paper had appeared right in front of the door, inside the room. That was a first. Always midnight. The clocks were stuck at midnight for the people in the article, for months on end. No. What had I done? I ignored the paper at first, looking around the room for something, anything I could exploit. The windows were locked and there was something outside, some kind of black tarp as described in the article. The door seemed sturdier too, colder to the touch, as if its very atoms had been changed into something that was never designed to be open. Screw it. I wasn't going to read anything. Whatever was behind this could lock me in that room for eternity if it wanted to, but I wasn't going to read a single paper. 3 knocks sounded off, and another roll of black paper appeared next to the first. I stared at them intently. 3 knocks and another roll appeared next to the others. Not there 1 second, there the next. The faintest hint of black smoke lingering after its arrival. 3 knocks, another roll. 3 knocks, another. 3 knocks. I made my way to the bed, crawled into it, and drifted off to the sound of 3 knocks and 3 knocks and 3 knocks and 3. By the time I woke up, the entire lounge area by the front door was covered in messy piles of black rolls of paper. 3 knocks and another one appeared, causing a small avalanche of papers, several of them landing in front of my feet. There was no way out. I knew as much because I had read the article. The couples had tried everything, tried breaking down the walls, tried cutting the tarps around the windows, but I tried anyway. After what felt like a whole day of hammering one of the walls with the leg of a chair, I met the same metal slab that the man in the article did. It wasn't even metal, more like cold stone. It didn't make a sound when I struck it. It didn't clang, didn't even produce a bang or a thunk. I had all the time in the world, and a seemingly endless supply of midnight papers. My phone was losing battery fast, and I left the charger in my room. I felt boredom settling into me like a strange disease. But I couldn't read. I wouldn't give the paper the satisfaction, so I decided to use the time on a science experiment. I grabbed the paper closest to me just as another 3 knocks sounded off, and another paper appeared on top of an ever-growing pile. There was something I always wanted to try. I stuck the white roll into the toilet and waited, watching the water intently. After a few minutes, I pulled the roll out, only to discover that it was completely dry, so I couldn't destroy them. Not that way. I reached for my lighter, but it wasn't there. I guess whatever was behind this didn't want me to burn the whole place down, so to spite it, I spent the next couple of days rubbing splinters together, wrapping sheets around light bulbs, and sticking shards of metal from the TV into the light sockets, with not so much as a spark to show for it. 3 knocks. Another paper. 3 knocks. One more. 3 knocks. One more. The 3 knocks were annoying for the first few days, but after that they became a familiar rhythm, even an almost comforting rhythm. The knocks came every 5 minutes, and soon the entire room was filled with midnight papers. I couldn't see the floor anymore, couldn't walk without stepping on one. There was nothing to do except think, nowhere to hide but my own thoughts. The temptation to grab one of the papers was overwhelming. But no, that's what they wanted, wasn't it? Whoever was behind this had targeted me, targeted our family. The Army Man paper was a reminder of my past, of how Ty and I and the others killed kids in the jungle. The bus stop where I met your mother was featured in the next article, corrupting it, turning it into a hellish mural. Knowing the paper and the way it predicts things, that mural was probably what would happen if I kept reading. If I did the thing that this room was designed to do. The last paper I got featured a honeymoon suite, like the one Lily and I spent our wedding night in. It was always midnight there. I could have read for months, for years, and the things I read about would come true again and again, and the world outside would suffer. Lastly, the paper, or someone sent by it, had filled our home with the Army Man toys and their receipts, no doubt to force me out of my home and get closer to that suite. It all came together. I don't know what the paper wants. I don't know why it's doing this, why it made me read the articles and cause those things to happen, but I knew that I wouldn't let it. Not anymore. I'd learned my lesson. I wouldn't let another person get hurt because I was too stupid enough to read another paper. I closed my eyes, hearing the knocks, feeling the papers filling the room, until there was nothing else left, until I was buried alive. I don't know how long I spent in that darkness. I know that I starved and faded away more times than I could count. The knocks got louder and louder, and soon they were all I heard. They were louder than my thoughts, but I still couldn't open my eyes. I still didn't read. I felt the papers unrolling, felt the pages plaster themselves around my face, around my eyelids, begging me to open my eyes and see the white words painted on the black paper. My migraine got worse and worse, as did my breathing. It felt like something was building up inside of my chest, inside my head. Somehow I knew that if I read another paper, some of that pain would go away. But I never read one. No matter how much it hurt, I wouldn't let it win. After what felt like decades, I woke up for the last time. The weight of the papers was gone, and in its place was an empty room. One full of nothing but air and furniture that I hadn't seen in years. I had almost forgotten what it felt like to breathe. I had definitely forgotten what it felt like to move. It took me hours to get on my feet, but once I did, it came back to me. My body was unchanged, exactly the same as it had been when I first walked into the suite. There, keeping the door open, was my suitcase from all those years ago. I limped out of the room, and that's when I saw him. The figure, the man, the one covered in tar from head to toe, after he reached out and pulled me through the doorway. We were suddenly somewhere else, not a hotel hallway, but a warehouse of some kind, dark and wet and cold, and filled with an unspeakable amount of noise. There was a massive machine there, one that took up almost every inch of the place. It wasn't made of metal, not really. It was made of something like black flesh. I could see the sinews and the veins if I looked long enough. Even through all that gunk, I recognized what it was, or what it was supposed to be. It was a printing press, and on it were rolls of black paper, each as wide as the room was tall, midnight papers being printed off right before my eyes. And that's when the figure spoke. Its voice was barely a whisper, one coming through what seemed like hundreds of layers of phlegm, but I knew who it was as soon as he said them. "Tell him not to read it," the voice said. Ty's voice. My best friend, the one I read the first paper with in Vietnam, a lifetime ago. He'll change things if he does. That's why it's been targeting you. It knows what's coming. It knows one of the articles will break the rules. Ty? I asked, but he ignored me and just handed me a roll of black paper. Don't read it, he said. It's for him to fix things. Then Ty walked into the printing press thing, and the veins wrapped around him, and he became part of it. I don't know how else to describe it. Then I was back in that motel. I checked out, not even bothering to give the receptionist an excuse, and drove back home. I expected there to be a midnight paper on my welcome mat, but it was empty. Maybe it thought that I wasn't going to read it anyway. But I had won. At least I felt that I had. I knew that it would come after you soon, to stop you, or someone else, from breaking the rules. The migraine hadn't gone away since I left that room. In fact, it had gotten much worse, and I couldn't breathe without breaking into a coughing fit. When the coughing got really bad, I would spit out a wad of black phlegm. I thought of Ty, thought of the tar he was covered in. Was that what happened if you kept reading? Did it make you a part of it? Had Ty somehow held off for long enough? Had it let him go out and find me to fix things? Whatever the case, it took him back as soon as the job was done. Maybe it'll take me too before long. I hid the midnight paper Ty gave me in my office. It's in the heating vent in the corner. I'm too tired to do anything else. I'm going to finish writing this, then I'm going to bed. Don't read it, if you haven't yet. But if you have, find a way to fix this. I trusted Ty with my life when we were kids in Vietnam. I trust him with my life now. I don't know if I trust him with yours, but he gave me that paper for a reason. I love you, son. I'm sorry I told you about this in the first place. I'm sorry I failed you. Don't make the same mistake I did. That was my father's last entry. I don't know what to say here. I'm still processing his death and what he left for me in this journal. I just know that he wasn't a failure, that he just wanted the best for me and my mother, but that the paper destroyed his life to get to me, to stop me from reading it. Maybe some of those papers in that hotel room would have been about me. Maybe it would have found a way to twist my father and use him to get rid of me before I even unrolled that first midnight paper and read about the ledge game. Ty said that I had broken the rules, or that he had. He? I had a good idea of who he was referring to. The removal doctor. He'd helped me in the end, or so I thought, because he'd gotten rid of the perfect being and the hungry people and the end of all things. But he'd done that by removing whatever mark the paper had made on me, whatever existed in me that made me get the paper in the first place, and putting it inside everyone else in my neighborhood, maybe everyone else in the world. But my father gave me what I wanted, a way back in, a way to fix things, to end things, to set right what the removal doctor had broken. I removed the vent cover and found the midnight paper, the one my father had hidden for me. I cut the twine and unrolled it on the desk, wondering the whole time if it was a trap, if the paper had faked my father's journal and made me read what he refused to in that room. But as soon as I read the white words on those black pages, I knew that I had a way to fix things. 2 headlines this time, instead of 1. The removal doctor? Police warn of dangerous individual. The new kid. Jailed teacher tells bizarre tale. I sat in the driver's seat of my car. On the other side of the street, the mansion sat in darkness. I'd been here before, a lifetime ago. It was a house that reeked of success. If you'd walked in front of it, you might think it belongs to a lawyer, or a politician, or a doctor. Or was the case here, a couple of aren'ts. The new kid article ran through my head yet again, like it had been doing for the past few days. I'll summarize it here in case anyone hasn't read it in a while. The midnight paper described how Mark Bailey, a high school English teacher, had noticed that one of his students, Monica Campbell, was somehow reappearing in his school and in other schools. The students had different names but looked the same. They were each prodigies in seemingly every area of study, were each incredibly wealthy, and each had mysterious parents. The girls were always new kids, moving to whatever school they enrolled in during their senior year, and going off to college, only for another identical girl with a different name to appear in a different school in the area. Eventually, Bailey followed one of these girls home and was arrested for stalking. A few months later, a disgraced Bailey began stalking another girl, Stephanie Carson, and broke into her home. He demanded an explanation from her, wanted her to explain to him who she was and what was going on. But when she said nothing, Bailey ended up killing her. But I stopped that once, and I'd do it again. Stephanie was the smartest person I'd ever met, and together we'd save the world, or at least that's what we thought at the time. Now that things were worse than ever, she was the only person who must figure out how to fix it. I opened the driver's side door and made my way across the street. Bailey would be making his way over to one of the windows on the ground floor, and there he was. Mark Bailey, unshaven, a sweaty mess, looking like he hadn't slept in weeks. Like Stephanie and the removal doctor, and most of the other people in the articles, Bailey didn't exist before I read him into existence. But that still didn't excuse him for what he was about to do. Maybe I could talk to him. Maybe I could convince him to stop looking into Stephanie and the other girls who looked just like her. Then a girl walked out of the house. It all happened so fast. Bailey charged at her, a question forming in his throat, and then he was on the ground, a knife sticking out of his neck. It occurred to me then that this was the second time I'd seen Bailey die. Stephanie walked up to me. She was wearing a black coat, black gloves, and black boots. Her hair in a tight ponytail. I'd never seen her like this. Before I could even say anything, she shoved a duffel bag into my arms. "Remember when I said it was a bad idea to let a mad doctor operate on you?" she asked. "Told you so. Now, come on. You're helping me with something." "What?" I started. "You read it again, right? My article? Because you need help. Well, then you're helping me first." "What about Bailey?" "My aunts will take care of it, remember?" It was a long drive. I didn't know exactly where we were going. I just followed Stephanie's directions. I filled her in on the way, telling her about my parents, about what was happening in my dad's neighborhood, about how I'd found her article in the removal doctors in my dad's study. "Well," Stephanie said, "sounds rough, but at least you didn't blink out of existence." "What do you remember?" I asked. "Literally just what I said. I was there one moment, watching the creepy doctor cut into you, and then nothing. I woke up in my room, and the aunts were downstairs being creepy as always. I swear all they do is stare at the TV. If it was on, that might sound normal, but it isn't. They just stare at the reflections on a black screen for hours." Anyway, I figured that if I was back, Bailey would be too. Guy goes out like a wimp every time. Even so, I think I know why the paper said he'd kill me. I let her trail off for a moment, then she kept talking, her voice cracking under the strain of her words. "I was depressed before all this. Well, maybe I still am. So when Bailey became obsessed with me, I kind of wanted to see where it'd go. I thought that maybe my real parents would step in and stop him. But deep down, I knew they wouldn't. Who knows how many versions of me there are, how many of them there were before me, how many died, how many took their own lives? Hell, even the removal doctor used a version of me to get the last piece for his perfect being. So maybe the paper knew that I'd let Bailey kill me, just to end all this, to end my life as someone's idea as a perfect daughter." "But you didn't let him," I said. "The paper was wrong." "Yeah," Stephanie said, wiping her nose and blinking away what might have been tears. "You broke into my house and I wanted to know why. Your crazy rant about the paper was more interesting than dying to Bailey anyway. So he's dead for the second time. Crap, I should have tried killing him a different way. How often do you get to kill your would-be murderer? I should have made it more interesting." I shook my head, and she chuckled, the strain gone from her voice. "So where are we going?" I asked, seeing a turn coming up on the road. "Yeah, take that right," she said. So I did. I was working on something before Bailey. I didn't have a childhood, right? Not really. I just woke up one day, like this, and I had all this stuff in my head. Memories, with my parents, my real parents, mind you, not the crappy imitations I'm living with now. And I remembered a house, always there in every fake birthday and every fake Christmas. That's where the original me grew up. The first one. Not Stephanie Carson or Monica Campbell or Natalie Creed, but the one we're all based on, and that's where my parents live. That's where they made me. And what are we going to do when we get there? You're not going to like this, she said. She was right. Stephanie's house was a mansion. There was no doubt about that. But it was still a house. This place was something else entirely. When I first looked at it, I thought it was a gated condominium. I guessed that the lights beyond the gate belonged to many different houses, each probably worth millions of dollars. But I was wrong. It wasn't a condominium. It was one mansion. 4 stories tall, almost entirely made of glass. There was a park around it, with walkways and wooden bridges and streetlights. Who were these people? I was about to find out. I took a deep breath, looking out through the windshield one more time. I studied the gate, the white wall surrounding it, the cameras here and there along the top of the wall. Was I really going to do this? Yes, I had to. I promised Stephanie I would. So I did. I slammed my foot into the accelerator, my crappy car groaning, as if to remind me that I'd just gotten it fixed. The gate was drawing closer and closer, becoming bigger and bigger in my windshield as the car and I shot toward it. I loosened my grip on the steering wheel, leaving my hands on it just to guide the car in those last few seconds. I tried as hard as I could to loosen up, to make sure that the impact didn't hit a body that was waiting for it. All gritted teeth and clenched hands and muscles that were taut and expecting the blow. There was nothing that could have prepared me for the crash. I was expecting it, but that was probably much worse. The front of my car met the gate and exploded instantly, parts of it rising up like metal petals, shattering the windshield and destroying the dashboard. That was all I saw before the force of the impact forced my eyes shut and took the rest of the world with it. Scraping, swabbing, cold things against my skin, the sting of needles, the biting, sharp scent of rubbing alcohol. I opened my eyes only to be met with a white, blurry world. It felt like hours before I was able to blink away the haze, but when I did, I saw Stephanie standing in front of me. She was dressed differently, wearing white, her hair up in a tight bun. "Stephanie?" I asked. She didn't even look at me, just kept running a cotton swab saturated with rubbing alcohol down one of my arms. I looked down at the rest of my body. There were no casts, no bandages. There wasn't even any blood. But something was wrong. Before the crash, I had been wearing an old shirt, one I'd owned for years. Now, I was still wearing it, but it wasn't the same shirt. There was a bleach stain on mine, near the hem. Now it was gone. The shirt fit me the same. It even felt the same. But the stain was gone. They'd replaced it, remade it. "You're not Stephanie," I said to the girl. "Are you?" The girl didn't say anything. She just dropped the cotton swab into a plastic bag, rolled the bag up into a ball, and walked out of the room. A few minutes later, I felt confident enough to stand. The room was mostly empty. There weren't any medical tools, no examination materials, no furniture besides the gurney I'd woken up in. There wasn't even a trash can. I patted one pocket, then another. My phone was gone. I couldn't call Stephanie, couldn't tell her what had happened. I was all alone in a white room, cold, impersonal, clinical. Then I walked through the doorway, and that all changed. The floor was now limestone, or something like it. The walls were white stone too, but not impersonal, not clinical, weathered and textured and thick with time. There were white animal hide rugs covering practically every square inch of the floor. Some of the walls were made of glass and must have been 20 feet tall. The ceiling was made of aged wooden tiles, crisscrossing and coming together like a weave basket. There were fine pieces of furniture, both antique and modern, but never out of place. There were paintings on the walls, minimal and modern. The place reeked of wealth and sophistication, but it also felt empty, like a resort without guests, like a museum without patrons. "Good evening," a pleasant voice said, echoing throughout the house. I looked around, noticing that the hallway opened up into a wide room. I steeled myself and walked into it, not knowing what could be on the other side. As soon as I walked through the doorway, a gunshot exploded inside the house. I took another step and watched the girl in white hit the floor, the girl that looked like Stephanie. The blood was already pooling beneath her, the smell of rust hanging over her like a fog. I looked up and saw the gun that had fired the shot, and the man holding it. He was blonde, young, and he looked a lot like Stephanie. He must have been in his 30s, but, given Stephanie's age, then again, Stephanie's age didn't matter, did it? I guess this man's age didn't matter either. When you can do what Stephanie's parents do. His hair was slicked back, his skin sporting a healthy tan, his face movie star perfect, but the eyes, cold and sharp like broken glass. Next to him was a woman, blonde hair, her face all sharp edges, her eyes as cold as the man's. Stephanie's mother? I looked everywhere except where I knew I should. I took my time. I avoided it, but Stephanie's father made me look. He cocked the gun again and repositioned it. I looked. He was pointing it at Stephanie, or a girl who looked like her. She was wearing white clothes, her hair up in a messy braid, like she had tried to imitate the other girl's hair, but had done a terrible job at it. "This is pitiful, really," the man said. "Still, I'd expect as much from you, Stephanie. You were always a little off." "The mark on her right calf," the woman said casually. "The crease on her palm, too," the man said with a disgusted look. "But we liked you." "You grabbed onto my finger," the woman said. "We were inspecting you." "And I told you that was so unlike you, remember? Emotional, sensitive, no reason for it at all. And you were right. We won't make that same mistake again." Stephanie didn't say anything. She just looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. "We'll leave," I said. "Thanks for fixing me up. Sorry about your gait, but Stephanie's more important than you know. She can save the world." The couple chuckled dryly. "Of course she can," the man said. "We made her. She can do anything. You know, when we first hit batch 155, we thought we couldn't do any better." "And we were right," the woman said. "These new ones are so messy. We only set a few of them up with houses, you know. Send them to schools and off to college," the man continued. "And they always get so messy. Settle down with a boy or a girl, start a company that'd be worth billions in 10 years. Can't have that." "So why give them the chance in the first place?" I asked. They shrugged. They actually shrugged. "To see what they do." "We've plateaued, unfortunately," the woman said. "So we're testing them in different scenarios. If we leave them be, they'd run the world in 2 decades. But that's not their purpose. It's her purpose." "Who?" I asked. "Whoever surprises us," the woman said. "I made you," I said, suddenly the words coming out angry and guttural, full of venom. "Right then." "Right," the man said. "The paper. You read an article and you think you created us somehow? Through the Midnight Paper's strange magic? Is that it?" the woman asked. "You know about that?" I asked. "Sure," the man said. "We have your driver's license. One of the girls looked into you, found your posts." "So you know," I said. "You know about the removal doctor and about what's happening, about how Stephanie can help me." "Like we already said, if you're wondering why we're not concerned, look around you," the woman said. So I did. There in a far corner of the room was a pile of bodies. Each had blonde hair. Each was wearing white. Each was Stephanie. "Damn," I muttered. "You think we're the first?" the man asked, smiling. "You think we'd make the perfect daughter without perfecting ourselves beforehand?" "So no," the man said. "We're not worried about monsters or strange papers delivered only at midnight, or your online posts. If something comes here, we'll deal with it," the woman concluded. "Or we'll make something that can." "Was there ever?" Stephanie said, her voice trembling. "What happened to the original me?" "That's why you came all this way, isn't it?" the man asked. "Oh, Stephanie, that's so disappointing. You should have figured it out by now," the woman said. "See?" the man asked, looking at me. "She's faulty. The other ones found out much sooner." After he pulled the trigger, I ran forward, catching Stephanie before she hit the ground. There was so much blood. Her face. God. Don't cry, the woman said. We had to get rid of the whole batch anyway. You should be thankful. It's only by culling them that we found out how to fix broken bodies. It's how we fixed your arm. You're crazy, I said. She was your daughter. I charged at the man, rage coursing through me. They both laughed out loud, like what I'd said and what I was doing was a joke, like this meant nothing. I'd never get to them in time. The man turned the gun on me casually, pulled the hammer back and smiled. But he was wrong. What I'd said, what I'd done, it had meant something to someone. It was a signal. A bullet ripped through the man's wrist, shattering bone, shredding skin, sending chunks flying, and making him drop the gun. He didn't even scream. He didn't even flinch. He simply reached over with his other hand and grabbed the gun once more, catching it before it hit the table. He was fast. Too fast. But Stephanie was faster. Another gunshot and the man's other hand was torn apart. The woman looked over at him casually, a disgusted sneer on her face. Messy, she said. Stephanie walked out of the shadows, a high-powered rifle in her hands. You let us kill them? The man asked, his voice steady, not a hint of pain or strain on it. Interesting. I can learn anything perfectly, right? I only have to see it for myself, Stephanie said. You're going to show me how to bring them back. Maybe she isn't so faulty after all, the woman said. Maybe. She surprised us, the man said. That was kind of the damn point, Stephanie said, walking over and picking up the man's handgun. How's your arm? She asked me. Good as new, I said. Great. There's a garage outside, filled with crazy expensive cars. Pick one you'd think you'd be comfortable driving. I don't have a license. I nodded, but Stephanie kept looking at me. I realized her meaning. She wanted me to go pick one now to leave her alone with her parents. If they were even her parents. Got it, I said. If you need help. I don't. Give me 2 hours, Stephanie said. The couple smiled. The man lifted one of his shredded hands and waved at me casually. Nice meeting you, he said. Thank you for bringing us the one we were looking for, the woman said. I walked away. The last thing I saw was Stephanie pulling up a chair to sit in front of her parents. There were no screams. There was no sound of any kind. 2 hours later, Stephanie walked out of the house, wearing different clothes, her hair wet with a fresh shower, her hands red and raw like she'd scrubbed them heavily. Stephanie? I asked without meaning to. Seeing her in different clothes threw me off. She sighed, lifting her pant leg up and showing me her right calf. There was a small birthmark on it. Convinced? She asked. I nodded. Sorry. It's fine. I'd be second-guessing your identity too if I saw a pile of dead ewes. You pick a car yet? I pointed at an SUV. I picked it because it was the one that looked the cheapest, but it was still worth more than I could make in 10 years. Great, Stephanie said, opening the trunk and tossing a small suitcase inside. I started. Don't talk about them. Don't ask me any questions, okay? Stephanie said. Her voice was steady, her eyes dry. She wasn't sad or vulnerable or shaking. She was calm and collected, and she didn't need someone to comfort her in the slightest. Okay, I said. Any idea where we're going next? We've got a doctor's appointment, Stephanie said, smiling. Things were bad. My father's neighborhood was almost completely abandoned. Houses sat on the street, husks, hollow, dark. A few of them had shattered windows, or walls that had been torn apart. One of the homes had a light post sticking out of its roof, its light shining through the hole and lighting the windows below it, revealing bloody walls. Wow, Stephanie said. Things really have gone to hell. She was sitting at the wheel. She insisted. She was a better driver than I was. Much better. I'd never been on a car drive that smooth. But given the fact that Stephanie could learn seemingly anything perfectly, that didn't surprise me. The doctor, I started, but Stephanie cut me off. The removal doctor has a little ritual. He asks you if you want to remove anything about yourself, a memory, a bad habit, an illness, and he can take it off of you somehow, but in return he can take something else as payment. You read all those papers and something built up inside of you, black gunk. So you asked him to take it out of you, thinking it was what was making the articles come true. A crappy idea, and I told you as much. There was something else inside of you, too. Something that made you get the midnight paper, like a beacon or a target, whatever. And the doctor took that as his payment, and he put it in everyone. I don't know how, but he did. So everyone in this neighborhood got a midnight paper delivered to them. Read it, and the things in the articles came true. I stared at her. You're going to say something along those lines, right? You already filled me in. I get it. But you want me to come up with a solution, right? Stephanie asked, sighing. Well, I don't know. I can't think of one. Not yet. But, oh, come on, Stephanie said, rolling her eyes. You're going to say that I'm me, right? That I'm super smart and that I can learn anything because that's how those bastards made me? But I'm not a freaking supercomputer. You can't just give me a problem and ask for a solution. If you did, you'd be no better than they were. I'm sorry, I said. I'm not even thinking straight. I didn't mean to put the solution all on you. It's nice to have someone else to plan things with again. Yeah, Stephanie said. I'm enjoying being alive again, too. Let's find the doctor first. Then we can think of a way to stop all this. He's probably back at that same building. Yep, already driving. Holy crap. Stephanie's eyes widened, and she swerved, shooting the car into the other lane. The reason why was obvious. There was a group of people on fire, walking in the middle of the street. There was nothing on fire anywhere else. Not a home, not the blazing wreckage of a car crash. Because that's not where the fire on their bodies came from. One of my neighbors had written about this. She'd gotten an article about a burning man, one who was spotted for months, and eventually he was spotted with a family, each person on fire, seemingly forever. One of the articles? Stephanie asked. I nodded. Well, I'm glad I'm the new kid and not the girl on fire. That doesn't look fun, Stephanie said. It's spreading. It was one man first, then a whole family now. There's at least 20 of them, yeah? It probably spreads by touch, so let's stay really damn far away from them. Good idea. Stephanie parked the car outside the abandoned building, the one where we'd first met the removal doctor all those months ago, the one from the article. Stephanie stopped in front of the door, slinging her rifle's strap over her shoulder. You ready? She asked. Yeah, I said, but I don't think that's going to work on him. She shrugged. We'll see. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell. The inside of the warehouse reeked of rust and rot. I threw up almost instantly, dropping to my knees and emptying the contents of my stomach a few times over. Stephanie gagged, closed her eyes, then took a deep breath, then another, and another, like she was breathing fresh air. Had she learned to breathe through it in seconds? Was she getting better at picking things up on the spot? The inside of the warehouse was like the woman in the article described. It looked like a state-of-the-art hospital. The walls were pristine and white. The floor looked freshly mopped. There were signs leading to all sorts of units: cardiology, dermatology, neurology, urology, gynecology, psychiatry, oncology, odontology. The words provided a little taste of what the removal doctor could offer you. He'd lead you to one of those rooms depending on what you wanted to be taken from you. I tried not thinking about the words, tried not to imagine what people wanted removed from their bodies, or what the doctor would take in exchange, and just kept walking. We found the removal doctor in another warehouse. He was working on something massive, a body with seemingly hundreds of limbs, body parts and growths, mismatched, stitched together with no pattern or design that I could see. The doctor was deep in it, standing in the center of the misshapen mass of limbs and organs, his hands inside the strange mass, working feverishly. All right, Stephanie said, pulling her rifle off her shoulder and training it on the removal doctor. Step away from the... whatever it is. The removal doctor turned around, regarding each of us with something like nostalgia. Ah, I'd wondered if you'd come back as I did. Yeah, Stephanie said. Glad to see you too. Can you come down here? We've got a little catching up to do, right? What are you working on? I asked, ignoring the glare from Stephanie. That doesn't look like the perfect being. It isn't, the removal doctor said. Sounds really interesting, Stephanie said. But we need you to come down here. I hate to admit it, but we kind of need your help. What did you do to it? I asked, trying hard to keep the venom out of my voice. You took something from me and put it in everyone else in town. Oh. Why did you do it? I asked, trying hard to keep the venom out of my voice. You took something from me and put it into everyone else in town. You made them get the paper. Why? The doctor shrugged. We were made by the paper, weren't we? If I could make the perfect being, maybe giving the paper to more people meant that someone or something in one of those articles could make something like it. Maybe something even better. All right, Stephanie said. Get off of there. You're helping us fix the mess you made. The doctor lifted his hands as if he was giving up. There were strange instruments stuck to each finger, some made of bone, some made of stringy muscle, some made of metal, some made of glass. I'm almost finished, he said, and immediately plunged one of his hands into the side of his head. Holy crap, Stephanie said, as the removal doctor continued digging around. I know what that is. I thought this world deserved the perfect being, the removal doctor said, finally ripping his hand out of his head. In between the strange instruments on his fingers was a tiny mass of flesh, something that he'd taken out from his brain. But it doesn't. This is what it deserves. The doctor was speaking slower now, growing pale, looking like he was losing 10 pounds by the second. Whatever it was that he'd taken out of his head, not having it in him was draining him, making him fade away, killing him. He'd taken things out of people, things they didn't want. What did he have inside of him that he didn't want? Why had he removed it right then? It looked like a tumor, but given the effect not having it inside of him was having on his body, it couldn't have been that. It was something important, something special, the final piece of a strange puzzle of flesh, one that was right below him. The imperfect being, Stephanie whispered. What? The imperfect being? I asked, the exhaustion getting to me. None of this making sense. Don't you get it? Stephanie asked, raising her rifle. People asked him to take things from them, right? Things they didn't like. And in return, he took something he did like, something he chose, and he added what he chose to the perfect being. The perfect being that ended the world when the hungry people ate it, I asked. Right. But what did he do with the discarded pieces, the things people wanted removed, the things they thought were ugly or imperfect? Stephanie asked. He took the pieces and made the imperfect being. Holy hell, I whispered. Screw it, Stephanie said, and pulled the trigger. And the removal doctor's hand was gone. But he was fast. So fast. He grabbed his tumor with his other hand, dropped to his knees, and stuck it into the massive body below him. The puzzle was finished. But it didn't matter. Bang. Another headshot. Another gunshot, and the removal doctor's head was in pieces. Stephanie, I said, what did you do? We needed him to set things back to normal. We needed him to take whatever he put into everyone and make the paper target whoever it chooses again. Oh yeah? And you think he would have helped us? He was going to make something worse. I stopped him. But she didn't stop him. It was too late. Something in the air changed in a heartbeat. Suddenly it got colder. Not just cold, but hollow. I could feel something in the air itself, the world itself, crack and break. The massive patchwork of body parts began to twitch, then to rise. It took a part of the roof with it, then the walls. Then it just hung there, unfurling slowly, revealing dozens and dozens of pieces, stitched together, writhing and stretching, feeling the world out little by little. Chaos. Something flew through a wall and struck the imperfect being. A burning body. Then another. Then another. Until there were 20 burning bodies attached to the patchwork, and more kept coming. The light post. A woman with a backward head. Pieces of a house. Dozens of objects, people and animals. The things in the articles my neighbors had read, they were being absorbed by the imperfect being, added to it. Which meant I'm next. Me and the doctor, Stephanie said. We couldn't stop it. I guess I'm not perfect after all. I really am useless. Then the removal doctor was sucked into the imperfect being. Stephanie, I said, something clicking in my mind. You're not perfect, but your parents, or whoever the hell they were, gave you a gift. We don't need the removal doctor to stop this. We just need you. What are you? Stephanie started. Then there was something pulling her, an invisible force like a current. She was being drawn into the imperfect being like all the rest. I grabbed her by the arms as her legs were lifted off the ground, being pulled closer and closer into the writhing mass that kept getting bigger with each passing second. You watched him, Stephanie, I shouted. You saw him take something out of me and put it into everyone else somehow. He didn't. He just took something out and it vanished, she yelled, being pulled closer and closer. Whatever he did, you can learn it. You just saw him finish the imperfect being. You can learn anything, right? You saw him take something out and put something in, Stephanie said, her eyes wide. I saw his process, how he removes things, how he puts them into something else. I know how he does it. Stephanie let go, breaking free from my hands. I couldn't even scream before I saw her fly into the writhing mass that was the imperfect being. It was too late, once again. Stephanie had faded out of existence, and it was my fault. There was a sound miles and miles above us, like the sky cracking, like something falling apart. The perfect being had started to break reality when it came together, too pure, too perfect, for this reality to hold it. The imperfect being was the exact opposite, but it was having the same effect. The removal doctor had once told us that everything had qualities, some good, some bad, each doled out by something. All he was doing was bringing them together. You put too many of them in the same living thing and you break something. You break the world, you break reality. I understood then why the Midnight Paper had targeted my mother, my father, and finally me. It was trying to kill me before I read it. It could always see further. The articles printed on it would come true, would become real a week into the future. So it saw me read all the articles that led to this moment, that led to the end of all things. My life, my parents' lives, were nothing compared to keeping reality intact. It had given me one more chance to set things right, and I'd failed. I closed my eyes and let the world break around me. Then it happened. All at once, the air changed. It felt whole, like something had been set right, like something had been fixed. The imperfect being groaned, 1,000 voices, 1,000 mismatched heartbeats, 1,000 imperfect limbs, all falling apart. A finger hit the floor, then an eye, then dozens of stringy innards, gallons of blood, things that distorted the air like mirages, qualities of people, memories, habits, given form for one moment and then gone the next. The imperfect being fell apart, and then it was gone. There was nothing there, no gore, no guts, no broken body parts. There was just Stephanie, untouched, not a drop of blood on her, looking exactly like she had before getting sucked into that horrifying mass. Stephanie looked at her hands. There on each finger were dozens of strange instruments. The doctor's instruments, whatever he used to remove qualities and implant them somewhere else. Holy crap, Stephanie said, smiling. She shook her hands out and the instruments vanished. I did it! It took her maybe 5 minutes to set everything right. She drew those strange instruments out of thin air, picked a patch of empty space, and started fidgeting with it. By the end, there was a pile of black tar in front of her. The same tar that would build up inside someone who read the Midnight Paper. I didn't dare interrupt her, but once she was done, she told me what had happened. It's kind of hard to explain, she said, but there was something in everyone in this town, a trace, like an infection. It marked you and the Midnight Paper was delivered to you. The removal doctor put it into everyone. I just took it out. The next day, there were no knocks on my door. There were no knocks the day after that either. Stephanie knows that the Midnight Paper is still out there, knows that people can still have the invisible mark. That means that they'll get it delivered to them. She's even seen people with it, but she doesn't dare remove it. She'll never remove anything else again, or so she says. A few weeks after the incident at the warehouse, I drove out to the mansion that used to belong to Stephanie's parents. The door opened, and I was greeted by a girl who looked just like Stephanie, but she wasn't Stephanie. There were dozens of them, each no longer wearing white, each slightly different in their own way. "Hey," Stephanie said, waving me over to the dining room table. There were other girls there too. Some of them were eating, others were reading, others were talking, and most of them were smiling. "So," I said, "what are you going to do now?" "I'm going to stay here for a bit," Stephanie said. "Help my sisters get settled in. Help them find their own way, you know?" I looked at the girls again. They no longer seemed so similar. Sure, they all had the same facial structure, the same build, the same eye color, but they had changed their hair, their clothes, and there was something in each face that was different, something in each pair of eyes. They weren't exactly like Stephanie, and Stephanie wasn't exactly like them. Not at all. They were sisters, not twins, not batches in a never-ending product line. "You're not going to start a company and rule the world?" I asked. Stephanie smiled. "Nah, that'd be too easy." "As for me, I'm back at my parents' place, packing the rest of their stuff up. I'm putting the home up for sale, and after that, well, I don't know exactly. I might go back to my old apartment. I might decide to sell that too and go to a different country entirely, once things open back up again. Wherever I go, Stephanie and I will still be friends. We'll still be on the lookout in case things go sideways again. But I know something for sure. Wherever I end up, I'm never opening another newspaper ever again, no matter what color the pages are. If you ever hear 3 knocks on your front door and find a black newspaper on your doorstep, don't open it. Don't read it. You'll regret it if you do. Thank you all for your help and for taking this journey with me. I couldn't have done it without you.